their first choice. If you kneel down, hakuna polisi anaweza piga risasi. You can walk kidogo, you kneel down. Polisi hawezi kuuliza if you are doing that. That is considered peaceful. There's another thing I think pesa.
Can you hear me? Oh, I think Tony ame drop kidogo. Tony, bado unasikia?
Yes, nakusikia.
Unaweza endelea.
I was talking about something that we should all be wary of. Kuna kitu inaitwa propaganda. The same way they brought corruption, now they are bringing in propaganda. Propaganda ni mbaya kuliko corruption. Such that if somebody speaks their truth, somebody else speaks their truth. So truth ni gani? So hata ule mtu mwenye anaongea ukweli, mwenye ana call out a leader, anamwambia hapana, wewe leader umegrab nini shamba yangu, somebody else atatokea aongee kitu kingine. That thing has been taking root in Eldoret and Uasin Gishu as a whole, even Rift Valley, and we need to be wary of that. We need to hold them accountable. That kama hivi ndivyo iko, there will be tutakureprimand because you are trying kujitetea na kuleta truth ingine. We will reprimand you either on the ballot, either by recalling, either all those means. The last issue yenye I think for ina fit sana Eldoret in this fight against impunity, fight against the current system yenye tuko nayo, because really it's a fight against that. We all need a better future for us and for our children. Can you hear me?
Tony, I can hear you. Endelea, maliza.
Okay. We need to make these people uncomfortable in those churches, because churches in Rift Valley and Mount Kenya ndo zimebeba hiyo uchafu yote ya politicians. Hizi ndo zinatumiwa ku change people's minds, kuingia kwa mentals zao, psychologically wanakuwa twisted. Please, if you find yourself in a church, if a politician is coming to a church, if you stand up na useme kwa sauti tu, hata kama hujapewa kipaza sauti, useme no, we don't want kusikia huyu akiongea. Kama hii harambee iko na huyu mtu, we don't want. Even if you're one person, if you walk out, it will make a difference. If you walk out, it will not be the same vile atafanya. Wakale tunapenda church, Wakikuyu wanapenda church, but we need to make them uncomfortable kule, because I know it is hard for that region. Useme ati tunaenda kwa mbunge fulani kumpiga vile tunaona wengine wanafanya, wanachoma ofisi na nini. Of course they will pay guns, but in churches, because every Sunday wako in churches, if you stand up ukiwa wewe peke yako useme for me, nimeona mimi sitakuwa kwa hii the same congregation na huyu mtu, and you walk out, hata usimwambie anything, don't wait for any feedback. If you walk out, it will not be the same. Thank you. Asante coach.
Thank you Tony, that was quite a submission. Tunaweza have a PLO alafu Alex, junaona ndo wameraise their hands.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead and
Thank you. I do appreciate your audience, not just you, but the rest of the patriots on this particular space. Well, I'd like to speak from different perspectives. I'm a lawyer by profession, but I think I would begin by quoting what Boniface Mwangi once said, that in Kenya, that in other countries, other countries have mafias, but in Kenya, the mafias have a country. So as you deliberate and think about that particular quote, that in Kenya, mafias have a country, I would also like you to think about this particular quote, that anyone who has ever read, not just read history, but understood history, will never, ever trust politicians. And then the third particular saying that I need you to equally think about is nothing happens by chance. Everything in politics is by design. So I've lived in Eldoret for about 6 years. And for me, I think it's one of the most conducive towns, cosmopolitan, with different cultures here and there. But there comes a time when Eldoret is on the map for the wrong reasons. And it breaks my heart because the other day when I saw, incarnation of, war songs, circumcision songs, tribal songs, that while in as much as culture is appreciated in our constitution of Kenya 2010 under Article 11, those particular chants don't in any way affiliate themselves with that particular provision. For me, those were drumbeats of war being beaten, at that particular instance to send a message. And as if that doesn't break your heart, perhaps this would maybe. That in Eldoret, when the army were actually deployed, in Eldoret, the streets were being roamed by, merchants of war wielding weapons, crude weapons, and apparently with instructions from the governor's office. So that tells you one thing, how much we have degenerated into anarchy, into lawlessness, because even KDF deployment, for me, I still find it illegal. Because if the moment you try and deploy across the 47 counties, including Eldoret, even in some counties where, protests did not take place, so you are more or less, having a militarization of the state. So for me, ethnic balkanization, as I had seen in Eldoret the other day, and hypnotization of communities to rise against other communities, those are something that are, a cake, because this 21st, century, this generation of ours, we have learned to have tolerance amongst other communities in the same age group. So you'd find it, so hard for people who are not used to what we are doing right now, because the tribal card affiliation is a disease, that has been incurable, time without number. And it always rises up conveniently when people rise up against atrocities, when people rise up against oppression, when people rise up against tyrant and, merchants of war that have perhaps, declared, terror and chaos on the people they perhaps, quote unquote, claim to govern. So I think how to rise up against all this, because LSK has been vocal, and I'm speaking as a member of the Law Society of Kenya. We've had a couple of arrests in Eldoret, quite a number. And what we've done as LSK is to try and map out, advocates to be on standby to assist innocent protesters that have been, incarcerated at will because of dissenting voices here and there. And we've done that not just for Eldoret, but even across, the country. So that is the role that perhaps I think we can play, as lawyers, to be defenders, to defend the oath that we took, during our admission to the bar, to protect, safeguard, and voice out the rule of law, and hoping that someday we may not get to see exactly what happened in Eldoret, because it's a cosmopolitan town. I mean, it's growing day by day. So to be taken back to the old times, when, tribal cards are flashed out at will, sometimes it only waters down, the gains we've made as a people, not just from different, origins or clusters of tribes that we've come from, but to just try and place Eldoret as a hub for investment, as a hub for, agriculture. But that wouldn't be possible if we have leaders or misleaders, as I should call them, because the kind of things they do, not just the governor's office or the members of parliament, but generally having such a leadership in such, centralized or well or strategically positioned county doesn't really sit well with me. So as patriots, we should rise up to condemn, boldly, what has been happening, in Eldoret and even other towns. I mean, the excessive use of force by the police just to have a county and a country governed by the rule of law. So with that, I think I would rest my case. Thank you.
Oh, next was Alex. Alex, unaweza tuambia what you have.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead and make your submissions.
My name is Alex Kidaha. I'm a businessman up in Eldoret. I wanted to address an issue about Eldoret. Eldoret imekuwa na issue ya leadership of convenience. We have been electing leaders who are very convenient to the leader who is above. So that thing imekuwa ikitu affect in fact in terms of maendeleo, because when you have leaders like Sudi, they are good leaders, but the only thing they can tell the president is tuko na Harambee weekend, we want to do something, but they can't tell Ruto we need a very good infrastructure like this one and this one in Eldoret. Those are the things that are bringing Eldoret down. And then if you look at, we have the land bill. Eldoret has very many members of parliament, but they are very silent about the land bill. They are not telling our parents that the land bill, from next year, watakuwa nalipa some money for their land. The bill, I think, imefika kwa the second reading. But you see, our members of parliament, they are not even telling us there's a bill that is in parliament, and it is touching something about land, and they are not. And if we have such kind of leaders, Eldoret will not go anywhere. We'll be stuck to this is our town. This is our town. We are trying to protect our town. Such issues will not help us as residents of Eldoret. William Ruto is a good guy. We know he's a good leader, and one of those people who know William Ruto is somebody mwenye hapendi kelele sana. So when he sees your leader is making a lot of noise, he will always ask the leader, what do you want? He's that kind of guy. But our leaders ni wale wa kunyamaza, wale wa kusema yes, we want some money, twende Harambee. They are not the type of people to push. They are not the type of people to object and tell him, our people want something. Our people want such a project in Eldoret. So I think my contribution was about our leadership of convenience. You have seen this thing of Finland. It happened because we voted for the leader of convenience. Mandago wanted our current governor to protect him from that convenience of being accountable. If the people of Eldoret had chosen maybe Bitok or someone like the other guy, maybe Eldoret tungekuwa na mambo ya accountability kwa issue ya Finland. So I think that was my contribution. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
So next we can have a lady, Linda. Alafu, I'm thinking about what if we talk about like what should we do going forward now that to realize leadership is our main problem now. How are we going to hold these MPs accountable? How are we going to hold our leaders accountable? Kila mtu anaweza highlight like the problem that we have and like have a suggestion. Like kama mimi naona we deplatform these guys from the church since ni kanisa ndo anapata like the biggest platform ya ku brainwash watu. Mi naona like tuanze ku deplatform one by one. So Linda, you can go ahead and tell us what you have.
Unaweza nisikia?
Yeah, nakusikia.
Okay, first of all, the thing I had is kila mtu kuna the submission ya the education that we need to give everyone, but the thing is how are we going to do it? We have kuna hizo demonstrations, but not everyone atenda ku demonstrate. Na we know the kind of people you're dealing with. Now most of the people we're really tribalistic. Kalenjins are really tribalistic, but it's imefika some point where it needs to stop. We have this mentality the government is ours. yes, the government is not even ours in the first place. And in as much as they say it's ours, then what have they done for us in the first place? If I know ukenda huko like Nandi and other places of Eldoret, they say the government is us. Just ask them, government imekusaidiaje? You as a person mwenye unashinda ukiimba, the government is yours. So you know how you're going to change that kind of mentality which people have. You have to make them realize that there's nothing that the government has done for them, to the extent that there's no point in glorifying them. Politicians huko, governor anatoka huko, I think Mandago also anatoka Ziwa, and a lot of politicians wanatoka huko. Come to other MPs, kuna kina Sudi, in as much as he's already having another problem with the how he's spending his money and everything. But if you look at what Sudi has done in his constituency, see, you can compare him to Abraham Kirwa. The guy is just an akaka saint, but literally there's nothing he has done in his constituency. We should also look at in 2027, it's Simbali, but then what have you done for your constituency? So what we have to do right now, we need to get to those people in different areas in Eldoret and make them understand that despite the fact that our leaders were from the same tribe, but what have they done for you? What are you benefiting from the government? Not only the name. And with that, it's going to help in 2027, we're going to make more conscious decisions. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Linda. I think to answer your question, come on, think about this. Kama unatoka place fulani na unajua MP hajafanya kazi, ama unajua kuna kitu right tu inafaa kuwa imefanyika, highlight that kama example. Ambie umse, what is the advantage they are getting from like having your kitu ikuwe in a working position? Like kama barabara, what is the advantage of having like a good working road? Ambia funza watu from that perspective. Now you can take that initiative from your personal point of view. Kama mimi naweza ambia watu wenye najua, hey, kuna kitu ina go wrong hapa. If we had like this working, things like this would be happening. Like watu wange, kama sisi tunatoka from a farming community, wewe kama farmer, barabara mzuri inasaidia aje? Like explain to them in that perspective, like kutoka kwa hiyo small point of view ya hey, hii na hii inakuwa fair. So yep,
I'm sorry to cut you short, but you know, in as much as you're going to reach out to people, kuna watu, they come from where, yeah, we're going to do it one-on-one, but sasa we have those people wenye hata social media peke yake just rely on the kind of, I don't know, is zile village kabisa. Now, if you can just get people talking about it, you can do posters actually. Ile square demonstration, I don't know, is it on Tuesday? Just have posters, like highlight hapo, ask a question. No, you just mtu akisoma like in a, you know, a lot watu walikuwa wanatoka Nandi to just come to Liberate to demonstrate. Instead ya kudemonstrate wakiwa kwa Kapsabet. But how we're going to, the thing is, how are we going to reach to people ata from the interior places? Not ata we can't use social media to do that, but of which you can use social media. We can use Twitter, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, but then again we have those people when it's so hard to reach to them. Can we help out na hiyo?
Ndo tusitake time kubwa, wacha ni answer hiyo first. A word of mouth ni a strong thing. So like ukiambia msee this is going wrong, mi najua niko na wazazi wako Ocha, right? So ukienda Ocha, at least educate wase on the importance of voting in the right leader. Ambia hao like these leaders are on a good interest for you guys, they have like interest in our favor, right? So ukieducate mtu at a personal space, like kama ukienda Ocha, ukipata hiyo space kidogo ya kuongelesha msee, just make sure you say something, tell them something about that. So I believe we can have like PLO.
PLO alikuwa ameongea, we can have Alex, naona amengoja sana.
Alafu nani utanisaidia kama mtu ameongea na ana anything ya ku point out tena, unaweza saidia ku add watu wengine.
Okay, let me drop some people tuongeze wengine.
Okay. Ziza, you can proceed, and then tutachukua honorable na Limenika tap.
Alafu nani Alex alikuwa ameongea.
Oh, okay. So Ziza.
Okay, can you hear me first? Hello.
Yeah, Ziza, I can hear you.
Yes, nakusikia.
Okay, you can hear me. First of all, okay, I wanted to ask somebody. Okay, there's a speaker who came on board and said Oscar Sudi is a good leader, just a matter of implementing. I think thank God I'm not near that person. I should have stoned him myself. But honestly, as an Elderian and as a person who has been raised up in Eldoret, went to Union Primary, came out, went to campus, came working in Eldoret, I feel so bad. We still have millennials. How do I call them? Adults who still see good in this leadership that we have in Eldoret. Okay, in Uasin Gishu County, and Eldoret being the headquarters of Uasin Gishu. And just to bring it on board, Uasin Gishu has got around 6 or 7 constituencies? Enabkoi, Kapsaret, Keses, Moiben, Soi, Tarbo. And my friend, Enabkoi, Moiben, Soi, Tarbo, Keses, Kapsaret, you work in those constituencies and you will find that we are the worst pathetic voters in this world. There's no development. Last week I was deep in Kapsaret. Guys don't have even electricity. Like, I think electricity coverage in Kapsaret is around 30%. Is it 30 or 40? Electricity coverage in Anabukoi is around 40%. Electricity coverage in Keses, worst. In Soy, worst. In Moibeni, worst. But you'll find somebody, a member, somebody who has been raised up in Eldoret, who wants Eldoret to be a city, not seeing anything bad in the leadership of Eldoret. Sisi mayuthi Eldoret tuko na shida. And to the topic of today, demonstrations in Eldoret. I don't know how to put it as an individual, and I just don't know how to start it because, first of all, I saw there's old guys coming up with a counter demonstration in Eldoret. What they forgot is this. Having gone to Union Primary School from class 1 to class 8 back then, this was his work in terms of leadership of wazende kuamulia watu town. We are beyond that. We are now in an era where GenZ can download and read everything that happened in Eldoret 30 years ago. These people should stop living in the old mentality and accept change. And I wish that the next general election, or whatever happens that we have an election, it is my cry and it is my wish that this time round, people want to vote because of Mutwetu. People want to vote because of, hey, this guy is in this party. I wish that we start voting in leaders. And I'll take a good example where I come from, Tarbo. I'm being led by my MP, Janet Stenay. May God forgive all my sins, but God should not forgive me for voting in Janet Stenay, because that was the coward thing I've ever done as a voter. That's the cowardest thing I've ever done as a human being up to date. I made that mistake as a voter. And it's time I also start talking to my generation that we should not make this same mistake of voting in Chama, voting in Mutwenu. Terrible had good brains, terrible scholars, terrible people. I can take the example of Kevin Okwara and all others. But still I voted in Chama. I'm a coward. So guys in Eldoret, I think we should stand up. Guys in Eldoret, we should stop this madness of Mutwetu. Town is growing. Right now, you come to Roadblock, it's already a town of its own. Right now, you go to Langas, it's already a town of its own. We are growing, and then the generation is growing. But people are stuck in kitu yetu, mutu wetu, wati yetu. This mentality has to stop. Right now, you go to Roadblock. It is so developed, but no, you see the business that was sustaining the terrible concerned people, the Moi West campus, the school, Moi West campus was closed, and no single leader in Taribo has ever brought up an issue with it. That campus was helping almost the entire Taribo continent. Guys, we are sick. Continue, I will continue later. Because honestly, we are sick as Eldoret.
Thank you, Caesar. Or Ziza, whatever. Like, Honorable Korir, tupatie submissions yako.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, tunakusikia.
Thank you. First and foremost is to start by sending my heartfelt condolence to those fallen heroes that we lost them during this demonstration. Secondly, our economy is truly bleeding. Kenyans are reeling in pain and hurting because of corruption, because of nepotism, because of bad governance, because of impunity in our country. And we need to get back to a reset mode. That is the work, that is my work, and it is your work. It can't be done by one person. It must be done by all of us. That is one thing we must agree. And first thing that is making this country to bleed, our economy to bleed, is unemployment, and everything that is happening is because of our politicians. We must tell each other the truth. Right from the top down to the bottom, there is a problem. First, I must address one thing first, because one thing that we need to do here is we first need to acknowledge the problem so that we diagnose it properly. We cannot address anything. We cannot solve a problem that we don't know. We cannot jump from one place to another place. We must get things right and get the point directly. And first, I want to give a classical example. What is the role of MP? The role of MP should be strictly limited to legislation, oversight, and representation of the people. What is this thing called NGCDF? What is the work of NGCDF in the office of area MP? Would that not be a conflict of interest? To me, I think it's a conflict of interest. I think that money should be in control of Ministry of Education. And this move will ensure that funds serve their intended purposes, not to stay in the office. Because once it comes from Nairobi, we have Ministry of Education within the central government, that is national government. And then you channel this money. Once it gets down, that is where impunity starts at. They award their flower girls, they award their relatives. It is given to the person who is able to buy, the loyalist, and this is money for education. I think if you empower all Kenyans, it is as good as empowering your constituents. So I wonder, what is the purpose of MCA having bursary? What is the purpose of Ministry of Education within the county? What is the purpose of Ministry of Education within the national government? President bursary? Ministry of Education itself has got its own bursary. The MP has his own bursary, his or her own bursary. I mean, it's like these people have their own people. It is a communicating to us just like that. Like MP has his own people, governor has his or her own people, MCA. Let us consolidate this money so that MP, their role strictly becomes legislation, oversight including this money, and represent the people. Our cry, when we complain, they take our matter to the parliament and to the relevant departments that we have complaints against, so that at least they can oversight it properly. So first, that is where the problem is. Secondly, It's high time we live within our means. Politicians currently receive exorbitant amount in sitting allowance, travel allowance, medical cover, and other benefit. And I can tell you, good people, that for a member of parliament, a senator in Kenya, I've not addressed cabinet secretaries, CAS, and MCAs, CECs, MP. I'm giving a classical example of what I know, and senator. In a month to sustain a member of parliament is up to 4.5. When you consolidate all this money I'm talking about, an MP goes home with 4.5 to 5 million per month, the least 4.5. While the employer, who is the lottery, suffer from lack of clean water, quality health service, poor roads, and employment. I think it is high time we need to tell the truth to their power. Is it possible? Because this is a calling, it's a servant leadership. I suppose that we have a discussion. If it is possible, let us reduce the money, their salaries, scrap all these allowances. Let's get the salary which is reasonable, 300,000, 200,000. It's a call. What is the difference that everyone wants to get there? Someone can even spend up to 100 million to getting into parliament. When you calculate the salary, it doesn't get even to 30 million in 5 years. But in a year, this person lives in Karen, he lives in Kilaleshwa, he owns a house in Elgonview, Eldoret, Hillside, and everywhere. I think that is where the problem is. And if we reduce their money to 300 and below, we will get rid of these groups, these bandits in the name of leaders, bunch of incompetent people, looters, and money launderers. Thus we can get the principle of servant leadership. Additionally, if we must make amends to unto our beloved country, after our cabinet secretaries and other directors within the government, I think it is high time to get down and get to know the integrity. There are people with questionable integrity. It is high time to tell the president the truth. We love him. We voted for him to their man. It is high time to tell the truth to the power, because there are ministers. The other day they didn't have anything. Some are our own children. Today they are busy. You would think that Kenya is at war with another country. Choppers up and down, day and night. The cars they have, the houses they own. There are people who have been implicated because of corruption. They are still in offices, and they have this mentality, Mdadu, and I'm a voter. I think it is high time we get a comprehensive lifestyle audit for directors, state officers, governors, MPs, and public servants. Those found guilty of exploiting public resources should be held accountable and be required to make restitution of all resources and then get back to the law. Kwa sababu wakati rais alikuwa anaingia serikali, na lazima tuambiane ukweli, na naibu wake na wale wote wa Kenya Kwanza, they told us that we know where your money is, we know the looters. Once we get into power, we shall hold them accountable and return your money up to date. Two things: it's either you know them and you stole with them, or you fear them. And we must sanction you because we gave you that responsibility. Maybe I voted for UDA, Kenya Kwanza, because of that thing. Economy shut down, pesa ziko offshore. And the worst thing is now the current leadership. MP is carrying money in sacks. What is the problem? Going to church. I think for Uhuru, he had a bunch of incompetent politicians around him, from cabinet down, but they were not as foolish as the current leadership. We don't have leaders. Let no one cheat you, right from the governor. I can exceptionally give the president benefit of doubt. Hawa wengine wote wananunua viatu hadi milioni 4, wanakuja changisha kanisa. Empower me, I can build my own church. Empower me, I can build my own mosque. I don't need money from you. It is a sign of poverty. It used to be during Uhuru, these same thieves could take their money off your account. Ours take it and they launder, they do wash and everything in church. They introduce the money, come through church. Remember, church, it cannot be audited. Their accounts wanapitiza milioni 20 mnaonyeshwa, lakini pale kwa account ya kanisa wameweka milioni 100. And there are own daughters and sons, and then they tell you relax through hard work. Which hard work? Like literally, you don't have a building in this town, you don't have a matatu industry, you don't have a company, but you are saying through hard work. Which hard work? All of these are just charade scripts. We need to tell the truth to our leaders. In any case, I don't want to call them leaders. They are cheaters, they are not teachers. They are misleaders, not leaders. They are not leaders, they are, and we must tell them. Because we are killing next generation. We are killing present generation. Another thing I want to say is about job opportunities. You know, this must be based on merit. Your certificate, your diploma, your degree is becoming useless. Why?
Honorable Korir,
MP,
hata ni kukaa short
yes.
kidogo. So so we have everyone making their submission. Nataka tu umalize, like wind up on your points. Ndio kila mtu apate.
No.
Tuko na wase wengi wana request mic.
I'm concluding, please. When we talk about job opportunities, we have a problem. And you know, these are things we must tell each other. The current practice of allocating VIP and VIP slots should be abolished. Juzi muliona Kisii, waziri wa education anapeana mabarua. No merit, like hata ujui, labda mwenye anapewa barua ni mwenye amemaliza jana, labda ni rafiki, based in one tribe, one community. Mjumba anakuja na zake, governor anaendea zake. By the time kazi ambazo zimetangazwa kwa nchi ni 40,000. Kazi zenye zitabaki na zingine zitauzwa ni labda kazi 5,000. Where are we heading to as a country? Where are we heading to? I think that is another thing we need to address. And finally, I think let us not. I think for Harambee it is clear. We need to close this thing once and for all. Hii maneno vile umesema, ukipata mwanasiasa amekuja, there is no need to boo our politician. Work out. It's better we leave them in charge. Let them meet with those who invited them. Because these are people who are robbing us right, left, center. No provisions of good, like poor roads we have, no clean water, no nothing, no employment, and then we go clap. They come and own our events. They own Harambee, they own Matangas, they own everything. Just because they have given you 20,000. And they want you to succumb and submit to them. We cannot be ruled by our inferiors and the fools and those people who are rudderless. It cannot be. Finally, it's about finance bill. Finance bill was a trigger. I can tell you that. Some people say that this thing, like that. No, it's siasa inaingia ndani. I can agree with you people. But we need now to own it back, this thing, and have a true conversation. We cannot really afford to lose Kenya. I'm not into overthrowing the government and those other shenanigans. Let us have a genuine conversation. Corruption, EACC inapata pesa na serikali. DCI wanapata pesa. What is their work? Parliament, I think it needs to be dissolved like yesterday. President is losing public trust. What is he going to do to gain this trust? Atafanya nini? It was the only hope we have. If we lose us today, you will never gain us another time. So this finance bill was a trigger. And chochote kile ambacho hawa viongozi wetu, hawa watu ambao wako kwa public office wamechukua, na they cannot account for, let it come back to the state. Let it come back to the public. So this trigger ya public finance, finance bill, mtu asisema ati hii maneno ngine yote, lazima hii maneno ya sijui hospitality, office of the first lady, second lady, renovation. How can you renovate a house which was worth 400,000, or 400 million, 600 million? State of 700 million. Confidential budget 800 million. Walimu wanataka 2 billion, 3 billion. I mean, funding primary. I mean, we are losing. So that I don't take much of time, I think we need to, these are serious, we had serious underlying issue. This finance bill was just a trigger. And let us not entertain this politician. I don't think that our leaders are tribal, but we are triballess. So let us continue with this, let it be a nota continua. Let us not stop anytime soon until we change this country for better. If we lose it today, if we lose in this generation, history will betray us. We have a mission either to fulfill it or to betray it. Without further ado, thank you.
Alright, so I think tukimove forward ndo kila mtu apate like enough time. I think ukipata mic, just take like 5 minutes or air out your points. Usitake a long time sana.
Let's make it 4, Abel.
Oh yeah, let's take 4 minutes.
4 minutes. 4 minutes inatosha.
I will time ndo kila mtu apate enough time. So let's have Anna Ali.
Thank you, Eldorian, Abel, and my Eldorians wote wenye kwa space na wasalimia na watakia kila naheri popote mlipo siku ya leo. Sijui, I don't know. For me, I feel like the Honorable Career is a little bit sympathetic to the president, and Honorable, the buck stops with him. I'm not giving him a benefit of the doubt. Neither am I giving any Kenyan politician any benefit of the doubt. They're the ones who got us where we are today. And I actually admire the Eldorians to tell each other the truth in the face of what is going on. And that should be replicated everywhere else. Kitu muhimu ni watu warudi manyumbani. When wako manyumbani, you take it up to you as your civil duty kuwaonyesha in a layman's language these things that are happening. Ina happen kwa sababu gani? If they could get this, what does that mean for them? If this was done this way, what can it be? History ya mtu wangu, there is nothing called mtu wangu, my friend. If there is mtu wangu, we will not be in the situation we are today. For me, I was actually amazed to hear the submission from the previous space that got shut down, Eldorian. And to this, I've been listening, and thanks for giving me the chance back. For me, as someone who's coming from Northeastern, probably, and maybe I don't come from Northeastern, but anyways, I'm a Somalian, Kenyan, so I would say maybe Northeastern, where most of my family are. For me, I always tell them, wake up. You know, you keep circulating same old politicians who were rogue. For me, I tell them that Northeastern is 50 years behind the rest of Kenya. And I'm really saddened that I did not look deep down. I was only focused on my backyard. But now, listening to Eldorians, I think it's a similar case, and many other spaces that I've listened that were talking about their locality. So what does this mean? It means all Kenyans are having the same issue. Yes, this story ya kusema mtu wangu or hii ni whatever, it's just a fallacy. They're the ones, their families. All these politicians, they don't know us as family. They know each other as family. They got each other's back. They're friends with each other, and they loot together. Period. So for me, giving a benefit of the doubt to Ruto, no, I'm sorry. I'm not going to give anybody a benefit of the doubt. They all need to step down. And this notion of saying that, oh, maybe it's not possible to have election. Yes, it is possible. Hiyo ujinga kutuambia sijui IBC hakuna. Kenya has treaties with a lot of countries. African Union can send commissioners. EU can send commissioners. What the bottom line is, this looting has to stop. Let's not focus on on any other thing, because now all of them know that wakirudi mashinani hakuna mtu ataweka kwa hiyo ofisi tena. One last point, I think the Honorable was talking about reducing their salary. If they're spending what they earn for 5 years on a single election, reducing their salary is not what is going to cut it. Then they will loot more. For me, I don't think that is the answer. The answer is to put a mechanism in place, a better mechanism than we have for transparency. That is what we should aim for. It's not about their salary. It's about the transparency, because if somebody can spend 5 times the salary that he would earn for 5 years and spend it on one election, what does that tell you? Why are they so desperate to get that to be elected? It tells you that if their salary was less, probably Kenya ingekuwa imeshakwisha. You know, we would not have Kenya. So for me, it's not about their salaries. For me, it's about, I'm sorry, just give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, go
Limenik
ahead.
umeinua mkono sana.
I'm sorry.
Limenik.
I'm sorry. I was in the office. Yes. So it's not about the salary. It's about putting mechanism where we can see transparency. And for me, I would tell you kudos to everybody here. Mwenye ameenda maandamano, mwenye bado anafanya tweets, na mwenye ako nyumbani mashinani and trying to put things right. Let them not divide us. Kenya, we've achieved one thing which is really beautiful. That what we've achieved is show these politicians who are the bosses. Second thing we've achieved is to show them that they cannot divide us. No, along tribal lines, along religion lines, no. Na hii mambo ya kuweka, I don't know, wanakuja kwa kanisa, wanakuja kumsikia, and people are segregated. The mama mwenye hana chochote, ajui chakula atapatia mtoto wake, analipa hiyo 100 bob ako naye ama 50 bob ako naye. Yeah. So
I think you should just land there so that we can keep time.
No problem. Actually, I'm going to drop down to give the rest a chance to come up.
All right, thank you, Ali. Your points were so good. I think tukisema tuseme like tupatie mse a benefit of doubt, that's where we mess up. If they are not willing to change, they should just go and go. The next person alikuwa nani?
Limenik kama Komina. Limenik.
Yeah, thank you, Abba. First of all, I would like to pass a message of condolences to the families of the kids who died. I'm sure it's very painful to lose a child. And secondly, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ivan Limenik. I'm a businessman in Liberate. So just to go direct to the topic, Liberate demonstration. This is my perspective. Demonstrations, or generally picketing, is one of those rights enshrined in our constitution. There is nothing wrong with that, so long as it's within the confines of the word peaceful. Peaceful means there is no destruction of property on the part of protesters. The Eldoret protests kind of, I'm not justifying this, the behavior of some protesters actually. There was some looting of a butter shop, the stoning of Timber Exo and everything. It made it easy for these politicians to give identity to protesters and try to marshal to throw in the tribal card and everything. That could really go south so quickly. You know how Eldoret is. For those people who've stayed here for long know how long it will take that town to be full. It takes a very short time, and things could easily go south. That's my biggest worry in Eldoret. So to avoid all that, future protests should be as peaceful as possible, because I'm sure the next protest, if we are having two opposing groups, because you can't keep people out of the street also. As much as you want to protest, if anyone wants to come to street, and they can easily justify that we are also demonstrating. You see, what if those demonstrators clash? So to avoid all that, I don't like this idea of not giving leadership to demonstrations. There should be a leader. This is why. When you leave it as a vacuum, I hate empty spaces. Anyone can fill that space and bring in their ideology. It's very dangerous. We should have a leader, someone who actually corresponds with the security sector, to tell them, this is what you are going to do, we'll pass this route and all that. So that at the end of the day, no one will say the protesters took away anything or they caused this chaos and all that. So on the part of keeping our leaders accountable, I think the biggest problem is us, these generations. I'm a millennial, and some one generation down and one generation up. The GenZs, most of them actually, I'm sorry to say this, they don't register as voters. When you are queuing, for those who vote in the urban Eldoret area, you know how long a queue can be at KMTC, for example. The Gen Z won't have that time to queue and vote. Bad leaders are chosen by people who don't vote. Let the Gen Z register as voters so that in 2027 we can elect visionary leaders. The problem is the generation just
please
after.
Please try to wind up.
Yes.
Your time is up.
Yeah, I'm winding up. Yeah, I'm winding up. So I'm saying, and in as much as we make noise about the current leadership, and we don't have plans on how to deal with them in terms of getting them out, then it will just be vicious cycle of voting in bad leaders, come complain, demonstrate, vote in bad leaders, come complain, demonstrate. It won't end. So my rallying cry is, let's register as voters, then we vote in our own. When I say our own, people we share a lot, like vision and the kind of picture for Eldoret City we have. Thank you.
Let's have Komina and then keep
Komina.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm a citizen of Kenya. So I want to summarize 4 main points going forward. The irreducible minimum Kenya tunafaa tukue nayo by now, if at all tunaingia kwa any negotiations, is that we need justice. You see, like hao watu wenye wameshutiwa, like kids literally, hiyo ndo inafaa ikuwe our next course of action, such that vitu kama hizo zisifanyike tena. You see, in the 21st century we are past that. And you know one thing, we are also in the information age. For example, unapata there are pictures out there, we know them, ni watu tumerecord wakifanya hizo vitu. Why do we still have such things inafanyika? We really need to hold those people accountable going forward to ensure that hiyo ndo itakuwa the most basic minimum requirement ya kuingia kwa any negotiation table. Then secondly, I also think we need to do a lot of civic education, especially kwa wazazi wetu wenye wako huko nyumbani. I know. And then even these churches, you see, for us, a church inafaa kuwa the unifying factor. So these churches should dissociate themselves from these corrupt politicians ikianzia hapo, because hawatakuwa na any moral justification. Like, no, we need to ostracize these people from the community hata ikibidi. Na hata kama ni mbaya sana, I know most parents, maybe ni Gen X, they're superstitious. Hata kama ni kwenda kutengeneza posters za watu wakikama shetani, we need tunafaa tuende hiyo extreme ikibidi, because we can't keep on doing the same things over and over again. Then the third point pia, I'd really like kukuwe reforms kwa IBC, because I think like now voting si kitu inafaa hata kukuchukua a lot of time. You don't even need to pay fare unaenda kuvote mahali. You see, we can have a good system kenye inafanya this thing, na ni kitu kenye tume oversight, unaona venye imekuja, such that kuvote ni kama tu kwenda kwa USSD kubuy labda bundles or something of that sort. This is thing that is practical, because ukiangalia even pesa inaikuanga kwa budget kufund easy IBC time ya kuvote, man, yani hizo pesa ni mingi, they are in the billions. Na hizi ni pesa zingeza fanya something better, you see, zingeza fanya something else, and then ita minimize cost kwa the process, ita make it more easier for people to vote, ita make it more transparent for people to vote as well. And then nimefurahia tu sana venye hii generation, man, tribalism is a thing of the past, na nataka tu iko hivyo na iendelee hivyo. We need to elect leaders based on competence, and that's why my fourth point now when I'm summarizing is that there's no need, like we as Kenyans, we've discovered that there's no sense in this representative democracy. You see, for MPs ni watu wenye tumelilia kwao manyumba zao, tunawaambia mazee, this you are not au tuongelele, it's not our voice, but these guys when you want to represent, they go and do the exact opposite. So tunafaa tufike hiyo point, kama kunafaa kuwe na reforms in any way. Of course I know kuna positions zingine tu ni bonoko zinafaa kuwa abolished, but anyone anaenda hapo should speak for the people, should speak the voice of the people, because hawezi claim unatu lead then nyinyi ndo mnatumiza. You see guys wanaenda streets like you're even afraid of the police, someone who should be protecting you. You are literally scared of them. Why? You know, I think going forward tunafaa to address hiyo kitu, na I hope tutaendelea na hii struggle. Thank you guys.
All right, thanks for your submission, Komina. Let's have Dr. Kipkoech. Please take your time.
Hi guys, I hope you can hear
5
me.
minutes. 5 minutes, okay, Dr. Kindly, let's use 5 minutes. So you have up to 9:40.
Okay, so thank you for this opportunity. I hope you can hear me well. First, to begin, at the start of this space, there is somebody by the name Kipruto. Alikuwa amesema he lauded actually the actions that happened on last Thursday. He said those hired goons were there to keep the town in order. I think that's one of the most stupid things somebody has ever said. I think we should not encourage such happenings. The second one, for the guys who are telling us Ninyoe, we should ask ourselves, by the way, whether Ruto has really delivered compared to other presidents who have been there in the past. And in my own opinion, and from even statistically, Ruto is not doing well. Whatever he promised us heaven, and what he's delivering actually is still very low. For example, in the first 8 months in office, Ruto borrowed 1.2 trillion Kenya shillings. And if you compare the developments that have taken place between when Ruto went into office and the time when Ruto government went into office in 2013, the developments that took place between that time and up to like around this time, actually we don't see any development in Ruto's government. We actually don't see anything. So they are projecting that by the end of these 5 years, Ruto will borrow at least 3.6 trillion. That's the least he can borrow. This guy wants to raise the debt ceiling very higher without we are not even seeing any development that's going on. Then another thing, the amount of money that was allocated to development activities in Ruto's government was just around 11.7%. The amount of money that was allocated to development in Uhuru's and Kibaki's government before was at least 15.6%. We are talking about that amount of money was allocated within the first 18 months. You see, for Ruto, still, the amount he's allocating for development is still very low. Then I think one of the problems that we really face as Kenyans is we are very self-centered, we are very egocentric. And whatever we are what we are voting for in these people is we want to be in government by proxy. So I think the problem that we have is we want to eat from government. We are failing to understand that the government is also us, because whatever we want to eat from is what we are raising in revenues. So I think the most important thing that we should have as a country is to have working institutions. We should encourage on independence of the legislature. If for example the parliament was very independent, if the executive was very independent, and if the judiciary was very independent, we would not be seeing these things that are taking place. For example, there would be no police brutality if the judiciary was very independent, because those people are assured security because they can control the judiciary. If the legislature is very independent, we would not be having these positions like CASs, like the office of the wife of the deputy president. We would not be having this problem of contribution in churches if the church was very independent, if the church actually stood up for the truth and bashed out corruption. So I think the only thing that's remaining for us is to pile pressure on this government. We should still continue posting Ruto must go, because that's the only way we are going to at least see something. And for the things that we should at least see, we should encourage on independence of these institutions. Like people who are corrupt should be taken to jail. We should see that at least positions like CSs, those positions should not exist. Positions like office of the prime CS. What is that? We are spending around 4 billion Kenya shillings to fund that office, which actually an office that doesn't help in any way. So that's some of the things we can do for now. Then the end game, at least for us, we should at least try in 2027 as youth. We should at least try to register as voters. The registration in 2022, that 9.4% of the youths registered as voters. This was actually low compared to 2017. It was above that value by 5.2%. So I think if we really encourage other youth to register as voters, and we ensure that these politicians, actually we fund for those people we see they are good, we fund their political their politics. This will help a lot. Then we ensure that our politics are based on issues and also on policies, as opposed to popularity and as opposed to our own egocentrism, that we are going to vote for these people because we want them to change our country, we want them to change our future, and then we get out this issue that we want to eat from this government. So that's the most important thing. I think, please, one thing that I would ask you, let's pile pressure on this government and let's register to vote in the coming elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari, for keeping time. D18 umekaa kwa queue sana, and then we can have Darius after you, and then Jeda for gender balance.
Hello everyone. Mnanisikia vizuri?
Yeah,
hello?
Yes, proceed.
Tunakusikia.
Okay.
Kindly take 4 minutes, 5 minutes maximum.
So thank you. First of all, I want to give my respects and condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones. It is so sad that we are living in such a situation, but it is a sacrifice that we had to that every single person in those families is taking right now, and it is very sad, but we have to go through it for change in this country, sadly. I would just want to say that in this country we need a resumption of change. First of all, kuna hii concept yenye nimekuwa nikiangalia bana ya stories za shamba, stories za venye most of these businesses that are of the higher cadre in our country are run by politicians. It does not make sense for us as the youth to be looking up not at entrepreneurs or people who are amazing people within the workforce. We look at politicians who, for lack of a better word, are just pigs. They just come and take our resources and deplete them without caring for us as this particular citizens. So I would just come and say, if I was to have a solution, we should have an oversight system that is created. Maybe to your integrity center, sijui wanafanyanga nini sana, but like the oversight system that every end of the week ama every end of the month kuna watu wenye wanakuja wana go through every single thing that a politician has said or they have presented. If that doesn't measure up to the coffers yenye wali alawiwa, wanafaa kuwa na ka red flag inawekewa hapo, ama kitu ka VIR hivi inasema mjamaa hajafanya kitu achukuliwe, then sasa we vote on the merits of that system. That is a solution that I was thinking that we would provide. But tena, I think this thing about what happened at home meaning Eldoret, tunafaa tu kutengeneza spaces zetu zenye we can come and totally abolish the wrong ideals that these leaders are giving us. Unajua kweli watu walikuja wakakula kiapo hapo town, na unaangalia unasema yani it just gave me remembrances of what happened huko times at 2007, which is very sad, because we are one of the maybe this government has had its problems, but one of the things that nimeipendea ni imeanza ku evict kitu ya tribalism. Like inafika point yenye Eldoret si ati ni ya Kale peke yake ama ni Waluya peke yake ama ni Wakikuyu peke yake, ni tuna deal kitu kama kitu kimoja. So with the people who are our age, personally, I'm 24 years, age and even older, we should just keep on trying to make spaces so that we can come and abolish these crazy ideas that even something like that could happen. Now I say wakona. I'm sure there are so many people who are scared of what could happen in that. We are the biggest asset to the government. Like wao wakikuja wakijaribu kutuwekesha kutuanalyze na kupiga hesabu za Africa, the only country with a higher rate of capable youth, sadly hata wasi wengi wanafanya brain drain, like huko LD kuna wasi wengi wameenda abroad kwa sababu of lack of opportunities. So hiyo kitu inashikanga vibaya sana kwa sababu tuko na capacity ya ku grow your town na ikuwe like one of the biggest cities in the world, because tuko na international airport wase. Hakuna venye tunakosa chance ya ku grow economy yetu bana. So I know nimefikisha hiyo 4 minutes. Na appreciate this space, na appreciate kila msee mwenye amekama hapa. Condolences to the families wenye walipoteza watu wao. Thank you so much na God our bless.
Thank you.
Thank you. Darius and then Jed.
Thank you guys.
4 minutes only.
Habel, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you guys. Okay, thank you guys for having me. And I was within town for some times now, and I realized that people are trying to change the narrative that we had, that we really wanted to get rid of the bill, but now the message they were trying to send on Thursday was that the people who demonstrated had a different agenda. They are now coming into a system whereby they want to divide and rule, and with only that alone, rest assured that the demonstrators who actually were here for the reject the bill are now wondering, did we do something wrong? Is it that in Eldoret the price of bread will be a bit cheaper because we accepted the bill? Generally, from my own perspective, what we need in our country is a complete change. We cannot have a leader who actually would increase the price of the sanitary pads for the ladies and perhaps even the pampers. You realize that most of the leaders in this government at the moment are actually old. They no longer even experience the periods. They no longer even have kids for those pampers. It's us who actually need those. They are basic necessities to us. To them, they are just wanaziona kama ni it's just luxury. But kwa watu wengine kama sisi, in fact, that is what we experience day in, day out. Ukiamka asubuhi, you have to buy them. But to them, to some extent, it's like they are doing us a favor by subsidizing such commodities. Mimi nikiangalia what we have to do next now as a county on its own or as a country, we really have to establish our do's and don'ts. Despite the fact that we did a very good demonstration, what happened past in the afternoon, because most of the demonstration was very peaceful in the morning, but ikifika kitu saa 9 saa 10 watu wanaanza kupata fatigue and they are tired, they somehow overdo things. So next time we have a workout or a march or a demonstration, I prefer to call it a picketing, because if we are demonstrating and rioting, it will be something else. Next time we have our picketing, we should set our limits. Okay, no need to vandalize somebody's property, no need to go to the extreme. But at the end of the day, the message will be delivered. If we can set a system whereby we can actually recall our leaders. You see, it is so hard. It's very hard at the moment to actually tell an MP to do what the people want, because the process of recalling them back to the people is very hard. If we have some technocrats and people who can actually tinker with the constitution that we have at the moment, so that it will be very easy. If a leader doesn't do what they are expected to do, they can be recalled. Then that will keep them on toes. Micromanaging these leaders can be micromanagement might not be very good in other fields, but with leadership, micromanagement tends to work. If somebody fears that if I don't deliver, I'm going to lose my job. If somebody is in a position to say that if by any chance, if the people are saying don't vote, Don't vote yes for this constitution. Don't vote yes for this finance bill. And you are just there in the parliament. I will vote yes. Even if this bill comes again, I'll vote yes. Yet the people in the ground actually categorically explaining and demonstrating to you that we don't want this bill. If somebody has that, mtu ako na hiyo nguvu, anasimama tu hadharani anasema mimi napiga ndio. Just because amepewa milioni kadhaa na the executive. If we have a system to recall them, guys, we would have recalled all our MPs. And with that, having nani ni kama uko na shoka kwa mtu. Kila wakati tu anajua if I don't do well, inanishukia. So those guys who can actually think with the constitution, and having a forum like this in a way inafungua macho ya watu wengine. So if possible, the Gen Z generation can actually have a sit down and have a proper plan. Just because we have bulldozed away, this is a bulldozing, we bulldozed away into rejection of the bill. But remember, Ruto is very, to some extent, naweza msema tu Ruto ni mtu mwingine, ni mkora bana. Initially, right now, if you want to renew your ID, you are paying 1,000. Renewing ID like 3 years ago was only 100 shillings. And 10 times the amount that we were paying is what we are paying now. Hizi pesa zote anasanya zinaenda wapi? You cannot tell me that right now Ruto's collection is actually far much better than what Kibaki used to collect. It's far much better than what Uhuru collected. Yet he is still complaining that there is no money. Kwani pesa inaenda wapi? Right now, getting a passport, kupata passport peke yake, we used to pay 65 for a 50 page. Now it's 9,500. Why this change is not even rational to any human being? Haiwezi shift from 100 shillings to 1,000, and yet you are getting the same service. Unapata ID, squeeze ID iko na 10 years. Then you have to renew. That renewal you have to pay. This guy wants to get money from everywhere. Mpaka hata vitu yenye hata haiko inafaa. ID una renew ID kwani utakuwa umebadilisha majina? Does it make sense to anybody to now renew your identity card? Would you have changed anything? So basically, we are having leaders that are actually out there not for our own needs. They're out there for their needs. They're out there to see that most of us don't even make it. We went to schools.
Wind up, Darius.
Okay, let me wind up by saying this. We need to overhaul the government in all fields. To the education, tukuja hata leadership itself, the structure. In short, we need even better leadership in our groups so that we will actually advocate for what is actually pinching us. Otherwise, guys, have a very wonderful evening, and we should do this more often.
Thank you. Jada, kindly use the next 4 minutes. Jada. Okay, Becky. Mademo amekataa kuongea. Dr. Sakalos, you are here before the rest. And then Dr. Sakalos, we cannot hear you. No. Unless ni mimi sisikii vizuri.
Hata kaya kitu vizuri.
I think we're place noisy. Okay, just ongeza sauti and use the next 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now my name is Carlos. You guys did this, and I'm very grateful by you. Now, even if we get the story, and first of all, let me say, my MP was a failure, and he's a very, very big failure. Why am I saying? MP wangu tulimpelekea zile lawama ambazo tunazo kama constituency, and the lady, as much as I respect the lady, the lady aliamua ku turn down the request nilimpelekea kama wananchi wake. Can you hear me? For example, kama sahizi tumekuwa na shida ya uwizi katika sehemu ambayo niko, tulimpelekea zile shida ambazo tunazo, na what is she decided to tell us neti kwamba ako na mipango ya kuzishughulikia barabara na mambo ya kuweka mwangaza kwa njia itabidi isubiriwe kwanza. Who does that? As in, security ya watu ni important ama barabara ni important? Ukiangalia barabara, it was not of much importance juu haina economical effect to that to this side of the town. Yeah, so she's a failure. And another thing, inauliza tu siko ubaya, but kwani Ruto ndo marketing scheme ya wa MPs wetu? Juu yeye akikataa, naona sasa ndio MPs wanajua sasa wako wrong. But kama Ruto hajakataa kitu, then it means the MPs are right. Hiyo kitu kwanza mimi nasikianga imenikasirisha vibaya sana. As in kwani who are the MPs representing? I thought mimi nikienda kupiga kura yangu nilijua kwamba nenda kumpigia MP wangu ili aende kunirepresent pale kwa parliament kwa zile shida ambazo tunazo kama sisi watu wa constituency yetu. But it's the direct opposite. Nasikia kwamba kuna MP fulani hapa tu kwa social media aliulizwa, who are you representing, the president ama the people? And the lady na kujigamba hiyo yote alisema kwamba yeye ana represent the president. She is working for the president. Sisi tulimchagua sisi, lakini anamfanyia rais kazi. Who does that? Okay, alafu pia nimeanza kufikiria kwamba wale watu ambao tunawachagua kiakili ni kama kuna venye wako kwa kiwango ya chini. For example, kama saizi Oscar alivote yes, Oscar Sudi alivote yes for the bill. The man knows nothing. I'm very very sure ukikalisha Oscar Sudi saizi mwambie pesa zako zinatoka wapi, huyu jamaa hataelewa kenye utakuwa umemuuliza. And if I'm wrong, naomba nikapata kucorrectiwa. So mimi kusema tu kweli, hizi njia ambayo serikali yetu inapitia, mimi kwanza sikubaliani nayo. Na kwa zile vitu ambazo mimi naweza zitoa kwamba zikapate kupitishwa, kwanza mimi ni mkazi wa upande wa Huruma, saidi ya Kakoya. Kitu ya kwanza naweza sema ni wakati kuishughulikia sehemu ya the health sector. Tuko na hospitali kwa maeneo mingi sana hiyo Singishu, lakini hatuna dawa ambazo zinakuja kwa hospitali zetu huku chini. Madaktari ambao wanafanya kazi katika hizo viwanda wanaziuza. Mara kwa mara nimeenda kwa hizo hospitali nataka kutibiwa, nafika huko naambiwa hakuna dawa sasa hii utaenda ununue kwa chemist. Alafu ukiangalia kwa the gazette ya farm ya kudistribute madawa Kenya, wanasema kwamba hakuna hospitali ambayo hajapokea dawa. That is very ironical. Another thing is corruption. Siko baya, lakini najua wengi wenu hapa hivi mnaweza bea kwamba Kenya ambacho nasema ni ukweli. Another thing is corruption. Ni watu wangapi hapo hivyo wameenda kujaribu kuishughulikia birth certificate kwa ofisi za county, alafu kwa turned down just because they are not Nandi? Ni watu wangapi? A lot of them. And the funny thing is that apart from the Nandis that are from this place, the people from the Nandi region, sasa the county, Nandi county, pia wanakuwa biased too. It is very very ironical. Tribalism in our county, it is in another level. Na mimi kwanza hiyo kitu inanikasirisha vibaya sana. For example, kama saizi nina rafiki yangu ambayo ametaka kuajiriwa upande huu kwa upande wa daktari. My friend has a masters in medicine. Alienda kuomba kazi upande huu, alafu kenye ilifanyika ni kwamba wali turn down kumemploy, alafu akamemploy yule ambao alikuwa na kiwango ya chini kabisa ya masomo ya udaktari, juu tu alikuwa wa tribe ya huko. Okay, hata niulize swali. Mtu kukuwa Mjaluo na unaishi Uasin Gishu, inamaanisha kwamba huwezi pata kuandikwa kazi na serikali huko hivi? That is just a question. Alafu mimi mtu asiniambie kwamba kuna MP ambaye amefanya kazi nzuri katika hii county. No. Mimi sidhani. For example kama Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi ni juzi nimemwona akifanya kazi ya kukua manamba kwa gari. Juzi amekuwa manamba. Someone sijara anaweza kusema aje. Alafu saizi ana attend gathering na more than 30 luxury vehicles. Yeye anaendeshwa saizi na Range Rover. Gari yenye bei yake ni karibu 20 million kwenda juu. Alafu anafuata na Prado kadhaa. Anaenda kwa makanisa, alafu ana donate more than 20 million, sometimes 20 million. Utadonate aje 20 million every Sunday in a month? Unatoa wapi 80 million ya kugive freely to the people? How do you do? How unafanya aje hivyo? Nimejaribu kutafuta zile kazi ambazo Oscar Sudi anazishikilia, ndio tuseme kwamba hapo hivyo ndo anakulia pesa yake, nikakosa. Yeah, so mimi kwanza sikubaliani nao watu kabisa. Alafu pia serikali yetu iko na njia ya kufinyilia zile kampuni ambazo ziko salama na wananchi. For example, kuna hii kampuni yenye imekuja inaitwa Coco. Hii kampuni ilikuja kusaidia wale watu ambao hawawezi kununua gas. Sasa Coco ilikuja, alafu hiyo kanista moja ilikuwa inauzwa na 170 shillings. Saizi imegongwa na serikali mpaka wameban the fuel yenye inafaa kutumika kuichoma ndio watu waipike. Saizi inauzwa na shilingi 280. Yaani kabisa serikali yetu imeamua kugonga zile viwanda ambazo zinasaidia wale watu ambao hawana pesa. Yeah, so mimi kenye naweza sema ni naona wakati wangu pia imeisha. Kenye naweza sema ni hii generation, wacha tutengeneze a generation yenye iko na msimamo mzuri. To make sure tumepiga kura, to make sure tumeusimamisha ukabila, na to make sure pia tunawachagua viongozi si kwa sababu ya ukabila, lakini kwa sababu wanaweza kufanya kazi. Asante.
Thank you daktari. Gen Z Kenya ama Jeda, mmekuwa hapa for a while. Gen Z ama Jeda. Okay. Mariat, alafu tutaenda kwa Alista.
Okay, nashukuru. Unanipata? Ni Mariat, unanipata?
Yeah, proceed.
Okay, kitu ya kwanza kabla ni lodge my submission, ningependa nipeane a certain advice tu. Najua tunaweza kuwa tunasikizwa na wenye wametumwa na wakubwa wa serikali wenye tuliwachagua. First of all, the people want, there is a hashtag that's going on inaitwa ni Ruto must go. Na what are the advice? Sahi kama president anataka kujiokoa, he has got one thing. Anaweza dissolve parliament na asema it was doing bad legislation. Anaweza pewa second chance maybe. And the second thing, the parliament can impeach the president. It is under grounds that maybe ana interfere with an independent arm of government. That's hiyo parliament watakuwa wamepewa a second option by the people when you vote yes. Now, to my other thing, of speaking of independence of offices, ukiangalia chapter 15 of the constitution, ili create independent offices, the 2010 constitution. So the biggest office zenye zimekuwa to fail because they are asika laumu hizo ofisi, hizi maofisi zina fail kwa sababu hazina funding. When the budget is inawekwa hapo, huwa wananyimwa pesa ama inaletwa late. One office is the controller of budget office. This office kazi yake ni oversee na implement ile budget ya national na county government. Na kazi yake pia ni authorize withdrawal of public funds. Hiyo ni pesa yenye sisi tumeweka kwa taxes na licensing. The second office ni office of the auditor general. Anafanyanga kazi yake, kuna wakati amesema kazi yake na akashikwa akapelekwa akapatikana Mombasa kwa sababu ya something tofauti. Sikufuatilia hiyo wakati bado watu wako wamekasirika vizuri. So there is a person here mwenye amejaribu kuongea about recalling process. There is a site yenye ni inajiita recall.ke. Wame simplify, you log in with your the ID with your name, but can the IEBC accept such? So there are people out here, I am sure the people when walitengeneza hiyo website, they have not been paid, they did it out of their own will. So there are people here who are also willing to work with such offices like the Auditor General and the Control of Budget. Just semeni mnataka usaidizi. Hizi sites zitatengenezwa na personally nimefanya computer science na I know of so many people who can create. Wakati 2010 constitution ilikuwa imepromulgatiwa, hakukuwa na Facebook, haikuwa imesha gain hiyo nini yake. In fact even e-citizens hatukuwa na sophisticated systems like the e-citizen or even the KRA or e-teams, the KRA e-teams. So now we can create an application. It's very much possible with augmented reality, with VR, with so much. It's very possible to create an application yenye tunasema this is my MP. Kwa budget kumetengwa 150 million ya my constituency. So huyu MP amesema 100 million itaenda kwa development na 50 million zitaenda kwa education. It is very much possible kusema kila mtu wa hii constituency venye ulichukua ID na voter card, you log into such a system, tunajua unaenda shule gani, basari utareceive ngapi na umekuwa ukireceive aje, na it will be very much easier sisi kufuatilia on such systems, kujua hii 100 million ni kampuni gani ilipewa kudevelop barabara gani, hiyo barabara imefika wapi na wanataka nini, ndo maana ijaendelea ama itaendelea aje. It will be very much easier kutumia such system kufanya even kazi ya MPs. Waenda kwa bunge siku 2-3 kwa wiki, lakini unajua at the end of the month unalipo hiyo 1000 yako 200 without any issue, allowances na every other shit hapo ndani. So I wonder, these people are trying to frustrate people just to ensure that such systems are not kept in place. The most powerful office, the most powerful arm of government is the legislature. Kwa sababu hiyo sisi ndo tumeipea power. Ukiona mtu anakuambia pale ati nilivote yes and you must respect my decision, that's a foolish person. Sijui kama alipata hiyo degree yenye wanasema sijui, but that person ajui kazi yake kwa hiyo bunge ni kufanya nini. So these are the kind of people wenye wanafaa wanatolewa kwa bunge na kuambiwa fine. Hatukuweki kwa bunge ati juu umesoma ati uende utumekie decision. Tunakuweka kwa bunge ndio ukuje usikie our views. Sisi ni wajinga. Wao umeona tunatembea mguu tupu na umepelekewa pale, tumekwambia hapana, hatutaki viatu, tunataka kwanza suruali. So tupe hizo suruali kwanza, usituambia tunatupea viatu kwa sababu umeona tunataka kiatu na sisi tumekwambia tutaki kiatu, tunataka suruali. Naona nimeongea sana, naweza pea hii nafasi mtu mwingine aongee, ingine tutaongea wakati mwingine. Nashukuru.
Thank you. Guys, 3 minutes. Alista?
Yeah, thank you. Natumai mko sawa. Leo ni siku kama nyingine, lakini tunaomboleza wale waliopita. Tunashukuru Mungu kwa hii siku ya leo. Zaidi ya hapo, Kenya ni nchi ambayo haikosi pesa. We are, in fact, if you're very keen on the kind of cash you're producing in and out of the country, sisi ndio nambari 1 Afrika mzima. Sasa pesa zinatumiwa na vibaya na hawa wabunge, wanachukua wanaweka kwa other projects za nchi za nje, alafu nyinyi mnapewa makombo, yani mnarushiwa zile kidogo kidogo. There is so much money going around, but you don't have a finger on it because they have put their cronies and their proxies wawe wanakulia pale. Sisi hatuna chetu kwa sababu wamesimamia kila kitu hapo juu. Hizi protest vile zimeanza, they were not supposed to kill people. Ukiwa wewe ni askari, unafaa kufuata sheria mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Lakini hawa askari ambao wamewekwa kwetu kutulinda na kutuangalia, what they do, they have been subjected to poverty, extreme poverty. Ukiona nyumba zile ambazo askari wanaishi, hata wewe ukikaa ndani miezi miwili mitatu sita, miezi sita hivi, akili yako inaanza kuumia. Yani unaishi kwa mabati, zile the round mabati. Sasa huyo jamaa hana moral. When he is interacting with a normal human being in life, anapata ya kwamba he is of a lower caliber. Sasa akikuja kwenu, hakuji kwenu kuwalinda, anakuja kwenu kuwaumiza, yani because of the anger that they have harbored inside of them. Kitu kingine, I don't think we have a government. Kwa sababu wakati watu wameingia kwenye bunge, raia wakaingia kwenye bunge, alafu ile mess ambayo ilichukuliwa kutoka kwa bunge, vile ilichukuliwa, kisheria inamaanisha ya kwamba the government has been dissolved. Yani hatuna government as we speaking right now. So the person who is supposed to be in charge is the CDF, mkubwa wa jeshi. Ambie watu wote waende re-election, ndio wakati hiyo mess itapatikana, ama wakati watatengeneza mpya, ndio tunaanza tena mambo mengine upya. That is what people are not understanding, ya kwamba we don't have a government currently. Any other thing ya kwamba do not
Hey, mko na opinions na nusu. At least are you okay? Can we have who was there before? Maura?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, nasikika.
Yes, proceed.
Okay,
kindly use 4 minutes only.
Okay, maybe even less. Thank you. Mi yangu ni to congratulate our GenZ na nawaambia hongera sana na wakanyagie hapo na waendelee hapo. And something that I liked about this was that hawa ni watu hawana ukabila. You see, we haven't come to realize that having my people, ama Kikuyu, in particular from Gatundu, having our people from my person from Gatundu hakunifanya mimi niwe tajiri. There are people I know in my constituency in Gatundu South wanalala njaa. Na huko tumepata marais wawili, baba na mwana, Mzee Kenyatta na Uhuru. So hii mambo ya ukabila na nini, we should completely finish it. Again, nimeona Ruto ametoa wito, ameandika barua from Kosgei ati ya kwamba watu wa Bakudu wachague, they should select some people so that they can go and meet with the president. Please, Gen Z, na wale wanasikiza, don't fall for that trap. Msiende kukutana na Ruto. Hakuna kitu. Anasema ati ya kwamba we say how we fight corruption and everything. We know he's the most corrupt person. So how are we again going to tell him? We know what needs to be done. Corruption imalizike, wastage imalizike, na hii mikopo imalizike. He came to power promising people that he won't borrow again. Since he came to office, he has borrowed over almost 2 trillion. Zimeenda wapi hizi pesa? And he's still taxing us more. And finally, one thing that is making me more than happy about what's happening, I want the ground to be cleared so that the Kenya we can have a new leadership. A leadership that is going to make the environment conducive for businessmen and for investors, both the local and international investors. I'm an investor based in Switzerland, in Zug, Switzerland. Now, if now things becomes better now in Kenya, we who are outside, investors from Kenya who are outside, we will come back. We will come to invest at home together with our friends. We'll bring them there. But now, if you go through the finance bill, can you show me one thing? Just kitu kimoja tu about can make somebody like me as an investor to be attracted to come and bring my money home. There is nothing. Last year I said here and in another space that Ethiopia has now overtaken us. Last year they attracted a cool $3 billion in foreign direct investment. We are losing as a country, and this is because of we were the king of the region some years back. Now we are losing to Ethiopia, and maybe we might even in the next 5 years might lose to Tanzania. So this GenZ, they continue. Me, I don't even want to hear Ruto in office until 2027. It's too long. Hii miaka mingine sasa wataharibu hii taifa kabisa. Let's kick him out. Let's call our MPs. Let him go, and let's have a rule of law. And let us all know that and audit our debts so that we can know what we have paid and what we are not paid. Because there are a lot of questions as to how much exactly do we Kenyans owe both the local and the foreign lenders. There's a lot of questions about that. Things don't add up. Before we can do anything, let's have a national debt audit. Tujue tunadaiwa pesa ngapi, zilikopa wapi, zilikobwa lini, zilifanya nini na kila kitu, so that we cannot start paying back those debts. And also we can sit down if kama mzigo itatulemea sana, we can sit down as a businessman. If you always do that, you sit down with your creditors kama ni banks or international lenders, you tell them now, look here gentlemen, sahi hatuwezi kulipa, so can you give us an extension of period? Kama tuko to pay in 20 years, can you give us 40 years or 30 years? That way we are going to we can work out things. But don't give up in this fight. GenZ now wengine tuendelee hapo hapo, tukanyagie hapo hapo until Ruto gets out of office. He didn't have to kill our young children. Aliwa those GenZ, those little children in 20, some people in their 20s, others in their 18 years, 19 years old. They were killed for nothing. Had it get to it didn't have to go to this. If our MPs were really listening to us as wananchi, we had told them we don't want this thing. Wagenda wayangusha buge, hakuna mtu ageuawa, hakuna mali igaribiwa na nini na nini. But now you see, people have brought their lives. Pesa, those buildings that have been destroyed, we can bring them back. Tunaweza tengeneza stoko ingine, duka tunaweza jenga ingine. But those innocent Kenyans we have brought, we will never recover those human lives again. It couldn't have gone to this. So let's vote for people who are going to represent our issues in the parliament, but not the issues of the present. Thank you. Na be blessed all of in Kenya.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Amon, come
yeah, thank you, Bwana Koech, and thank you all the people inside here. Mine is just say that we congratulate the GenZ for the demos that we saw last week. It was a success, where the government saizi imefanya a self-reflection, and they can't rule guiltlessly, knowing that probably we have a generation of people wenye wanaomulika hawezi tu fanya venye wanafanya. That is why the president had to step down and try and have a conversation, acknowledge that probably they can't bulldoze things in the country. But at the same time, we need also to have a conversation, and we need to also tuangalie, we don't to do like an echo chamber where tunasema vitu just for the sake of it, because it's so that tufurahisha watu. We need to face the reality as a country. Probably yes, most of these politicians, most of these government officials are corrupt. They are irresponsible. The money that they are using, they're distributing, Kinasud, they're distributing, it is unacceptable in any democratic country, any developed country. That is unacceptable. We need to call them out, and I think this is some of the things that will cause triggers for these demos. Haikuwa tu probably the nini peke, haikuwa the finance bill peke, but these are some of the things where people go donate 20 million, 2 million, wanavaa saa za kila million. But also, as much as that, we also need other citizens. As much as tunasema, the finance bill imesha saizi, we need to step down. People, we need to be realistic, and we need to assess the situation. The country, we have a debt as a country. Now all this data, mtu uta Google, enda kwa National Treasury, utapata all those information. Tusikue like just for the sake of it, wanataka tufurahisha watu. We need to sit down. We have seen countries that wamekuwa na economic shutdown. Countries kama Venezuela, Ghana, Zambia, Sri Lanka, Argentina. These are countries wamekuwa crippled na debt. And for you to pay those debts, utafanya nini? You need to tax people. Tulifikaje hapa? Those are some of the questions we need to ask ourselves. Tulifikaje in such situation? Na tutajiondoaje? One, for a country to run, you borrow and you tax. Those are only two avenues. But saizi tuko tunafika away a situation where we can't borrow. So there are taxes. For example, maybe if you are a good, probably mtu umesoma economics, uta realize that in the 1990s, that was regarded as the lost decade. Why? Because tulikuwa tumeborrow a lot, tumetumia a lot of resources, and hatukuwa na capacity to run as a country. Ilibidi tutumie wapi? IMF. Unajua tunasema hatutaki IMF. People, we need to be realistic. countries are in the IMF kama uko sawa. You can't run to IMF if you are okay. You run to IMF to borrow money so that you can run as a country. IMF is a country, is a institution that lends you money and inakuregulate in a way that you recover, and inakuja na condition zake, because umekuwa spend money. Tulichukua a lot of billions, a lot of loans, a lot of debt kuja kufinance infrastructure. Saizi unajua tunasema atuone any infrastructure this government inafanya, but tulifika because what the previous regimes wali borrow a lot of money to invest in infrastructure that haikuwa an economic impact to the country. Tukafika hapa. For example, the SGR. What is the impact of SGR in the economy? Nothing. Money were being looted. Tuko hapa. So as much as unasema tunataka we are against everything, but what are the solutions as a country? Unashaka tu, for example, after this space mtu tenda tu kusoma about these countries, kina Venezuela, kina Ghana, Sri Lanka, Argentina, Zambia, all those countries, then kujione. Then for example we are saying, oh, this is a revolution, we want a revolution, we want to topple Ruto. Guys, we know what happened in the Arab Spring. Kulikuwa na Arab Spring across the Arab world. Kina Libya, Egypt, Syria, Sudan, Yemen. Tujiulize, after the toppling of those regimes, are they better now? This is a government that is democratically elected, and we know the processes.
Someone kindly wind up.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe, and for example, maybe let me finish by this. We have this issue, Nilisoma, the 391 report here, the Finance Committee report. And I can tell you guys, after those amendments, for me, after reading that and then being aware of the situation about the economic situation in the country, then I was of the view, for example, how can we protect the local industries? These are basic economic principles of economics, that you need to shield your local companies, local industries from other countries from dumping their excesses, multinational corporations from dumping their goods in the country. And that is why probably that is the reason why kulikuwa na tax for parts that are being imported, or central parts that are being imported, so that they can empower the local. I don't know kama if those were some of the things that tulisoma kwa economics. And wacha niseme tu, wacha minimalize hapo niseme it is everyone is entitled to their opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, true. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, and we welcome all divergent opinions. Ndio at least we have a conversation and ina make sense. Hatufai kuwa tumeside na side moja peke yake. Luffy and then Becky for gender balance. Any of you can take the mic. Just 4 minutes, guys.
Hello.
Okay.
Oh, at least nizanisikia, niko na issues za network. Okay, my first issue ni mimi nilisikia na watu watatu walikufailed. I don't know if that's true. Like other towns,
I don't have the statistics myself too.
Okay, like other towns, I think we should have inaitwa nini, candlelighting now. Sijasikia mkiongelea hiyo issue, by the way. Are you organizing something? There's nothing.
I don't know how to answer you because there is no organizer of anything here. We were just having a normal conversation. Na pia wewe unaweza tuambia maybe what you think about that.
Okay,
and maybe people can contribute.
Okay, I think first issue we should just I think we should concentrate on giving them a good send-off. Tunafaa organize your stuff, tuende tu peacefully tao, we do the candle lighting, and they also contribute towards their burial. Okay, another issue, nimerealize by this, sisi tunafikiria tuka baba zetu hapa hivi. Most of you people, you don't want to call a spade here. Like tuko zile za tuna massage ego za watu. Nasikia mwingine hapa anasema like Sudi is a good leader. Good leader what? Mwache ku massage ego, tuseme kitu zile. That's not a good leader, that's a thief. Na we should, like any other Kenyan, the way tumeamua, we should be doing what other Gen Zs are doing. I'm a millennial by the way, I'm not a Gen Z. But na feel ni kama sisi LD tuko tu na kauoga, like ako kauoga tumeingishwa kabisa, tunaogopa. For example, I've been posting stuff on Facebook, where WhatsApp. Jana nimepigwa na madhe by the way, she's like, unajua amesema wache kupost hizo stuff, oh they'll come for you, they'll do what. Like us, sisi kama wakala, I don't know if it's us Kalenjins, tunauziwa uoga haraka, I don't know. I think we should stand firm. We should call out bad leadership. Yeah, ni hivyo. Alafu one thing by then nimerealize, our parents don't understand why we are doing this. I think we should educate them. Tuambie we are making this noise so that this can be done. Like tuambie tu tunataka hiyo CAS positions are not necessary. Hiyo like all those things zenye zimekuwa stated, we put across our points, we try to explain to them, maybe they'll join us instead of going to town wakijaribu kutulani. Mi jana nimekuwa na shosh na ananiambia ulikuwa town, nikamwambia yes, akaniambia ni vizuri mmelaniwa, unajua mmelaniwa, and I was like sasa unakubali mlani ati when it comes to Ruto it comes first, wewe ukilaniwa sina shida. Like our parents hold politicians so dear to their hearts, they don't even care about us. Sijui kama hiyo kitu inawakasirisha kama mimi. I'm so mad by the way. And then hao watu wenye mnasema Ruto ni sijui kijana yetu. You are kijana yetu, lakini mbona unatuaibisha pale by the way? Why are you embarrassing us? Like kina Murkomen are doing shit stuff, kina Sudi, like a lot of challenging politicians, those are not leaders. They are just fucking us up, they are fucking the country up. And sisi bado tu tuko zile za ni kijana yetu. Mbona sisimame kama leader? Why doesn't he just stand like a leader, stand firm? He calls them out, awambia hapana, si hivyo, don't do this. Kitu ninanikasirisha nyingine ni alijua tu pesa ya Finland imeibiwa. It's not that he didn't know, the whole country knew it. Amejua all about ujinga za hao watu wa UG kwanza, but is not doing anything. Like mnanikasirisha mkijaribu kwa masaji kwa hao watu by the way. Si poa.
Thank you Becky. Luffy ama Brian?
I want to first and foremost say condolences to the family of the bereaved members who went to be with the Lord when they were on this demonstration. I want to say also all to the family.
Brian, sikii vizuri. Like volume yako iko chini kiasi.
Okay, let me raise. Is that okay? Hello?
Yeah, I think that is better.
Okay.
I think you go better.
Okay, thank you very much. I was saying
alafu unaweza mute Brian amalize kwanza.
Okay, nitamaliza saizi. I'll be
Hesbon. Ambia Hesbon.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity that you've given unto me. I was listening keenly and I've been following, although I'm a millennium. And the good thing about this forum is that it has brought us all together so that we can unite. And the first item that I want to say is to the speaker who went, who spoke last. That is, she said tumelaaniwa. This thing does not have kulaaniwa. How can you be laaniwa when you have not stolen anything? You have only come forth to say what you want, to express your concern. And you've been cheated for a very long time. And being cheated by these people, it is the same people that we are giving an opportunity to go and represent us at the parliament. How can they come and steal from us? And then they go to the roads and say, Tumelani. that is bullshit anyway. Number two is that I like our brothers from the left side. Our brothers from the left side, that is the Luo. There is someone who told me they have been in opposition since independence. And every time when a government comes in, they go express themselves in an event, they get an opportunity to have something. We are in the same Kenya. And we don't want to say it is only our people. I can say in Kalenjin, these people are ours. We've given you an opportunity to go and lead the country. It is not that to say we support you in everything, even up to corruption. As I conclude, is we should come with a strategy of how to go about these demonstrations or something we are agitating for, maybe one by one. Number one is, from my own point of view, maybe we can go to MPs and say, because this thing we told MPs to not to sign, and they went ahead and they signed it. We can say, let's remove this position of MPs and then we call for their re-election, probably. And if that one is accepted, and the one comes in, another bill is given, and they go to Chesa Kidogo, then we can say now, this is not the time to point on the MPs. Let's go for the next top ladder. Then we climb up, we go for the bigger seats, and then to the county governments as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seth. Then we can have Luffy. Luffy, I don't know if you're going to speak because you have been here. Nimekupea chance na you're not taking the mic. Seth?
Yes, nakusikia.
Proceed. Just use 3 or 4 minutes, my brother.
Okay, so concerning the demonstrations that happened in Eldoret and the entire Kenya, first of all, let me congratulate the GenZs and the millennials. But may it be understood that it's not only the GenZs and the millennials who are in this struggle. And number two,
kuna msee anaongea, excuse me kidogo tu, hata nikukatwa. Kuna mtu anaongea kwa background hapo kwa amezima mic yake.
Unipati?
Go ahead sir.
Okay,
go ahead. Kuna mtu alikuwa amewasha.
Okay, number two, I would like to maybe analyze the demonstrations using political science lenses. The demonstrations that took place in Eldoret, there are those who are honestly demonstrating against the bill. In the process, there are also people who came up with their own things, which were not actually directed at the bill. For example, why would we ban our library? A library that has produced many people, some of us did not even have school fees to take us to college. We would go to CASNEB exams, get into the library, study, sit for this exam, and that. Now I'm surprised that young people would do something like that. It is something that I've not understood. Now, number two, in as much as we are advocating for our rights, I fail to understand how destruction of timber is related to the bill. And okay, in my own perspective, I think there is amongst our chief politicians who could have taken advantage of the whole situation to maybe attack one of them. So mimi nitasema, as we are advocating for our rights, let's try and remain objective and respect certain things. Hakuna haja ya kudestroy kitu kama library. Otherwise, let's continue in the struggle. We are there. We must make our country good, a country that will be proud of, advocate for good governance. Thank you so much. Invite you on a president. Let's consider the options. This is the only country we have. Thank you.
Brian Osiemo. Osiema, I mean. Are you there? Oh, Brian, you have a bad speaker. Brian, can you mute? You'll have to come back because your speaker is not good. Who do we have? Wilson, kindly just use 3 or 4 minutes. Masai Mesonga.
Can you hear me now?
Who is speaking, Brian?
Yes, can you hear me?
Abel, can you help me?
Brian, make your submissions. I can hear you.
Okay. Guys, mi ningependa tu kuwasalimia kwanza na kusema congratulations for all of you guys who participated.
Brian, Brian kidogo tu. Then remember to take like 4 minutes. Tunataka kila mtu apate a chance. Ndio nasikia time imekuwa late, a little bit late.
Sawa, I'm going to take 4 minutes. It's 10:34. So 10:38 tulikuwa tushamaliza. So, congratulations for all those people who participated na pole kwa families wenye walipata msiba. We are with tuko na nyinyi nyote pamoja. Mimi kenye ningependa kusema is that naona hapa you guys are talking about Eldoret demonstrations. First, I want to compare mostly Eldoret with other towns. Eldoret is a growing town, but it has not been growing kindly very well ama haraka simply because of some of the policies ama because of the leadership you guys mko nayo the other side. Na it's high time vijana sahi waamke and they ask what is right, because me what I've always been advocating for is regardless whether you are my tribe or not, but if you have been given an opportunity you need to serve us, whether you are my brother, whether you are my sister, but you are not doing the real opportunity. Hiyo kazi nimepewa ufanye, kama uifanye vizuri, we always raise our voice. So mi ningependa kuambia vijana, kama mnaona something not happening well, you need to raise your voice, but the use of kuvunja mali, I don't support that. We can, like the first demonstration was peaceful. Ubaya tu viongozi wetu ndio walipuzilia, that's why people had a lot of anger. But as we are moving forward, let's have a peaceful demonstration where we don't haribu mali ya mtu yote, because wenye tunaharibia mali wameandika watu, some of us kazi hapo ndio wale pia wanapata chakula zao. Nasikia that the president has invited the youth. My question is, why wait that long time is when you invite them after them demonstrating? So me, it is a political con which youths who are raising the joining questions wanaenda kuwa diluted with that call, because if you see the people who are leading the invitation, even online, some of them you are seeing them, they are older people, some of them who vied, some of them who failed, and some of them who are working in the government. So me, what I could just say is the only conversation that people should be having, we should be having it per county, where the county of maybe Eldoret or other counties wanna raise, then we come up with a solution. But the things the youth have been raising is matters of corruption, matters of debt, matters of integrity in our leadership. Those are the things youths wanna raise sana, and job. The government in place have not been inspiring youths when it comes to matters of jobs. So mimi Kenya nataka kuambia vijana na also fighting corruption. Moso nyinyi watu Eldoret, we need to see Mandago aingizwe ndani. Mandago alikula pesa ya wazazi wenyu na amtu kuona mukidemonstrate. Kama president atawaita, make sure that Mandago aende nyuma ya jela, aenda fungwe, aregeshe pesa kwa wazazi. Those youths were really crying, and it was painful for us other parts who are coming from other parts of Kenya kuona kitu kama ile ilifanyika. So you guys need to raise that. Time imenekata. Asante.
Wilson.
Thank you, Brian.
Ama nani anafaa kuongea bado?
Sioni kama kuna, naona Oscar ameraise mkono na
Can I
Vicky ana mic. Oscar can go first.
Should I continue?
Abel.
Oh, let's have Wilson alafu
maybe
tutahave that lady
given,
mwenye anaongea.
yes, maybe cannot be also considered.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
My name is Wilson.
Okay. Haraka 4 minutes.
Sawa, asante. I think my name is Wilson. I am a millennium from Lodwar, Turkana. I think I want to appreciate whatever we're doing today, and that our country is taking the right trajectory. And mine was just to appreciate Kenyans who were able to make their voices louder in terms of ensuring that their resources were made better. So it was just a compliment I wanted to make. So I'll keep listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. Next kuna lady aliongea. Let's have the lady. Alafu next nitachoose Oscar. Oscar, you can go ahead, sisikii kama huyo lady. Sikuona jina yake. Go ahead, Oscar.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Alafu 4 minutes tafadhali.
Okay, am I audible?
Yeah, nakusikia.
Thank you, Abel. My name is Oscar. I used to reside in Eldoret, but at the moment I'm in Meru. First, I'd like to condole with the families of those who passed, and I'd like to wish quick recovery for those who got injured during the demos. Second, I'd like to congratulate my MP. He voted no, Nabi Nabwe from Lugari, and I will really try to advocate, or really try to tell guys, I think they should try and see the clips when he was trying to really fight against that bill. That guy really tried. Third, it's the obvious one. Ruto must go. He's a liar. Hii ndio ile msemo unasema unapata chui kwa msituni, unaichukua, unaichunga, ikikuwa kubwa inakukula. Is the perfect example of that. Another thing is our legislature is compromised. Actually, there's no way the legislature and the executive can be sleeping on the same bed. Once that happens, ndio unaona shida kama hizi tuna have, and it's really not helping us in any way. Another thing I'll say is, I think Ruto has failed us ever since he took the government, kwa sababu the people who supposed to advise him, I think alikuwa anachagua people based on friendship and not their capabilities or merit. I'll give a very good example. You see the CS for infrastructure. That docket needs an engineer, and he decided to put there a lawyer. So how does he carry out his job? Ministry of Health, we had competent people, more qualified than the lady, but he chose, he saw the lady was fit. But for me, I think he failed. The lady has failed us terribly. So it's high time we call these people by their names and by their actions, so that they are accountable for what they do. And if any of these people are listening, they should just know they have failed us terribly, and they only have one chance to make amends. Lastly, it's about this corruption issue. Actually, this thing has been here for a very long time, and these bodies that are supposed to be helping us tame corruption, they're really not doing much. They're getting funds, and we're not seeing them. Actually, I think we should do this thing as, let me see, I'm trying to get a better word. You get paid for what you've worked for. If it's for EACC, you're being told the more arrests you make with proper evidence, you get 10% from all those arrests. Hizo ndio pesa zitaku finance kwa hiyo ofisi yenyu. You'll be given maybe for a starters. Mwambie okay, we are giving you finance for maybe a year. From there, you guys will be looking for your own money. So if there is a case that has graft somewhere, it's you to make sure that hiyo case iko na concrete evidence. Huyo jamaa ashikwe, kama ni kufungwa ambiwe alipe, kama ni vitu zake ziuzwe. If he stole $1 billion, he should return $1 billion plus interest. Then from that you tell, unaambia okay, hiyo pesa mtakuwa mnachukua 10% ya hiyo pesa mtakuwa mna recover. That is what will be running your offices. The same to judiciary. You cannot be giving people money and you're not seeing the outcome of it. So any other stakeholder yenye inahusika, especially giving us the services, especially kutafuta mambo ya corruption and what have you, they really need to step up and they really need to work for that money. We cannot be giving the money and we're not seeing what the money is doing. So they need to work for it so that in future tusikuwa na kesi kama ya Kinobado, you steal $1 billion and you're being told to return 200 and I don't know how much. That's like a slap in the face and ni madhara kubwa sana kwa the Kenyan community. I'd really like to appreciate the hosts and really like to thank you all for listening. Thank you.
All right, thank you Oscar. Let's have Hesbon, alafu kwa mwanza Hesbon akimaliza, alafu Dr. Toet mfuatane hivyo. 4 minutes kila mtu.
Thank you for giving me this chance. Jina ni Hesbon vile umesema, lakini sikai Eldoret, niko Nairobi. Kwanza kabisa na kondola wenzetu wenye walipoteza maisha yao, na pia napongeza wote wenye walijitokeza kwa hiyo siku ya maandamano, na mimi pia nilikuwa mmoja wao. Juu hizo siku kwanza nilikuwa na chapa hofu kazini, ninashiriki na wengine maandamano. Lakini kwa vyote pia mimi kilichonikera, kulikuwa na wale wenye lengo lao ilikuwa ni kuharibu mali ya watu. Kuna wengine nilisudia walikuwa wanafunja duka za watu, wanapora mali, wakapora manguo nikiona, lakini ilikuwa ni kundi fulani. Okay. Na jambo lingine, kitu ya kwanza mimi napongeza kwanza, na ningeomba sana tuone njia zenye tunaweza fuata to make sure huyu Ruto ameenda nyumbani. Sijafurahishwa hata kidogo na uongozi wake. Mambo mengi sana yananikera, hasa hii mambo ya housing levy. Mara ya kwanza alianza vizuri kusema kwamba tutakuwa tunakatwa hiyo 3% after tuseme kama after your retirement. Kuna vile alikuwa amesema unaweza claim hiyo pesa yako urudishiwe, lakini pia akaenda sofa akasema kwamba hiyo pesa akairudisha kuwa tax, kwamba hakuna mahali popote utaenda kuclaim hiyo pesa kwenda mbeleni. Akasema kwamba hello, sijui kama mnanisikia wenzangu. Hello, are you getting me?
Tunakusikia. Jaribu kusummarize tafadhali, alafu tupatie kila mtu mwenye ako na mic space.
Okay, nina mengi ambayo yananikera kwa uongozi wake in short. Na pia kitu kingine ni kama tulienda kuna wengine wamesahau kwanza kusalimia hawa wabunge wetu wenye walienda kinyume na sisi. Kama kuna mmoja wetu kutoka kule nyumbani anaitwa Osoro, wenye anasema hata saa hii pia angelikuwa bungeni angevote yes. So ni kama haoni effect yoyote. So turudi pia tujaribu kuwasalimia wenzetu na hawa kara wenye waliwa watu wetu bure wenye walikuwa na protest peacefully, pia tuwakumbuke, tuendelee kuwasalimia. Yangu ni hao machache. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks kwa mwanza, alafu next tulikuwa na mtu alikuwa anataka kuni. But go ahead, simuone bado.
Good evening everyone. My name is Kevin Omwanza. First of all, I send my condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones. These people are your friends. So poleni sana. And secondly, congratulations to all of us. Thanks to all of you. We now have a conversation on how we can reform our country, reform our institutions, and chart a new path forward. I have three things that I want to speak to. One, it would be the objectives of this movement, and the second thing would be our debt, and then the third thing that I would want to speak about would be our voting habits. So let me start with our goals. For a few days I've been seeing this hashtag trending, Ruto must go, which I very much agree with. But I would encourage us to be more realistic in our goals in terms of our objectives. I would want, if it was up to me, and I would urge you to consider this, maybe we should push for the dissolution of parliament. Let's push first for a reconstitution of the IBC so that we know that the body that undertakes elections in this country is properly constituted, and then we have parliament dissolved. Once parliament is dissolved, then we will have an election in every of our constituency, and then we will vote into parliament members of parliament that will hold the executive accountable. If we have a vibrant parliament that knows its job, that its job is to check the excesses of the executive, then we can even stop worrying about Ruto. Because there is this man that said that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It doesn't matter who is the president. If our parliament is weak, that person will become a dictator. So let's first ensure that we have the right people in parliament. Ruto, we can deal with him anytime, including 2027. But our interests will only be safeguarded when we have the right people as our MPs, as a member of representatives in parliament. The second thing is, in terms of our debt, the sovereign debt that we have, what we owe the World Bank, what we owe the IMF, what we owe other countries like China and everything. Once we have structures to have this conversation, I would hope that all of us will push for us to have a sovereign debt audit. We know what we owe and how we came to owing it. Because sometimes when you read, there is this book called The Confessions of an Economic Hitman, the way these debts were incurred is very suspect. Sometimes they send people to blackmail the people that make decisions. Sometimes they assassinate, they threaten these people. So you will realize that over time, how the debt was incurred, it was by overriding the will of the people or the will of the person who was making a decision on behalf of the people. When we have a sovereign debt audit and we know how a certain debt was incurred, then as a people we can decide and say, no, this debt, we will not honor it. This debt was incurred vizuri, we know where the money went and everything. Hii tunaweza lipa. This debt was incurred, some individuals took this money, it's here and here. Those individuals become responsible. Now, on to the third point, how do we vote? Every election cycle, we get these politicians, the MPs, the senators, governors, even the president, having to give us a handout for us to make a decision at the ballot box. Sometimes these are the consequences of poor voting habits. When we are bought to elect certain individuals into power, that 1,000 shillings has a lot of consequences. It's really costly because then you get an MP who will be bought for 10,000 by the president to pass a certain bill that is against the will of the people. So if we can become more conscientious when we go to the ballot boxes every election cycle, then we'll not be having these problems mid-term. I thank you all, and may we all be blessed, and may we all keep the spirit until we gain the fruits of this struggle. Thank you.
Hello, can I
who was next?
Can I proceed?
Okay. Kindly use 3 or 4 minutes maximum.
Okay, thank you very much, Abel, as the host. My name is Samson. I'm from Migori, and I would want to pass my condolence to the heroes who have fallen, and also appreciate the heroes who went to the street. And it was really touching. I was able to join them in Nyeri. I'm working in Nyeri. Now the following are my agendas. I'll be able to take the short time. The first agenda, I will ask all of us to color the country black. I know we have a schedule of mourning the fallen soldiers. I will ask all the hosts to share at least a template of the t-shirt that we should print, and even the schedules of when we should go to the street and how we can go to have a vigil of candle lighting. We can do it different time, at different places or different time, or different town can have their own schedule. But in the course of the week of the burial, we should make sure that the entire nation feel the pain. We want to tear, we want to tear down, we want to cry, but we can do it in a very, very organized manner. So let us have a template so that cut across the whole country, and even how we are going to carry out ourselves in the morning, or on the day of burial, how we are going to maybe close our mouths or tie up our mouths using a black, a black template or something of that kind, so that we can send a message. So maybe I kindly ask the host to come up with a schedule, even a template of a t-shirt that we should have on a vigil of a candle lighting. The second one, let us be consistent on our target. The way the previous speakers explained. For my side, I believe I know what right now we are collecting our views, and I am concurring with the previous speaker. The first thing, we should now call for IBC. After that, we have to call for recall of our APs. Once we have recalled them, we'll have our new leaders. Once we have strong leaders who understand the pain and the oozing of our Kenya, we are able to start impeachment of the CSS through the leaders, the new leaders who have not bed with the government, who has not, shared a plate with the politicians. Once we call all the CSS, I know the 2027 will be almost. We need a referendum. The cure to what we are ailing from is the bloated expenditure. We want to scrap the abnormal payment of the MPs. We want to scrap some of the irrelevant position in our country. We cannot, this is a small country, we cannot be governed by over 300 members of parliament. We want to scrap the position of the women rep, the position of the CSS. We cannot allow the creation of unconstitutional offices. We want to amend our constitution. And the only way we can amend our constitution and even reference, to put a cap on the payment of our members of parliament, our CSS, if they will be there, is having a strong constitutions which explain and which put framework of nomination of any other position in the country. We want to remove the position of the Speaker of National Assembly and the Senate from politics. They should be purely recruited through Public Service Commission. We need a new leadership. So once 2027 comes, as my previous speaker said, let us have vote. If we can even make sure that even all the colleges be a voting station, not that during the voting day they are sent home. Some of them do not even have fare. Some of them have other agendas. We end up losing youths from a voting line. We want to make sure that even our colleges, our campuses are given enough security to vote. We don't need to break. We will refuse that. We will vote where we are. Then after voting, we'll have a good constitution which improves accountability, reduce loopholes. And lastly, we have been called to provide 2 leaders. We were 22 million on the street. 2 cannot present us. Let us avoid the call of Ruto. Let us be smart. Let us consistent. We can get our soul. This is the best way we can go to have a new Kenya. No negotiation. That is when we will start, having handouts, and that will be a trap. Let us keep, and the Kenya will be a new Kenya. I've shared this. Maybe someone is writing. IBC, recall, new leaders, impeachment of CS, referendum. We'll have a new leaders, and we'll have a system. Young Kenya. Brevivo. I believe I've passed my information well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dongo. Lightoriats, make your submissions maybe within 2 or 3 minutes.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Habari zenyu, mko poa?
Kabisa, labda wewe.
I'm amazing. Guys, I just wanted to applaud you guys for what you're doing back at home. You're doing us great, and we really wish we were together with you guys so that we can be able to share this burden together. So far, so good. I was happy on Tuesday that we were able to hear our views and peacefully demonstrate. However, it was hijacked. Mi natoka Eldoret, and I know how Eldoret, the atmosphere can change at any given time, and it really changes. But I'm saddened with our parents, how we are able to get our parents wanaanza kudanganywa na pesa kidogo, they come to town na marungu. I don't understand. Honestly, are we forgetting so fast zile vitu tumefanyiwa na hii serikali? We voted William Ruto tukiwa tunajua ni mtu wetu. It's very sad that these things are happening in our own municipality. Ni vibaya sana. What are we showing to the world? That we are tribal or what? Imagine bringing people from uko Ziwa. Tunakuja kuonyesha nini watu? For real. Mpaka ati tunaanza kufanya matambiko. It's unfair. We are speaking for each and every one of us. This thing is affecting all of us. I don't know. Hakuna mtu leo Nairobi atanunua mkate at a different price. Eldoret tununua at a different price. The price will be the same, equally the same. Guys, if you travel out of the country today, you will realize that sisi ndio tuko na shida. We have a very big problem in our country. A very big problem. A lot of leaders here outside the country don't use taxpayers' money vibaya. But all of us tunaangalia nyumbani, napata watu wanatumia magari kubwa kubwa. Ambassadors huku nje they don't use big cars, my friend. It's very sad that tuna embezzle funds zetu. Instead of helping us to grow, people misuse our funds. Also, I was to address something on export labor. We should be creating opportunities for our people. We should be creating opportunities for each and every one of us. Hapo nyumbani, we need to build our country. But we find ourselves tunaambiwa tunadanganywa tutoka huko nje tutafute makazi. My friend, life huko nje si mzuri. I'm telling you. It's easy to say that it's easy to go and work outside. But the moment that you go outside, that is when you realize, oh, home is better. So I would keep and urge you guys that tuendelee tufanye hivi. Some of us are coming back home, we're coming back home, and we are going to fight together. May God bless our country. Na tusisahau story ya Finland, tusisahau wale watu wamekoni.
I think sometimes we overthink, we overreact, and we do not take time to understand the gist of the problem we have as a country. Opinions that are put here are opinions from Africa Center for Diplomatic Affairs. We look forward to a country and a continent that has one of the most formidable opinion leaders, opinion shapers, and as peace that we need for prosperity. Number one, Kenya's problem is unto themselves. We as Kenyans, we invite problems unto us. Problems don't call us, we call the problems. Why am I saying we invite problems? We have the people we call as members of parliament. And in one of the clips they played here, someone eloquently said they have three roles. but for some reason, we never hold them accountable. How many times do we hold our members of parliament accountable? Almost none. So it seems that members of parliament work for the executive. It is not just in this government. We even saw in the last government what happened with the security bill, for example. The finance bill of last government, we saw what it meant and what it was in parliament. So we never hold our MPs accountable. And that is why they have taken their electorates for a ride. Let me respond to something that the last speaker did mention. I think it was Mohammed who mentioned it, that there is already a letter from the government that has outlined the agenda and what they expect the dialogue to take, the direction they expect the dialogue to take. May I say this? In any form of dialogue, which we pride ourselves in doing at the organization, in any form of dialogue, every side puts forward their agenda and their expected outcome. That doesn't stop anyone from also putting forward their agenda and expected outcome. The response that should come from the youth is a response that also has a list of demands should that dialogue, for the dialogue purposes. You want a dialogue? Yes. In response to this letter, we are saying we need to discuss 1, 2, 3. The problem we have in this country is not Ruto's problem, is not Kenya Kwanza's problem. The problem we have in this country is endemic and systemic. If we can quickly remember when one of the people, now I see Gen Z and the young people in this country are calling out to come and help in terms of being elected as president, Matiang'i, when he was Minister for Education, Matiang'i did say that he's being jeopardized by people in the ministry. So at some point he felt he would fail to deliver because there were, and they called them cartels in the Ministry of Education. When Magoha came, Magoha made it even more pronounced. He said, there are individuals who have been here for ages and they are the cartels who are jeopardizing my work. So you realize that it is not, you can take one of the best people to lead this country, you can take one of the best people to lead a ministry, but they might end up failing. Now, on to other matters. Now, it is the call has now left the path of reject. The call is now Ruto must go. And I want to pose the following question. If Ruto goes, then what? What and from which nation are we copying? And from which nation don't we want to copy? History within Africa, you can search and research and research. It takes a minimum of 30 years for a country that has gone under a revolution or a country that has gone under a military coup to recover. 30 years. In fact, to some, they never recover completely. Case in point is Somalia. I don't know if Uganda ever recovered. So, I'm not saying you stop what you're doing. I'm saying, if he goes, do you have plan B? Or should he just go, and then after he goes, then you don't know what next? And to my second point.
If you don't mind, that is Africa Center. I will allow you to land at that point. I'll give you another opportunity to come and prosecute your issues. We still have a lot of people waiting, but you raise fundamental issues, including then what next? We have seen countries that have gone through that path, and if we are good students of history, we'll be asking very serious questions. Atieno.
Hi, Mizani. I hope all of you can hear me.
Kindly proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
First of all, I think Africa. The other speaker that was talking was raising very valid points, and you cut him short. I wish you could have just let him finish for digestion, but that was too short. So I've been taking notes of the pertinent issues that have been raised throughout these conversations since it started from 9:30. We've had a very intensive talk here. The problem that we are facing as a country is lack of accountability. That is the main issue that is eating us as a country. Lack of accountability. We never put our leaders to accountability because, number one, we are scared to talk.
Atieno, could you settle your microphone? We are having some serious interruption.
Okay, hold on.
Or maybe use handset free.
Okay. Me?
Yes, kindly proceed.
So, as I was saying, the problems we are facing as a country right now is lack of accountability. We never put our leaders to accountability because we are scared as a nation to face our leaders. And probably I can say that comes from our background, from the kind of parents we had growing up. But pertinent issues that need to be raised here are, among them, I have noted down corruption, not going against court orders, police brutality. We have healthcare, we have education, we have employment, the taxes, political assassinations, and then we have the three arms of the government: executive, judiciary, and legislature. Then somebody raised about the qualities that we need in the government are good government, good governance, integrity, vision, and honesty. Now, you said, Mizani, that you think Ruto should not be taken out of power. Now, if we want accountability is something that a leader that has been in politics for the past 30 years, he should have mastered. We have noticed we have a very rogue leader. We have a leader that is vengeful. We have a leader that is very tough-headed, a hard nut to crack. And the only way we can do this is actually, like I said, I think 2 days ago, is we start by uprooting. We cannot remove a leader without us taking care of the people that surround him. Who are the people that surround him? One, we have his entire team. And when I speak of his entire team, I basically mean even those ones that are in Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza government. Especially those people that have a track record of murder, track record of corruption, track record of they have brought a lot of shame to the nation. Those are the people that we need to start getting rid of. Then we move to the MPs. Now those are the people that he's actually relying on at this point. And the church, we have a praying mantis for a leader. Our leader can pray and cry. So if you want to get rid of those people, those are the things that we need to do. You asked a question that and that is what I want to finish with. Do we think we can hold a space whereby the president comes to address our issues? And I am saying yes, and we need to push for that. I have seen the heat has slowed down because, I don't know, probably we are tired of pushing for this because of the abductions, the killings. We're scared that the next minute utagongewa mlango and you're on your feet, you want to run away and something. What we must be pushing is for us to be addressed on this space. The president has sufficient internet. Let those undersea cables be eaten by sharks. Safaricom will sort it out. And in fact, among the people that we need to start calling out as at now is Safaricom itself. Among the people that you need to call out is MPs, the church, corporations that are helping the government to actually practice this type of injustices among humans. The police is our biggest enemy as at now. And if you are married, related, or affiliated to any police, you should be always looking at your shoulders, over your shoulders, because they are your biggest enemy. So yes, Ruto must come and address us on an X space. He should be here to listen to us. And if you're going to give him a platform, he should all the questions that we're going to address, he should be the one answering. Hata kama atakaa hapo ndani yeye na Itumbi na ChatGPT yake, he should be held accountable. Question per questions, 100 questions if necessary, let him answer it, let it be aired on a national television that there's an expert that is ongoing and that needs to be addressed. Especially these issues of abductions, we have been silenced too much. Let's stop the fear. He is our president. I personally casted a vote. Yes, I did cast against the opposition, but to me, I really had high hopes. I had things I was expecting from him as a leader. There were things at stake. For instance, we have a whole geothermal corporation that is being set up in Ethiopia. We needed such things. We need somebody to actually control it. Kenya was at a better position to do that. We had a lot at stake, and he actually was very reluctant. He started campaigning the moment he won. I have not seen any kind of development they have done in the past 2 years except for looting. And then we have leaders like Kina Osoro that are now insulting our intelligence. And the issue
30 seconds for you.
So generally that is how I'm going to finish it. He needs to be called to these experts, and that is the only thing we're going to rally as at now. Let him come here and address us as people. Thank you.
You know, accountability is a very serious issue, and it's a very serious ask that most of the time we never get to find answers to. And often than not, we have moments that we hear political statements, but equally listen to things that will send a freeze to your spine. Now, if we were to talk about accountability, let's just question, how did this miss our ears?
Mheshimiwa Ruto alikuwa kwa serikali, ilikuwa na suruali kama hivi, pamoja na Mheshimiwa Marehemu George Kabembe. Wakati kijana mmoja ambaye alikuwa kwa wale ambao walikuwa wametumwa, alikuja akachapa mshale kwa gari yangu, George Kabembe alitoka mbio akapata huyo kijana, akamwangukia kwa miguu akashika. Sisi tulikuwa tunafikiri tumeshika mtu, lakini huyo kijana rafiki yangu ndio nikaelewa ana damu ya kuuma, alienda akageuza jimbo yake akapoa huyo kijana. Wale mlikuwa zamani unakumbuka yule alikuwa huyo kijana alikuwa deputy president.
That is former Lugari Member of Parliament Cyrus Jirongo. Some strange public address where he goes to mention uncomfortable truth. We have Howard with us, we have Ishmael. I'll go with Ishmael.
Mizani, just a second.
Sorry, Ishmael, let's have Rubble. Quick.
That maybe most people didn't hear it.
The facts, I will work on the audio and represent it, if you don't mind.
That's okay, all right.
Let's have Ishmael.
Mizani, 4 quick points. The first point, congratulations Mizani, because I saw you are one of the lights who you have been talking about the national and governance issue, and I saw your contribution towards the bill, but now the bill has been rejected. We are happy for it. Congratulations again. It takes a lot of resilience. Number 2, condolence to the dead comrades. Whatever you guys will decide, the GenZs, please talk about their compensation and the victims who have been named. Number 3, I'm happy for this space. This space now seems to be balanced. I was waiting for this time. I'll call it phase 2, when the tempers are going down and you can now begin to see the path forward. Because in other spaces people are very heated, but at least here we are having African Center for Diplomacy, we are having you Mizani and Obeds. The kind of the environment is kind of balanced. My last point, In US, we had Occupy Wall Street for 4 months. By the time Occupy Wall Street was coming to an end, no single banker had gone to jail, but a lot of protesters went to jail. So my question is, don't we have leaders? Tonight, my argument is we have leaders. When you put an Mchanga and you collect 14 millions, you are a leader. When you write the dates of demonstration, you are a leader. When you create a space that a lot of people comes, more than the biggest stadium in Europe, that is space goes up to 130,000, you are a leader. So, before the front line becomes confused, because I'm seeing other influencers saying that Hanif has been paid and the businessman of cars, Cairo, has been paid. Before the front line becomes confused, let us organize ourselves and reap some benefit. For me, as a Kenyan, I'm happy for this revolution. Since we rejected the bill, for me it was a direct benefit. So, I'm happy for the shift. We will wait for those further directions. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Ishmael. We'll wait for further directions. Let's talk about historical injustices, and to this effect, the matters surrounding the justice system, investigation, and how cases are settled. That earlier clip was Honorable Cyrus Jirongo, who was talking during a public forum addressing members of the public on a young man that he once worked with who committed manslaughter. And at that point, he pointed out that the man in question at that time was none other than the Deputy President, William Ruto. Question is, do we pursue cases to their entirety, and when they get resolved, are these made for individual reasons and then people reappear, become public officers? That's a question that is based on the untruthful conversation, rather on the conversation we are having tonight, which is based on us asking those.
Acting like they know what is best for this country. If you knew what was best for this country, you would have fixed it. You would have fixed it. You did.
Mizani, I'm not so sure. There was an interference there, Mizani. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm not so sure if Mizani can hear me. The justice system in Kenya is a bit of a problem, and I think for a very long time we've seen situations where we've lost people have died in mysterious circumstances. You see, the current regime is using the old tactic in the book of abducting people incommunicado just to try and threaten people. But when we look at history, it's replete with situations where we've lost people who dissent or disagree with government. An example is the late Pio Gamapinto. You remember J.M. Karuki died. We've had situations where we've lost someone like John Robert Ouko. Quite a number of people, and all these are replete with one thing. We've lost people, but whenever they rise and are against the system, they're asking questions of the system, they get punished by being silenced forever. And then we've had situations where you're looking at, we have a justice system that is really unfair. A person who steals chicken, a person who does the minor stuff that happens, normal stuff, gets taken around in circles in the court system in this country, and they get punished in courts. You have somebody like Obado, who has negotiated for his freedom, stolen a lot of money, then he pays back in peanuts. Is our justice system really properly conducted? Is there the Anti-Corruption Commission has a responsibility, but they probably do not have prosecutorial powers. Maybe the cases when they are brought to the courts are not strong enough. But we've seen impunity take over, and This is part of what Kenyans are asking for. How do we restructure and reform the judicial system so that it's fair to everyone, whether you are politically connected or you're just an ordinary Kenyan who does not need to know anyone? Because we've seen the suffering that people have to go through. Sometimes there are people who have had cases in courts for forever. How do we ensure, part of this conversation that we need to have, how do we ensure that our judicial system is functional and for us? I don't know who's going to take that, but Howard, I think, because I've seen Kumbukeni had already spoken, Rabo, I'd have you speak. I think I'd have Howard speak to it, just at least to have a different view. Then for those who have spoken, maybe you can have rejoined us to that. I'd have Kumbukeni and then Rabo. Howard, feel free to unmute and speak.
Thank you, Obed and Mizani. Thank you for this space. I don't know why you chose to pick me to speak after you asked a very difficult question, but I'll try to respond. So basically, it erased everything else that I wanted to address, but I will try to respond to your question, and I'll try to perhaps narrow down to a very specific area, because my background is engineering and contracts. And some of the biggest frustrations in Kenya, where we have had these huge headlines, you know, that there is corruption in this project or corruption in that project. One of the tragedies why some of those cases are never fully resolved is because sometimes we lose the plot even before you start. I'll perhaps focus on an area that I once made a presentation about corruption on projects, chasing after the wind. The problem is you have a contractual issue, for example, but then you engage a police officer to investigate a contractual problem, and a policeman does not have the competencies or the skill set to investigate a contract. If you have a problem in a contract, it has got contractual remedies that if they are applied, then you have a chance of getting to resolve the problem faster, more accurately, and you might be able to address the issues as they are without creating more damage. But when you have a contractual failure being investigated as a criminal offense, you end up creating more wastage, you confuse the public, and you never get to resolve the issue. I'll probably make a statement that might maybe shock a number of us. One of the issues, for instance, we handled in the last regime was the so-called the dam scandal. If I were to make this statement here, I know it might catch everyone by surprise. Do you know that there was no scandal? And all that was happening was drama, politicized, and applying the wrong investigation methods, ending up with results that cannot be actioned. And perhaps at the end of the day, we might end up making losses on that project. For example, we had police officers investigating a dam scandal, traveling on government per diem, which are huge amounts of money, going to Italy to investigate a dam scandal, coming back and giving us findings. If I can remember some of the findings, it was saying, finding number one, that the procurement procedure was not followed. If you ask me as a professional in this area, such a finding cannot be a criminal finding. Such a finding is an audit finding. You do not need any individual, leave alone a police officer, to travel to Italy to come back and give you such a finding. You need a competent officer who can go and conduct an audit of the project, and he only needs the procurement case file. So perhaps he will spend 2 or 3 days in Eldoret on local per diem. It will cost very little, and they will come up with that conclusion. Okay. If someone is investigating a criminal offense and they have to prepare a criminal file to sustain a criminal prosecution in a court of law, they cannot make such a finding like an audit finding. They will probably tell you that in this project, someone stole money. The money was stolen on this date. We traveled to Italy and we found that the money was withdrawn from account number this and this and this. It was carried in a black bag, in a vehicle registration ABCD, registered under the name of so and so. You have to tie up all those ends for you to be able to sustain a criminal prosecution. But the findings that we read from what DCI did on the so-called dam scandal, they were so shallow that it is impossible for anybody to sustain any criminal prosecution. And as a result, when we come back to discuss as Kenyans, we begin talking about so and so has been bribed, so that the judge has been bribed. But if you were to look at it objectively, no judge was bribed. It's only that it's an investigation that was done in a bad way. We applied the wrong methods. You ended up with the wrong results, which could not be actioned. In any case, if you say, for instance, that
so Howard, sorry
yes.
to interject with your line of thought. Basically,
Yes.
what you're trying to say is that the DPP or the prosecution in Kenya has a problem, and we probably need to look at a better way of handling our issues in the judiciary, and that's why we're not able to prosecute people who pilfer and plunder public resources.
What I will put it this way: there's a problem with DPP, there's a problem with DCI. You order for an investigation, but you go about the investigation in a wrong way. Because if you say, let me just give one little example, perhaps, and I bring it to a close, it will bring a bit of clarity. If you say that there is someone procured, we have loss of money because of forex exchange in a contract, that cannot be a criminal finding. If you say that someone paid money for work that was not done, it can also not be a criminal finding. It is an issue that has got a contractual remedy. If someone did not perform and I paid them on a government contract, normally before you even pay any money, you have guarantees. What I need to do contractually, I will just write a letter to the contractor, tell them I paid you 4 billion shillings. You have not done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need to specifically perform that portion of the work within the next 20 days, failure to which I'm going to cash the guarantee. So that the solution does not even need to go to court. You can actually go and cash the guarantee and remedy your solution within the contract, because those remedies are within that contract. So as you say, we have failed in many ways at the investigation point and at prosecution point, because the DPP is supposed to see these things by the time he has a file, and he's supposed to know that this case is going nowhere and perhaps terminate it at that point, instead of starting the prosecution, running for 3 years, and then coming back and saying that we are not able to proceed with the prosecution, and then he terminates the case, and it just looks dirty on everybody. It looks like everybody is all stupid in the whole process. So these are things that they have got methodologies of how to fix, but the way we go about them sometimes is all wrong, and then we begin blaming the wrong places. We might be blaming the court when the judge has nothing they could do under the circumstances where records have been brought to him, evidence has not been supplied, claims have been made. What will the judge do? The judge can only sit and give a verdict that will disappoint everybody. So what I'm saying is that our justice system, I might not be competent to comment a lot about criminal issues, but when it comes to contracts, I've seen there is a huge gap. Someone comes and tells you that there is a 64 billion, our reporters are also a problem. They will report that there is a 64 billion scandal, but they will not give the public clarity that 64 billion is a contract sum. It is not the lost money. It is a contract sum. They do not delve into the details to say the contract is 64, the amount paid is 4 billion, it is advance payment, because all those things have got names and they are clearly spelled out in a contract. Even if an advance payment is paid for 4 billion shillings, you do not conclude that it is lost, because advance payment is a normal payment in any contractual agreement. If you must say that it is lost, you need to go and narrow down to the details and say what was paid, what was delivered, what has not been delivered. Therefore, what is the difference and what is the loss? So sometimes we get misleading image or misleading picture of issues, and we end up chasing the wind, getting very annoyed as Kenyans. But when you go back to the nitty-gritties and to the details, you find that either it was a case of misreporting, misinvestigation, misprosecution, and therefore we end up having miscarriage of justice, and we continue fighting and chasing the wind. And it is a serious problem that perhaps we need to come back to it going forward, so that when we define a problem, we size it properly and we address it in the correct way. That way we can apply the correct measure of energy to it, as opposed to wasting our energy being angry about something that we didn't need to be angry about it from the word go. I don't know if that helps, Obed.
No, it does actually put a lot into perspective. Mizani, I'll give it back to you to continue the conversation.
Indeed, as you hear from Howard, that is something that we must also look at. Howard is stating, to some extent, we didn't have a scandal. It is misrepresentation of facts. And sometimes when the legacy media gets to sensationalize some information, all of us are raged and we are looking for some blood. That's why we are having the uncomfortable truth on this national dialogue. Let's go to quick responses from Kumbukeni, followed by Rabble, and then we can go to the new speakers. And thank you so much, Howard, for making time to be here. Kumbukeni.
Asante Mizani. If you please give me 5 minutes, that I'll be very precise. So first of all, to answer Obed's question, why are cases not resolved? Two things: foreign interference and corruption. So the judges are involved, the investigators are involved, and therefore, so that they are not tied to the person who's being prosecuted, they make sure the case disappears because they're all tied in. That's why it's happening. To address Odera's point, there's no foreign interference. I'm going to ask Odera, why then did the UK interfere when our constitution was being drafted and say they didn't want the land clause as it was written and they demanded it to change, and it was changed? Why were there sanctions on Zimbabwe by the US when they took their land back? Why was there a CIA-led coup on Nkrumah when he was building Ghana's economy and Ghana was doing well? Nkrumah's intelligence discovered interference from the US and the UK, which has been proven. So when we talk about foreign interference, we're not just making up stuff. There's evidence that there's foreign interference. In Kenya right now, you have an FBI office. In Kenya right now, you have a CIA office that works with your own intelligence and your government, and they make sure that you are all operating accordingly based on the US interests. And when you go out of line, they come and remind you. They go to your offices and they send people to your offices to remind them how they need to behave. That is a fact. It is not speculation, it's a fact. The instability in countries is good for business, for capitalists. Weapons manufacturing are business. If there's no war, if there's no instability, weapons companies go out of business. So they have to make sure there's always instability so that they have business. NGOs will go out of business if there's no hunger or poverty. So for them to be in business, there has to be hunger and poverty. Big business multinationals will not have the large profit margins if there's no cheap labor. So they'll make sure they're not educating all of you so that there can be cheap labor. Big business will have to pay high salaries if everyone is educated. That is bad for their bottom line. They'll make sure that there are some of you who are not as educated. So you will push for years, you will protest for years, but as long as you do not address the root cause, you will not solve these problems. All right. So I'm going to go through some solutions. And the solutions I put together are based on Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Abdul Rahman Mohamed Babu's The Future That Works, Kwame Nkrumah's Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, and Sheikh Anta Diop's Black Africa, The Economic and Cultural Basis for a Federated State. Why did I go through these books? Why am I using them? Because these are people who are involved in government, who are involved in economics, who looked and analyzed at what was going on back then, and they have written for us a blueprint on what is happening and how we can build solutions. All right. The first solution, economic independence and self-reliance. This one is based on Walter Rodney and Kwame Nkrumah's analysis. Nationalize key industries, control and manage essential resources such as minerals, oil, and agriculture to ensure that the wealth generated benefits the local population. Agriculture and industrial development. Focus on sustainable agriculture to achieve food security and invest in industries that process raw materials locally to add value and create jobs. Reject exploitative international agreements. Reassess and, if necessary, reject international agreements and debts that perpetuate dependency and exploitation. Form alliances with other developing nations for fairer trade practices. Local entrepreneurship and small businesses. Encourage the growth of local businesses and entrepreneurs through access to credit, training, and protection from foreign competition. Number 2, political unity and federated state. This one is based on Sheikh Anta Diop's vision. Federated states model promote the idea of a federated state or a confederation of African nations to strengthen political and economic ties, ensuring collective security and shared resources. Number 2, Pan-African institutions. Establish Pan-African institutions to coordinate economic policies, defense, education, and cultural initiatives. Decentralization of power. Ensure local governance and community involvement in decision-making to prevent concentration of power and enhance accountability. Number 3, and just to let you know, so that those of you who are worried I'll be going long, there are 6 of them, and there's 2 bullet points in each of them, and then there's a last implementation of 5 points. I'm going to be quick. Number 3, cultural revival and education, inspired by Sheikh Anta Diop and Walter Rodney. Cultural education. Incorporate African history, languages, and cultural studies into the education system to foster a sense of identity and pride. We are all walking Wazungus. We look black on the outside, but we operate like Wazungus on the inside. Promotion of African arts and sciences. Invest in the arts and sciences to revive traditional knowledge and innovate based on indigenous technologies and practices. Media and communication. Develop media outlets that promote African culture, values, and perspectives, countering negative stereotypes and external cultural domination. Our media today serves the West. When they go out of line, they're reminded by the West how to operate. When they go out of line, they are disappeared. I have seen a couple of media people who've disappeared recently. Grassroots participation and social justice. Drawing from Abdul Rahman Mohamed Babu and Walter Rodney. Empowerment of local communities. Ensure that development projects are community-driven and that local populations have a say in planning and implementation. Social welfare programs. Implement programs that address health, education, housing, and social security to improve the quality of life for all citizens. Gender equality. Promote gender equality by ensuring women's participation in all aspects of society, from education and employment to governance and leadership. Number 5, sustainable development and environmental stewardship. Incorporating modern considerations. Environmental protection. Develop policies for the sustainable use of natural resources, protecting ecosystems, and promoting renewable energy sources. Climate change adaptation. Prepare for and mitigate the impacts of climate change through resilient infrastructure, sustainable agriculture, and community-based adaptation strategies. Not to build and sell land to sell carbon credits to foreign nationals. No, that's not the solution. Because they continue polluting the environment while you're selling them carbons, and it's like it's a cycle of that never solves the problem. Number 6, strategic alliances and non-aligned movement, building on Kwame Nkrumah's ideas. Non-aligned movement. Strengthen ties with other non-aligned nations to form a bloc that can negotiate better terms in international forums. That is to say, the recent announcement that Ruto has joined as a non-member of the of NATO. First of all, just to prove how misinformed Ruto
You
is
have
to
a minute
think that as a non-member...
execute your points, please.
Yes, just to prove how misinformed Ruto is to think that as a non-member he'll be as protected as the members is just beyond it. But that we as African nations should not participate in those alliances. South-South cooperation, which means enhanced cooperation with other developing regions in Latin America, Asia, and the Caribbean for technology transfer, trade, and mutual support, and travel, I'll add to that. The implementation strategy, number 1, leadership and vision. Elect leaders who are committed to these principles and have the vision to implement them effectively. You have seen their record, you know how they operate. If they're not aligned with them, do not elect them. Policy framework, develop a comprehensive... Let me just wrap up. I have 3 of them. I'll be quick.
Kindly submit in 30
framework.
seconds.
Policy framework. Develop a comprehensive policy framework that aligns with these goals and is adaptable to changing circumstances. Institution building. Establish and strengthen institutions that can carry out these policies effectively, ensuring transparency and accountability. Capacity building. Invest in human capital through education and training programs that equip citizens with the skills needed to participate in and benefit from development. Monitoring, the last one, monitoring and evaluation. Create mechanisms to regularly assess progress, identify challenges, and make necessary adjustments to ensure that the goals are being met. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is Kumbukeni. You raise very interesting points in terms of how we look at our issues, but of course from the global stage. And to some extent, I will give it a Pan-African approach. However, if you talk about sustainability, if you talk about resilience, and when you talk about housing, these are almost conversations that Kenyans hear when Meg Whitman and President Ruto are having a tour around Kenya when hitting. So how do we make this conversation very local, and that Kenyans that are here tonight are saying tumechoka na serikali can actually try to see where exactly these things are interlinked with their lives? I'll give you a quick 1 minute to answer to that, and then we can proceed to the next speaker.
I mean, this is an Africa-wide plan, but that doesn't mean that you're not doing it in the small groups, which is the nations, right? You have an organization. If an organization has a mission, that doesn't mean that your team is not focused on accomplishing that mission and doing what's necessary within the team. All I'm saying is we have power as a united Africa. As individuals, they'll keep using the divisive tactics and keeping us fighting amongst ourselves. Oh, Mara Rwanda is the best country, Mara Kenya is the best country, Mara South Africa is the best economy. No, we approach them as a united front. That does not mean that Kenya ignores what's happening within. Take this framework and put it in the local community. It works just as well.
All right, thank you very much, Kumbukeni, for that submission. Rabble?
All right, so first of all, I love the points that have been made by Kumbukeni. Odera had said something about us complaining about being colonized, and had written so many points in response, me telling him problems don't exist in isolation, they exist within a certain imperial context. But Kumbukeni has made those points in a way that I couldn't even think of. So that was a brilliant presentation. I just wanted, before I talk of the justice system issues that you were mentioning, I wanted to reply to something Africa, it's called ACDA, Africa Center of Diplomatic Affairs, said about us calling for Ruto must go and how that might be unrealistic. There's something I tried to say last time, then I dropped from the space, unfortunately. When we say Ruto must go, Ruto is beyond a human being. Ruto exists. Ruto is a set of issues, a set of endemic issues that have been eating up our country. When we say Ruto must go, we are not saying Matiang'i should come. By the way, ACDA should be wise enough to know that was a Matiang'i-sponsored campaign. It had nothing to do with GenZs calling for him to become president. When we talk of getting rid of Ruto, we are talking of getting rid of all the endemic issues, systemic issues that he represents. He represents a certain culture, a certain political culture in Kenya. That is what we need to get rid of. Otherwise, if you're saying get rid of Ruto and get Rigathi, my God, there's nothing we're solving. So this is a systemic issue. It has to be dealt with systemically, and those conversations have to be had within a certain political context, not a context of individualism, which is what Ruto wants to start pushing us towards. Something Mizani said, or rather the audio you played with from Jirongo. I took time to go watch it aside because I was able to find it, and I don't know whether what Jirongo is saying is true or not. I cannot be sure, because also, Jirongo and Ruto have had their own personal problems, and I wouldn't like them to use us as conduits for their conflicts. But the speech you played before you played that, the Ruto speech you played before you played the Jirongo speech, demonstrated that the attitude Jirongo claimed Ruto has is true. Ruto has been saying, we cannot let property be destroyed. We cannot let property be destroyed. That man, since he started speaking in all his 3 speeches over the last 5 days, he has not mentioned the lives lost. He has not talked about justice for the lives lost. But he has talked about property multiple times. He seems to imagine that there is a context where property matters more than human life. So he'll talk about all the maize that was stolen in parliament. He'll talk about, the shops that were looted, which is unfortunate. I feel very sorry for the shops that were looted. But it cannot be that we're existing in a context where we imagine there's any single property that matters more than human life. So what Jirongo was saying in terms of attitude, maybe what he said he did, I might not know whether he did it, the manslaughter thing, but the context within which Ruto exists psychologically, he doesn't value human life, and he has demonstrated it time and time again. Now, on the justice system issue, our justice system is flawed. However, it is not mistakenly flawed. It is intentionally flawed. I'll tell you why it is intentionally flawed. It is a blackmail system. The reason why politicians, MPs, can kill like Kagombe and Baraza and not end up in jail, the reason why that Western MP who was convicted, he appealed and got convicted of corruption, is still an MP and is still out, is because this is how the executive is able to control the legislature. And this is a tactic Uhuru had mastered and Ruto is taking over from him. You mess up with the justice system, you make sure you are in control of those reins, you make sure there is no independence of the DPP. That way, every single dirty politician knows you can hit them on the head the moment they make a noise. That is why you can judge very easily. In Kenya, it is very easy to judge who is clean and who isn't. I personally, I think Edwin Sifuna is one of the few politicians we could call clean. Why? If you look at the people he calls out, they have the powers to choke him dead. But he knows very well they have nothing to hang against him. I'm not here to praise him, but I wanted to point out that the justice system is intentionally flawed. It has been built that way over the years to make sure the executive has control over all these individuals it knows are flawed. Last election, they confessed. They would say you'd be seen in somewhere with Ruto on the corridors of State House. The next day, you'd receive a letter from the ODPP. So we have a systemic problem. I have been saying this time and time again. The moment we start going the direction of addressing these issues as if they exist within an island, within isolation, within an independent context, we lose the fight. These problems are interconnected. Corruption, impunity, legislative independence are problems that are interconnected by a very sophisticated network. And if we are not going to take care of that network, if we are not going to say Ruto must go, and when we say Ruto must go, we say all the endemic political issues he represents, if we are not going to say that, we are going to live here, we will end up electing Matiang'i or Joho or some other dimwit, and at the end of the day, none of these problems will be solved. We need to address these issues systemically. We need to adopt systems thinking. For as long as we are addressing individual issues as if they exist in isolation, we lose the fight. We've seen it before, it will happen again. Systems thinking is the solution here.
Thank you very much, Rob. Well, I'll take one more here, and then we can have a quick look at what you're sending in the chats, and then we can proceed with the conversation. We will have Vinicel. Vinicel, the mic is yours.
I just want to execute the one point concerning a question which has been raised earlier, but I've also had it going around that. Let's assume that Ruto resigns, or we take out Ruto. Then what next? Then the argument goes like giving us an example of the countries that are having 30 years of unrest or are in unrest since they removed whoever was in power. But they are missing some context, or they are not understanding this context are not the same. Some African countries, they give example like Sudan, Somalia. Those are armed resistance, and unlike what is happening in Kenya. In Kenya, the citizens are purely peaceful. No one has got arms. We are not in an armed conflict where guns are being shot, both sides. Actually, ours is very peaceful. It is our own government using our own money, buying bullets to kill us. So that context is very different. Then what we are telling our President Ruto is to resign for failing to do his duties and for failing to fulfill his promises. So once he resigns, it is cabinet resigns, parliament will be dissolved, all those systems goes away. So even if temporarily we can have 90 days, we do our elections and we move on. Whatever we are doing as a transition will not last more than 90 days. So there's nothing like going 1 year in conflict. We are not in a civil war. In fact, we are tribeless, fearless, religionless. We are purely everything less and leaderless. So the context is different. Let not people confuse us with people in war, like in Sudan or Somalia. We are not going to buy weapons. We will be in the streets with our water and with our mask and simply singing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Tribeless, fearless, and religionless is the mantra the Gen Z is using to campaign against bad leadership. I'm going to look at some of your comments right now, and then we'll have Obes to drive the next conversation. We should not dialogue with the terrorists, saying BT Modi, Joan Chebi, we just need bundles, internet, and voices. Safaricom and Airtel and non-mobile services should have and start checking on the undersea cables. Hata kama ni sharks mtapangiana, now do it. This discussion should be had, says John. We have Ahmed Malim who says, Atieno, let the president come on X and address the issues here. Let Kenyans ask questions and him answering the questions. We also have more comments from Kumbukeni. Actually, I'm going to sample that later on because she shared some of those insights with us already. We have Musirivi who says, this sounds like a GOK space. Mizani, you cannot control what what people want to say. Well, you have your say as long as it remains respectful. We have no problem with that. Don't speak French on English spaces. We have, who else is speaking here? Let's see who else is here. Well, Albert, maybe we can switch back to you, but before that, Ernest says disband and reconstitute IPOA as well. I think that is in connection to the issues of abductions and police-related injustices against the civilians. Let's have Ras Van who says, say no to neocolonialism being spearheaded by Jambazi Zakayo and his minions funded by Western countries through IMF. Joy Vidivo, that is absolutely brilliant to do a post with all this. Must retweet for many more to hear your contribution. That is to Kumbukeni. Thank you so much. Captain Dawaba who says, I believe that our economy deserves three things. More funding for education. Our schools are overcrowded and underfunded. This is making it difficult for our students to get a quality education. More affordable housing. The cost of housing is in our community is rather, let's say, Kini Joe, lastly, who says, we have trust issues with the government. Dialogue for all Gen Z. Let him address our issues accordingly. Back to you, Obed.
Thank you so much. And I see so many hands up. We have some time today. It's Sunday tomorrow. For those who are going to church, I hope we are occupying churches and demanding that the right thing be done. I'm going to allow, I see there are new speakers up here. There's Daniel Muli, he hasn't spoken. There's Eliud Otieno, Duncan, and then there's a few. There's Mukele and Joe Wagashiku. Jason, I would give you a minute to rebut, but allow me first to ask this question. As a country, we have, in my opinion, had wrong priorities in terms of how we do our budgets and plan. And critical is that we have intentionally run down our health system, our healthcare system, so to speak, and it's deliberate. When you look at it, like there's a confusion, there's NHIF changing, we are starting SHIF, and when are we starting it? You have a government that has deliberately killed our education system. a confusion in how there's capitation. It is done late. It never happens. It's not done correctly. You can imagine that we are not even able to piece it together to say exactly what's going on is a problem in the first place. You have a university funding system, and especially we have a health system, and now there's a new system that we're trying to create, I think following the American model, and it's messed up. Then you have the agriculture sector. Kenya is actually more of a service sector country. We probably depend on that more. So why don't we prioritize the areas that our people are in and are affected? And instead what we end up doing is talking about grandiose stuff that actually ordinary people cannot relate to. I would want Daniel Bully to speak. I see Howard is trying to speak, but allow the new speakers to speak, then I'd give you a minute for rebuttals, because I see I'd have Daniel Bully, then have Joe Agashiku and Elliot, then I would allow you, Jason, to speak, and Howard.
Thank you, Obed and Mizani, for this time and for giving me platform to speak. And first of all, I want to send my condolences to the family of those we have lost in this fight.
Obed, you designated I start?
Hello?
No, it's Daniel Muli, then you, Joe.
Thank you.
Am I audible?
Daniel, go on.
Can you hear me, Obed?
Yes, very well, please.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. And as I was saying, I want to send my condolences, first of all, to the family of those that you have lost in this fight. Those who are still in hospital recovering, I pray that they get better so that they can join the rest of us. I have 3 issues that I'd like to address. First of all, on the issue of national dialogue, I'm against it 100%, and I'll tell you why. If you look at our history as a country, we have been having several demonstrations, and immediately after demonstration, we usually have dialogues where 2 parties come, they sit, they agree on whatever it is they agree on. But the people who are left standing without anything, who are left on their own, are the common mwananchi. Those people who went and sat down and decided to have that conversation or that dialogue, they simply went there and exchanged money. They agreed on something, on a narrative to come and share with the rest of us that this is what they have agreed. But for us as common mwananchi, for us as Kenyans, nothing changed in our lives. For them, they have enriched themselves, they have created positions for themselves. And I'm thinking to myself, the government has said that they need 2 people, 2 representatives. See, what I'm thinking, or what I'm anticipating if it were to happen, is that after that dialogue, those 2 people will have a position will be created for them in government, and they'll be saying they have created those positions that they'll be representing our views, but it is a way of having them in their pockets, as in where the government will be able to control us as Kenyans, or as this generation that has started this movement, such that from here henceforth no other opposition will come to challenge the government, because we already have people who are in government who are supposed to be representing us. So in terms of national dialogue, I'm against it. The next thing that I want to talk about is that we need to be very cautious about who we are fighting. Since if you look at since Tuesday, since we went on demonstration on Tuesday, there has been the same song that you have been singing. It is the same thing that is constantly being is the hashtag that Ruto must go. One thing that each and every one of you needs to know is that Ruto will not go down without a fight. Nobody in power will simply let go of that power because you say Ruto must go, or you must go, or whatever. The guy is very bright, we must agree on that. And I want us to go back after the elections of 2022. See, after the IEBC declared
Did we
I
lose
think we
Daniel?
lost Daniel.
I guess so.
Yeah. So then, Joe, I'd have Joe go on to speak. Then we have Eliud Otieno before we come back to Jason and then Howard.
Thank you, Obed. Thank you, Mizani, for giving me an opportunity to chime in on my 2 cents. I want to start by honoring the fallen comrades and also the injured guys who are injured protesting. We value you. You guys are our patriots, and you are fighting for our freedom. I also want to be very, very clear by saying that the time for dialogue is over. We've been talking for a long time. And this time for dialogue ended when they started abducting us. They started shooting us in the head and also shooting us on our way back home in Githurai. The time for dialogue with this government ended at that time. That was the mark of when this time has ended. So they have played their cards, and it's now time. We have played our card, so it's time for the government to act. Enough with the talk. We as Kenyans, we will not negotiate with a government that is terrorizing us. We will not negotiate with terrorists. Our own government of Kenya is terrorizing our youth, killing us, abducting us, jailing us, and making some of us disappear for days and on end. I also want to say that we didn't get here overnight. It's been a cumulative pain over the years. These young people have been watching their grandparents suffer under the chokehold of their own government. They have watched their parents suffer every day, trying to gather enough money to educate them, gather enough money to provide food, also gather enough money to make sure that they have good health. But of late, we've experienced that all these things have been threatened. Food security in Kenya has been threatened. The health services have been threatened. It's like they want us to be sick so we can depend on them. They want us to be diseased. They also want us to be ignorant because they are messing around with our education system. So they can keep us ignorant so they can control us. So we didn't get here overnight. This has been going on for a while. And this generation that has stood up and is saying enough is enough, it's time for action, and it's not time for talk. It's not time for dialogue. We want action, and the very first action before we even summon Mr. Ruto to the HR office. We want him to fire the whole cabinet entirely, replace them with competent fellas who are going to handle every aspect of the economy the way it should be. We need him to fire all those incompetent cabinet. We also need him to do the constitutional duty that we gave him mandate to do. Constitute IEBC ASAP. We need IEBC ASAP. We need it constituted before September. This will give us the opportunity to fix our parliament. Our parliament is rotten. It is in bed with the executive. And without a constituted IEBC, we will not be in a position to recall these MPs. Some of them who have gone rogue, who work for the president instead of working for we the people who put them into power. So we are saying, before we even get to the table, we need this done. We need IEBC reconstituted. We need you to fire your cabinet. Fire all those CASs. They're sitting on unconstitutional offices. Fire the prime cabinet secretary. It's not constitutional. His position is not constitutional. The office of his spouse, the office of the first daughter, we need all those scrapped. The office of the second spouse. A time when Kenyans are being told to tighten their belts, we need a very lean government. And before we even consider calling you to come and talk with us, we do have a list that we need done. But the most pressing ones is reconstitute IEBC. It is one of the duties as president that needs to be fulfilled. We hold all the cards. We'll call a meeting to order if we deem it necessary to do so, because all the power that are bestowed on you belong to we the people. We need all Kenyans. They have a right to exercise this power, either directly through the ballot or indirectly. So they have the right to oust any tyrannical regime. And if you don't fulfill our wishes as Kenyans, the Kenyans will come for you. Our executive is captured. We've been saying this for years, and it has facilitated in the capture of our legislature. We are tired. We want to free our nation. We want to take back our country. Kenya is under a lethal threat from enemies of America and enemies of NATO. We want to regain our non-allied, neutral alliance. We don't want the enemies of America or the enemies of NATO. Let them deal with their problems. We also want to remind the president that we own the table. He works for us. Before we negotiate with him, he needs to meet all those lists of demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. That's really very good. Very clear. We don't want, he has a constitution to fulfill. He works for us, and the government must work for us. I had, who was next in the, I think I had Eliud to speak. Eliud,
we
go
had
ahead.
Jason and Howard as a quick response.
I was to have, okay, fine. Jason, then have Eliud.
I will take less than a minute because I'd spoken earlier. This is what I'm saying. Ruto is solving the wrong problem. I don't think he's listening, or if he's listening, he's not hearing and comprehending. He's not smart the way you guys keep telling him. He's not smart. So the issue here is that, does it mean he does not understand what Gen Z is saying and what the nation is talking about? That he has to form a national dialogue? Right now, as we speak, his hands are not tied from working. If somebody was smart around him, as even he engages the public in this, he should be seen working. Something should be happening. Something so radical that will even make the nation stand and talk about it. And that is what the Joe Ashik and the rest are talking about. Disband the cabinet, or at least fire some people, and let's see things happening. Whatever commission you talked about that you formed to audit our debt, don't tell us that we're going to pay a debt that we don't know where that money is. Do the first things first. I'm not here to lecture anybody whether we need more money in education. They know all that. What we are saying is that Ruto is not hearing our voices. Even if you call him into this forum, there is nothing new we are going to tell him that he does not know. So he needs to sit down and work. For me, that's what I'm calling for, in a nutshell. Thank you very much.
Howard, kindly proceed.
Thank you so much, Mizani. I wanted to make some very few points that I had wanted to perhaps put across. Just quick ones. The demonstrations succeeded. They were very successful, only because they were leaderless. I wanted to emphasize the point of the leaderlessness, and perhaps let us understand that it might be important to remain leaderless if we have to achieve anything. We need to understand that the people who are calling for the dialogue, they're not doing it so as to find out what the issues are and what the way forward is. They already know the issues. The issues are out there. They have already been articulated in many forums, and the way forward on those issues are also known. They are asking to get a representative or a leader so as to gain control. I wanted to make this clear that politicians, any politician's obsession is with controlling the masses and consolidating power. They are looking for a person whom they can pinpoint that this is the leader, so that that person can be controlled, whether it is through intimidation or through any other form of compromise, like using money and any other enticements. So this is something that everyone must watch out for, so that you do not hand this advantage to the people who are calling for the dialogue. If the dialogue was to be of any meaningfulness, then today we will be having some meaningfulness coming from the BPI or meaningfulness coming from the NATCO. If we go that direction of the dialogue, it will derail, it would it will drag down things, and I do not see much being achieved, unfortunately, from that approach, for the reasons that I've mentioned. Once they have gained control and they get hold of that leader, that is it. If the demonstrations had a specific leader, perhaps they could have just being pastors who are coming to visit State House or what or not. Let us begin from that point. But instead, what we are seeing the people who are supposed to articulate and help the public to know how this pain is going to deliver us to the destination seemed either to be struggling, they sounded clueless, or they that Kenya is a service industry. An industry like agriculture, for example, the value chain of agriculture has got potential to create employment almost for everybody, because it has huge room to take in the unskilled, the semi-skilled, the skilled, and even the very high level skills when you look at the full value chain from the farm to the fork. So I just wish that
First of all, I have like three issues that I want to speak about briefly. In
If we are agitating as young people, we want some specific changes. What is this thing that is specific?
the NHIF
be abducting innocent and doing the operations near Parliament. Crude oil, if it's not petrol or diesel. To go on national TV and say that he wasn't privy to this information, that people are not and says he had no idea. I think he's being and that's all. And lastly, someone mentioned the NHIF and the new sheet. I have no idea why they could not improve NHIF. It's so chaotic that when you send our parents to hospitals, they're not even taking these NHIF cards because these hospitals are nervous. They don't even know whether they will receive payments or what exactly is going to happen. I think there was a need to reform probably the NHIF instead of just disbanding the entire thing and introducing something new, which includes
I worked hard.
Atupange
Kazi yenye alipewa, alianzia tu kupanga sisi ndio tuongee mzuri kwa mkutano.
It fizzled up, but there's always that person who has control. I think there was Jomo Geshaga or the brother to Uhuru when Uhuru was president. Moi Kibaki had his henchmen. So it is a system that works that way. There are people who do not have a job or we didn't vote for, but wield a lot of power. And these people we have people who have no office, who have not been elected, but have a lot of power, and it's a problem.
I think what is happening right now, what Ruto is trying to do, Ruto is just he's like a control freak and narcissistic bastard. He's just trying to
Okay, mind your language, please.
problem is if you are the president of a country and you see the number of people who are coming out on a working day, then Ruto knew exactly. He used to talk about the issues of the youths. And now again is sound because it's interesting to note that we have elected them, but then when they go to for these people, because I don't see why because they want to satisfy an individual. You know, that are making to this conversation that
However, the young people are staying. Ensure we really have, we
he's ever said the truth. I don't even know if his name is William, you know. He's he wants to kill us. He's not gonna listen to us. But now he's here. He's having us here, imagining him listening. How do we move forward? Because yes, we can demonstrate for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Then what? Yeah, this is what we should be discussing. But he has made sure that he distracts us as he re-strategizes and as he tries to find allies within our movement. And I think these are the things that we need to start thinking about. Yeah, and right now he's already started slowing our momentum, and before long, if we don't act, if we don't realize what game he's playing with us, we will have lost. And guys, when the noise settles down, this is a vindictive human being who does not believe in the sanctity of life. He is going to kill people. And right now we are a bit lucky because we are still somewhat united, that we are able to use the unity and the numbers to call out people who have the police or the government over the extrajudicial abductions. But once this scatters, once the noise settles, my guy, we are going to be killed. He's going to kill all of us. That in the case that he wants to listen to us, then maybe we can so he's selfish, self-preservation. Let him.
we are having a national dialogue on the issues that we think are pressing. And as it stands,
even in diplomacy, there's what we call true diplomacy that takes time, to go in the background and try. Us to have a country that is governed better. And as Mizani 254 here,
Can I proceed?
kindly proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mizani. I know you for trying to take care of them through Mchanga. Now, my contribution on the topic, not and we are working in tandem with you guys. I'm seeing all over the social media, sijui mikutano ya youth, reported and we are seeing. How about corruption ambayo has been endemic in Kenya? The youth are unhappy. Hii mambo ya kwenda kuwatafutia makazi abroad environment. I worked in a country called St. area, and that has worked. You go back to the drawing board. Lakini sasa hii battery of advisors around him hawamwambii ukweli. This has been said. I'm not saying anything new. All I'm saying ni kwamba that parliament cannot continue the way it has continued. Kama kuna watu ambao walivote yes, sasa wana print we need an interim government. Watu si wamesema Ruto this bad situation can be salvaged. Lakini and they took the Generation Z or for granted. They took everybody for granted. It is just wrong. It is unacceptable. It is
Hereven, nanisikia?
Yes. Karibu sana, you have 5 minutes. Proceed.
First and foremost, I'll start by saying, if you go for the king's head, please never miss. Because if you miss, he's coming from you. It's basic, simple math. I know we kind of, the pressure is kind of cooling down, but please don't take your foot off. The one thing that we have is loud numbers, and we have many of us. The number of missing people is increasing, and that doesn't equate to anything else. Man, this man is taking his out. That speech on Tuesday, that's him. The speech on Wednesday, that's Hussein writing it. The one on Tuesday is him speaking, and that's what he means. And he's repeating it in cues. Today when he was speaking to that delegate of church leaders, he said it again. They are going to go for those ones who are in parliament. What doesn't he understand? It's not a specific number of people that were in parliament. So let us not miss going for his head, because he's coming for ours. He's just regrouping and strategizing. Don't forget who we are dealing with. We are dealing with someone who burnt mothers and kids in church. Simple. Secondly, the uncomfortable dialogue. You can't sit down with a madman to negotiate. We can't. And I don't know. And I don't intend to negotiate with him, but I don't know how, with all the resources they have, why can't they just pluck a book off the leaves of these Gen Z, as we are calling ourselves? A whole mandamano that brought numbers countrywide out in the streets happened without a committee. And they said they misread it because they didn't see it. Bana, we had a fella former ChatGPT backdoor that we could access and read the finance bill. Why don't we get the same services for this guy? Even in solving the problem, he's creating avenues for us to continue wasting money. Why do we need a committee to take up the simple things? Again, leave the committee alone. I had Kipchumba Murkomen was among the first spaces we had. He said he's listening, well and good. Then we had that Mzungu Mwitu guy. He stepped on a space, and after stepping on that space for 5 hours, he released a press briefing and said he took notes and had very good ideas and solutions. Why haven't those ones been passed over first and foremost? Why do we need 100 people to repeat the same things? I don't understand it. It's simple. Even in solving the problem, he's creating more problem. That's one. We don't need that committee. He can have it. Create us a ChatGPT. Use the avenues we understand. It's simple. These people demonstrated, went out in streets, and didn't have to form 100 people and take them to Naivasha to waste people's resources. We want us to start using money like sane people. So that is not even sensible. He's not even reading the room in basics. As the two people in front of me said, we need to deal with this thing of parliament. Again, if the people who elected you don't like you, there's no need of you standing there. You can't force things. You can't force them. Aduataki, because even if this cools down, hate is very bad, and people out there are hateful and spiteful of the elected leaders. And you can't represent people who hate you, because it will be a thing of either trying to punish them or you punishing them. It's one or the other. So it's not a beneficial relationship we have. I don't care about the president as of now, but at least, because that we all agree he must go. But he can start with the basics. Dissolve parliament, okay? And to understand what the youths need, it's very simple. Just take those notes that Muzungu Mwitu had, ask Kipchumba Murkomen, take one of the tech bros. We don't need 100 people. Pay them, or just we are even not going to offer services for free. Create a ChatGPT, kazi yake ni kufinya laptop hapo teptengele, imwambie venye itamtolea analysis ya Kenya tunataka kila kitu. Hiyo hafai kutuitia 100 people na kutuitia mapasta. And then secondly, this man, please guys, and I beg of you, anyone who has been contacted to go on dialogue with this, you'll be spitting on the graves of Rex. You'll be spitting on the graves of all those people that lives were taken, and you are the next one. And we'll be mourning you. Please don't take it up. You don't negotiate with a murderer. I say that with the biggest. The conversation was started by something they said. It's called game theory. If you have understood it, because I went ahead and understood it, he's playing the dictator game and we are playing the chicken game. choose your side. And it's you can see it clearly. He's calling us to the dialogue to show us I still have the power. And if you succumb to that, and that's what he wants us to start pinpointing him. Literally anatuambia nionyeshe nani waliwaongoza. Nionyeshe nyinyi. He's giving the mandate to us to point the gun at the people we want. And if you do that, you'll be pointing the gun at yourself. No dialogue, do it the basic way. The same way we came forward and we were able to organize this without a committee. I believe it's possible. Atuhitaji your committee. We can dialogue. We have issues that want us settled. And he needs to start solving things the way the youth are saying. Ata asome room. Why? Si afute hata mtu moja bana, hata aturushie karot moja, si hata afukuze minister moja basi na anajua ni wezi ama afunge mtu moja. Give the people what they want. It's so common. Hata si science.
All right.
Hata nimekasirika zaidi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Atypical, for your sentiments. Now, I want us to address an issue that keeps popping up every time we're having this conversation. That is Parliament. Normally, I'll go to the National Assembly, which is where your member of Parliament will sit. But I want to start with an older clip here. So you give us a few minutes, listen in, and then we'll cross over to listen a submission by nominated Senator Asigi Crystal. But for now, listen to this.
Rais alimaliza bunge kabisa, hata hatuna bunge la Kenya. Mimi nataka kuambia nyumbani. Sisi wabunge tunakula pesa bure. Hakuna kitu tunaweza saidia Wakenya kwa sasa. Hata tukimake policies. Hata tukimake policies zote zitaenda kungeuziwa State House.
That is really dangerous, mheshimiwa.
Haja ya kuwa na bunge Kenya.
Including kesho unasema kipenga kipulizwe na muende home.
Kila mbunge aende nyumbani. Hakuna kitu tumesaidia Kenya now.
Are you serious with this?
I am very serious.
Kwamba bunge limefeli and it's time kila mmoja aende nyumbani.
Hata ukitengeneza sheria gani haifuati. Sasa wewe unatekeleza sheria gani kama haifuati?
Ina maana kwamba kesho mtakuwa mmeketi pale a year in year out mkikula pesa za Wakenya bure.
For example, tuliunda budget ambayo inafaa kusaidia Wakenya. Supplementary imekuja imechange kila kitu. Sasa hiyo budget ilikuwa ya nini jameni? Kuharibia wabunge wanaenda kwa mahoteli kubwa, wana-apply hata Mombasa kutekeleza hiyo bajeti, lakini unakuja unabadilisha kila kitu. Jameni, tunaelekea wapi? Tunaelekea wapi? Hii bunge, this is the most useless parliament I've ever seen.
The most useless parliament this member of parliament claims to have ever seen, because anything they legislate on gets to State House, and the man who is in the house at the top of the hill decides how it has to be done. And that's why we are asking, if we were going to have this conversation, we must have that uncomfortable truth that needs to come out. But before we can really get away from this, let's listen to Honorable Asigi, who was speaking in Parliament, that is in the Senate's floor, discussing these very issues we are addressing.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the only visually impaired senator in the House, it was difficult for me to know if I would catch your eye, but I'm glad that I have. And I thank you for the opportunity to also, with some of my colleagues, oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a colleague use the book of Nehemiah to prosecute her support of this motion. But what exactly did Nehemiah say when he was urged to retreat? What was Nehemiah's decision when people were trying to distract him from his work? Mr. Speaker, Nehemiah said, I am doing a good work and I cannot come down. And that's what Gen Z are also saying to the executive and to members of parliament, that they are doing a good work, standing up, speaking for themselves and for their colleague, young men and women who are out in the streets, Mr. Speaker, and they cannot come down. And neither should we in this Senate. How can we go on a recess? Why are we going on a recess? We have just come from a 3-week recess period, Speaker. Why do we need 2 more weeks to reflect? This is a house of reflection, and we have to do it while we're sitting in these seats and when we're speaking in these microphones. That's what we're here to do. Parliament stands to represent its people. Parliament, Mr. Speaker, does not close to run away from its people. I want to urge and persuade those who have not spoken yet to also concur in opposing this motion, not because of disrespect, but because of respect for the young men and women who have lost lives, who are now muted because they cannot speak.
That is Honorable Sigi, and that video is available online for further submissions. But I'm looking at the role of Parliament, both the Senate and the National Assembly. And to conclude, there is something else I want us to really take a listen in, and that's the unholy communion between the church and the state. Reverend Tony from River of God.
22. I can tell you this for sure, without fear of contradiction. There will be many altars that will be defiled because the politicians have realized that that is where you find the people. And so they keep coming. And by the way, they keep coming. And it's at a cost because they don't come for free. They come for a fundraiser. Who says we need their money? Who says that God cannot build the church and the gates of hell will not prevail? He didn't say the king will be the kings of this earth. He didn't say they are the ones who will build the church of Jesus Christ. He said it is him. Out of the faithfulness of the people of God, then shall we build the church of Jesus Christ. But you know what? We have replaced God with politicians. Shame on you. Now may you change. What picture is this that you're showing the children who are coming up next to us? Friends, may the Lord have mercy on us. May we go back, and I'm telling you, friends, may we go back to the truth of the gospel of our Lord and Savior Jesus.
Yes, truth and the faith of their Lord or our Lord and Jesus Christ. Now, let's have that conversation. Kenyan.
Hi, I just have one uncomfortable truth that I need to be able to say. The weakest link in this whole government thing is the Kenyan police. The Kenyan police is the most irredeemably corrupt, inept, and pathetic group of persons ever. Right from the IG to the bottom. They're all nothing but a bribe collection agency. They do nothing except collect bribes. And there are very basic things that needs to be done. We had a chance a few years ago to disband this group completely and start afresh. And that's what needs to be done. Because we've been talking this week about rogue policemen and doing this and misusing of guns and shooting people, but they're not rogue police. They're regular police. They don't do it because they're not like running away because nobody goes after them, because they've been instructed to do that, because they have this rogue mentality right from the top to the bottom. That's all they are. They are a bribe collection agency. That's all they are. And even if we talk about all these things that we're talking about, having, let's recall, let's have another new election. You're going to have a new election with the same. It's not just the guy who waits for you on the road that collected. That money is divided up from the Inspector General all the way down to all of them, and that's a fact. And we know that, and we know that, but we accept it and we just let it go. And you expect these same people to be the ones to prosecute when someone shoots a 5-year-old boy 7 times? No, it won't happen unless we can talk about this really uncomfortable truth that our police is completely irredeemably flawed, and they need to be replaced completely from the top to the very bottom. If they are not done that, then we are talking about anarchy and problems all the way through. And this is something that we've seen it every single year when they are shown. The police are always the most corrupt agency. They're always there, and
this past week, we've seen them do what they did. I was in Nairobi last week. The policemen were the ones who are responsible for a lot of the looting. They are responsible for the ones for all the provocation of people. They are actually sometimes the ones who are looting the shops. We had the army in for one day. The army did not fire a single shot. The army did not beat up a single person. The army did not do anything because they are disciplined. Our policemen are indisciplined, and we are not going to change that unless we completely disband this bunch of hooligans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenyan. You say we have to dismiss the bunch of hooligans. I will go to Basani, and then after Basani, we have Albert, and I'll hand over to Drach to control us with the moderation. I know it's quite late, but we promise a special sitting for all of us. So in case we are taking a lot of your time, you'll excuse us, but we promise to be able to wrap up at least in the next 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mizani. I really waited for this opportunity. I hope I'm audible. To add to this conversation, I believe the dialogue that the president is calling, the discussion, that committee of 100, it's not going to bear any fruit, because the Ruto that talked on Wednesday, I think, on the 26th, yeah, when he came out very furious, as if he has been wounded, very furious because his ego had been bruised, is the genuine one. The one that is talking today that they have a plan for our youth. Every time he speaks, he says, tuko na mpango kwa vijana wetu. We have a plan. These plans are just imaginary, hivyo tu. They are not going to materialize to anything. I don't know how they sat and decided that for this dialogue to take place, whatever they are calling, they are going to have 100-member steering committee. And out of the 100 members, only 2 to represent the youth, to discuss the affairs that have been raised by the youth. The other 98, where are they from? They have given the slots, then they have also come up with the agenda already. Like, you just have to go there, you have everything predetermined. The agenda has been set, so you cannot actually even introduce any other agenda if you are to introduce. Then, how do we select these 2 youths? The movement, the reason why they are even reacting up to now, the ultimate rejection of the bill and withdrawal of the finance bill, it's because we pushed them and we were formless, we were fearless, we were leaderless. They could not target like they thought, because mostly if it's a demonstration organized maybe by the opposition, they know this organized by a party. This party has registration, has leaders, so they target those leaders. But this was a demonstration that was all over the country.
Did we lose our speaker?
I can't hear him either.
Well, I'll get back to you and lead us through. I think we had the one more speaker on the waiting. Who was that? That was Albert. And then, Drach, you can take over.
Thanks a lot. Mizani, give me a chance later on, please. Mojeria.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Mizani. I'll just submit on a number of things. First, to actually pass my condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones, and also quick recovery to the ones nursing injuries, and of course, we hope also that those who have been abducted also can be released and they join back their families. It's sad to be in such state of mind, like in a country, definitely. And I would want to look at Ruto as a person, or as a president, and where he comes from, or how his government is constituted now, and what we are expecting from him. In the last, I think I've noticed a trend that I think the deputy president and the presidents, since Ruto's in Uhuru's time, I think they're not in unison, because they actually maybe mismatch somewhere on matters finances. I think because I've heard also there's a finance issue between Ruto and Rigathi at the moment, and I think this was the problem also during Uhuru's time. And so if finances were at the heart of their conflict, probably Ruto maybe had a revengeful way of coming into power and trying to be in power and actually amass the wealth or amass the financial power that he wanted when he was deputy. So with that hypothesis, for me, I see why he then got into power, definitely, and he then thought about 2027 and put or awarded all his friends around him, of course, who are now the cohort that is amassing the wealth that they looked at. With a different philosophy, I think Uhuru had looked east, and which was more entrepreneurial philosophy. Now Ruto wants to, the new philosophy is he has to tax us more, but his cohort still amassing the wealth. And that has really agitated the people. In his mind, these cohorts are regional leaders or tribal leaders, or Akina or Moses Kuria, all these people that he thought will give him the vote in 2027. But now he's got in a situation where he thought he had that in check, and he had the church in check by all these weekly, every weekend donations in the church and everything. But he didn't see the blind side, and which is the Generation Z or the youthful population that is being hurt in between there, observing everything that is happening and still highly educated. So I think we are calling him to reduce the cabinet or to shuffle his cabinet or appoint new people in his cabinet. I'm not saying all of them. I think some are really doing maybe a good job or they are really competent. But he's caught in between there and he doesn't know what to do. If he calls back his cabinet or his executive, then he's assured that in 2027 he's not being able to actually get re-elected. He'll start a new political climate in the country. But now there's a whole political movement from the youth. So I'm not speaking for him, but I'm trying to see that really he's playing politics at the expense of the lives that have been lost. And that's why he's trying to maybe ask for a national dialogue between, do the same things the old way, which won't work with this new generation. I've seen him call for, have meetings with the church, first of all, and the Gen Zs actually don't believe in this church. You know, they don't believe that the church is actually out there to solve anything for them. Like the previous speakers have said, that already positions have been filled in the 98 or in the 100, and only 2 youths are going to come up to actually fill up and then negotiate again, you know, like chat a way forward about the ideas that have been written down in the communication that we had today. So I think as a president, definitely he's caught between two hard rocks, and he doesn't know what to do. And of course, the NIS, I think, is not advising him right. From the DP, we noticed that they are not functioning well. So the DP started blaming the NIS. The DP seems like not to be talking, of course, to the president. So already there's a problem at the presidency. And the youth are rightfully saying, just resign. But again, he's saying, I'm constitutionally elected, so I'll wait until my term ends. We also want a number of things to be done. So my question is, are we going to wait for the president to get him off office in 2027 as part of this the dialogue that we're having now, or are we going to wait for him to resign? For him to resign, it will be goodwill from him, or a lot of pressure. That if we put a lot of pressure, the more we demonstrate, maybe he will resign. But he will also be a hardliner, and he'll also say, okay, he'll continue trying to be in power. I hope that we can maintain the same pressure, that we can actually give him more pressure that he sees, or he can then act on a number of issues, mostly like dropping a number of cabinets or dropping all these offices that are really unconstitutional. Then such actions will actually redeem his term. I think a number of people have said it before here. Then such actions, I suppose, that will actually probably redeem his term until 2027. and he can still play politics and see how to actually bring in right people, or even him go home and we find rightful leaders. Otherwise, I feel like the youth still are not in touch with the church, but still Ruto is relying on the church, because I've seen the whole conversation is taking it again to the church, and he thinks the church will call its people to bring sanity. But I don't think the church is really in touch with the youthful generation, and they have despised it a lot. They have said that's why they are visiting the church on every Sunday. Tomorrow they say they'll visit the church again to make sure that the politicians are not in the church, because that's where they get the forum. I hope we find other ways of actually finding a platform to dialogue. But for me, it's a quagmire at this moment, because I don't really know how people will dialogue. I will say we back down on destructive protest, but again,
You have 30 seconds to conclude.
Yeah. I will say we back down on destructive protest, but again, I'll also want to say that the youths are also rightfully protesting for the right things to be done in the country, and I think the president's shot he has is only to sack a few cabinets or reshuffle them, or actually sack them. Not even reshuffle. He did reshuffling already with Moses Kuria. Sack them, and also probably the police system, also as Kenyan Doma said, and other agencies that are actually not working in the country, and reduce the wage bill. I'll drop it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Albert. The president needs to reshuffle, or he needs to sack the entire cabinet. Well, thanks for your submissions, and we'll go to Ajiri. Please. Ajiri?
Yes, good evening, my colleagues. Thank you very much for having me. First of all, I would like to condole with the families that have lost some of our Kenyan colleagues and all that, and the ones who are hospital and injured and infirmed and all that. I would like to wish them a quick recovery and all that. As you all said, or as we have all seen about the youth and all that, it is a very genuine thing, and it's long overdue thing, whereby it has come to this point. For this government, what they have done is they have tested us the whole of last year, whereby you take the mice to the lab, so at least you test on it and all that. So the whole of last year uchumi ilikuwa mbaya sana kabisa, mpaka unaona ya kuwa you either choose to go hungry, or you either choose to buy one meal or something of that sort. And Kenyans being very resilient, tulifunga belt na tukaenda mbele, na we were saying that we were hoping for the best. Come this year, they said, okay, last year it went through for us, so why don't we go very extra mile? So the government walienda mbele wakafanya hivyo, na sasa in our community there is something that we say whereby the punda that normally carries the asali does not know the sweetness of the asali. So citizens vile tulikuwa tuna yani jipush kabisa, tunasema tu no, next year itakuwa mzuri sana, not knowing that the government were planning these other things. Na sasa imefika mpaka kilele, watu wakachoka kabisa, na sasa it was long overdue, and thanks a million times to the Gen Z. That's one point I have. The other thing again is the issue of the deployment of the military on our streets. Emergency law. That one is really, really very frightening, especially for all of us who come from the north. We have experiences of the emergency law where the military have been deployed on our streets for a long, long time. And we have been seeing the disappearances, we have been seeing the maiming and the destruction of properties and all that. So to see them on our streets really triggered some harsh traumas in our system. I come from the north, by the way. So as a result of that, the CS for defense who comes from the north, who knows what we have gone through, have gone ahead and put that. So it really, really worries me, and it really frightens me where we are heading to that. The other thing that I have on this issue is the issue of the ESCC, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Committee. As you have all seen, all the MPs that we have sent to the parliament and all the other speakers have talked about before, saying that, okay, mnakuja kutatapikia kwa miguu. It's very correct. Why? One of the things of the pillars of the ethics is ethics, yani kuchungulia, yani is this person fit, of sound mind, and of a person of character. So if we go back to the drawing table and list the number of MPs who are there and then see their histories, we have some of them who have been marred by corruptions. Some of them have been charged by the courts for criminal offenses. Some of them have gone to jail, of which I can even mention a few of them, whereby one of them who comes from my county has served in committee for 3 years. And I don't know how he came out. And now he's a sitting MP. And he was among the ones who are voting yes for that. So mtu ambaye amefanya hizi zote, all these criminal things and the baggage and all that, who is sitting there will not have any empathy for any other person apart from kukumalizia na hizo vitu. So the issue of the finance bill and all that, no, that one is out of the window. Kenya, we are a very rich country. The resource we have, the money, the tax we collect is huge, but the pot it goes into has a lot of holes, and those holes need to be shut down so at least we do not lose money to corruption. So if tukizipa and we get rid of all these unconstitutional
interrupt.
Yes.
Wajiri, may I interrupt you? You have 30 seconds to conclude, but I also want to ask a question with regard to what you have said. How do you suggest that these loopholes for corruption be filled? And also, would you just mute for a minute, please, because there is an echo coming from your end. Thank you. And also, with regard to getting these leaders who are corrupt and getting them off power, this is just a question because we have seen a lot of people who've committed crimes, for example, shooting others, and yet these are still our leaders. Do you think that Kenyans are short-sighted or they have a short memory with regard to all these crimes that have been committed by our leaders, but we still elect them at the end of the day? Because we are trying to look for solutions, but also in looking for these solutions, we also need to look at our weaknesses and what does not work. Go ahead, you have 30 seconds, and then I will yield to the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much for pointing out. That's a very, very important point. Once we have people who have been mad in these corruption cases, in these criminal cases and all that, that is the work of the media. Because sometimes unaona ya kuwa, okay, Drach has done something as she's an MP, so wanaenda mheshimiwa ulifanya hivi na hivi. No, ask the tough questions, saying that you have been convicted for these things or you have been mad in these corruption cases, so at least the people are enlightened and then they can make the right choices and all that. So as a result of that, EACC need to emphasize on that, and also the corrupt officials who have been mad into corruption cases and all that. Once someone has been mad in a corruption case and all that, let them step aside. For the president, he has a lot of baggage. One of them is the Kimwerer Dam issue. We had the issue of the laptops, and the list is so many and many and many and many. Especially one of them here in Nairobi City. Where is the traffic lights money? Where did it go? We only see in Haile Selassie and Kenyatta Avenue and all that. Where is the money? Yeah.
Thank you, Ajiri, for your submissions. I think I will allow the next speaker to go ahead, and then you can speak after them. I'm just trying to give an opportunity to everyone because we have more than 10 people in the request list. So, Afandi, I would like to invite you to contribute to our discussions, and something that I would like to put forward is we have been concerned about land amendments, particularly with regard to paying land rates or leasehold and freehold. And this is an issue, and something that's going around in the social media is that there is a bill, land amendment bill, that's what it's called, and there is a possibility of people, I'm just paraphrasing it, losing their land probably to the government or larger entities who will be able to pay these land rates and get possession of your lands. Another thing, there is the appropriation bill that was signed by the president yesterday. I'm not even sure if we have looked at it. We rejected the finance bill, yeah, but the appropriation bill, appropriation bill stipulates the government expenditure. The budget that was in place last year is still going to be implemented, or it's still going to be in place this year. And so if we borrowed last year in order to meet our budget, are we still going to borrow? How exactly are we going to collect the deficit to meet our expenditure? This is the question I'm putting forward. And Afandi, I would like to invite you. Probably you have different submissions, but also if you have contributions to the points that I have raised, it would be nice. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thanks. I actually had two different points. But to start with yours, on the land bill, I have skimmed through, but I'm not a legal professional myself. So what I'd done is I had read through, and my intention is to engage a conveyancing lawyer who understands land laws very well, just to really appreciate. I usually like to talk from a point of facts. So maybe let me not go into that until I've engaged with somebody who deeply understands land laws. On the issue of the appropriations bill, you're very right. And it's one of the things I had tried to push for a conversation here on X, but it didn't go through, because I was telling people once we reject the finance bill just looks at the revenue side, but we needed also to go back to the appropriations bill, which actually looks at how the monies we've collected will be appropriated to fund government operations. Now, of course, there's implication, because the Finance Bill 2024 was meant to collect an additional 346B. So it means the projections that had been submitted to Parliament on the appropriations bill would need then to go back and relook at it. Now, I had the president say they are going to issue a supplementary budget. I'm not too sure if that has come out, because ideally it would then look at how we adjust our budgets so that the revenues that are projected with the Finance Act, because my assumption is we will still implement the Finance Act of 2023. So I haven't seen one. I'm not too sure if it is out, but perhaps that is what might then tell us whether government will be able to fund its operations or not. But to 2 points that I had, and I'll try to do them quickly so that I give people time. I know this conversation is about uncomfortable truth. So we've spoken of the uncomfortable truth towards government, but I want to speak to some uncomfortable truths for us that are pushing for this movement. And I'd really want I would want people to hear me out. I want to speak some realpolitik here. There are few speakers, and I think even Obed, before he dropped, he asked, if we say the president must go, he will not go without a fight. And that gets us into the realm of realpolitics. He won't. And what does that mean? Because power is not something that people will relinquish easily. And we know that in the African context. We know that we've cited a few countries, and there's been a bit of debate here and there, And I know Sudan has been spoken about, but we also need to understand the history of Sudan. It didn't start with RSF and the military. There was a dictator, Omar al-Bashir was there. People pushed him out. He agreed to leave. A transitional government was put in place, but the military came in and toppled the transitional government. And that's why they are where they are. So we really need to ask ourselves very honest and deep questions. If we say the president goes, then what? Now, we know the biggest problem is, and as one speaker said, is we have a systemic problem. And for us to address it, it means the entire system goes. But that's a tough ask for us. And that's why I really want us to be very practical. In a sense, the things we can push are the things that, if brought to the table, the things that the executive can also concede. We have all seen the deployment of KDF, and procedural as it was, but the courts went ahead and allowed the CS defense to reissue a gazette notice. And if you guys have read that gazette notice, there are areas where are not clear, because they're saying KDF will be deployed until normalcy is restored. But the question is, how are we defining that normalcy? Because if you look at the first point of that gazette notice, it talks of threats orchestrated through different mediums, including online platforms. So that can also be interpreted as some of these X spaces and the hashtags being threats. So it just tells you we might have KDF as long as we are required. But more importantly, is the conversation that's going in here that this movement has been infiltrated by interested parties to topple government. Now that makes the ground murkier, because for as long as that narrative is there, we need to remember real politics. State has monopoly of force. So they've already said there's a threat. KDF is out there. We need to ask ourselves, is toppling the president or is removing the president right now a strategic move? Because if it succeeds or if it doesn't, there's possibility of throwing the country and plunging it into a political crisis. Remember, this movement was started with the economy in mind. Now, if we get into a political crisis, the economic situation becomes worse, and the political crisis takes precedence. So my submission is, as we talk about it, let's also just try and see what the implication is. There's been talk of dissolving parliament. Now, I also do not foresee, I've done political science, so I'm doing political analysis here. I do not foresee a situation where the president will easily say, let's dissolve parliament. He might, but I'm just trying to look at it from the power side of things. Why? If we go for a snap election or a parliamentary election, it will be a test on a vote of confidence or no confidence of the government. I just want us to remember the story of 2005 referendum. We had a 2005 referendum mid-President Kibaki's presidency. He was beaten at the ballot. That was interpreted as a no confidence for his government. So let's also know the president will be looking at these things. So my proposal, I really want to be practical, is rather than push for a dissolution of parliament, let's recall MPs. And that's why I was saying a way forward is to have an institutional structure that helps us push for these things. If we have LSK pushing the constitutional and legal matters, they would be the ones pushing and advocating for the constitution of IEBC, and we recall MPs. Because let's remember, not all of them refused to listen to our voices. So we start recalling those who refused to represent us. That's a more practical approach. This other route, I don't know. We need to understand that the state has monopoly of violence. And when you're dealing with a government that's already not accountable, they might use that violence to their benefit. The second point I really wanted to speak on is on the external influence. It's been spoken about here. But I want us also to be real and looking at looking at global politics aspects of geopolitics, spheres of influence globally, because we have to look at it from a global point of view and then we come local. The truth is the world is divided into two spheres, the East and West. Guys will say we are non-aligned, but I mean, we just need to go back to the history of Cold War and we see even the third world countries that had said were non-aligned, in actual fact, were aligned to a certain point. So my concern is right now would not be on the external influence, because we know it exists. And Kenya would definitely have that influence because of the geostrategic nature of this country. But we need to ask ourselves, first, the kind of people we are saying no to is IMF. But we need to ask ourselves, why is IMF here? The truth is, IMF will come in when your debt vulnerabilities are starting to show red lights. And that's why they will come with a structural program. Because what they're trying to do is, you don't go into default. And Kenya is strategic, so let's also really be honest about it. So these guys might not really want to watch Kenya collapse. But if we do not want IMF, we need to ask ourselves, why are they here in the first place? Even us, when we borrow and we get to a point at a personal level, you're unable to borrow more, or you're getting to a situation where your lender knows whatever you're borrowing, you're not going to be able to repay. They will put a stop and say, no, I'm not going to give you more money. And that's why for me, a practical solution is to deal with it internally. Why have we borrowed trillions and trillions, and this money has not come back either to useful projects that have a return on investment, or they've actually not gone to any investment in the first place? And how do we address it internally? Because we might say, IMF, we do not want your conditionalities, and I do agree, we do not want, but why did they come in the first place? It is the people we've put in power, starting from last 2013. And I think we need to really have that honest conversation and go way back. Where did the money we borrowed go to? Did it do what it was supposed to do? If not, find ways, institutional ways, that this money can be returned. It will be a hard task for sure, so that we sustain our debts. Once we sustain our debts, we can then tell IMF, keep off our affairs. Thanks, that's my submission.
Thank you so much, Afandi, for the informative submissions that you have made. I would like to invite next Kumbukeni to speak, and go ahead, Kumbukeni. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Go ahead.
Just to address the question that was just asked by Afandi, why is the IMF in Kenya? And this issue is so complex and so ingrained and so stretched in so many places that it's not easy to solve. But the simple fact is they're there to exploit. They're not there because they're coming to help us. They're not there because we went to them to borrow. They're there to exploit. These organizations were founded in the West for that sole purpose, to make the dollar the superior power, the superior currency. And they have done everything to maintain that, including when they give us money. First of all, they make us dependent on that money. And when they give it to us, it has conditionality so that we do not get out of that situation where we need the money. So to say that we're going to deal in any other way with the IMF other than kick them out is delusional, because like I said, they are the ones, it's a cycle of exploitation. They are the ones who give the conditionalities that don't allow us to be independent economically, and therefore we are always coming back for the loans, which continue to keep us in debt. And first of all, when this whole debt started, the debt that we took over or inherited was a colonial debt by the colonial governments. They had borrowed, they were in debt, and when we demanded independence, they put their debt on us, and it's been a cycle since then. So for anyone in Africa to not think revolutionary about this and say, excuse me, Mizani, this is the one time I'll use this, F you, we're not paying a debt, there's no debt, it's yours, go to hell. And also think about how much money is leaving Africa every day think about how much money is leaving Africa from the resources. And then you, as someone who does math, forget even about being an accountant. You don't need to be an intellectual to do this. Do the math. Look at the money going out, look at the debt, and you tell me if we owe anything. So this business of talking about this as if it is simple is not being realistic. And there's, like I said before, there's no other way to deal with this other than taking away the foreign interference, because the foreign interference is intentionally there to keep us underdeveloped. Like Walter Rodney wrote in his book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. It is intentional. It is designed to keep us underdeveloped. And to think that we can come to the table with these people is delusional. I was going to address, and honestly, read the books that I gave in the chat. Please read them, and they'll tell you all this stuff. They'll give you details. They'll give you examples. They'll give you cases. Nkrumah's book will give you situations. All his books show you where he was building Ghana, and he finds out that the US and the UK are working behind him to bring him down, to bring his economy down. Right? When they found out that he's building Ghana where they were going to be self-dependent as far as energy production, they sabotaged that project. And then the CIA instigated a coup where he was brought down. So please, let's stop kidding ourselves and saying that there's no international interference. Also, for us to be free and liberated from all this nonsense, because it's not gonna change unless we do that. No matter who the leader is, they'll always be compromised by these people. I mean, we have a representative of the World Bank representing the United States, basically, essentially, representing the West, but most importantly, the United States, because that's the power that controls that entity. Sitting in our central bank, what business? Like, think about it, for Kenya to go to the United States and say, oh, we want a representative of Kenya to sit in your central bank or your main bank. Well, they laugh in our faces, right? But we have that in Kenya, and we think that we have an independent economy. So the one thing I think that's needed, number one, the first thing that has to be done, whether we are going to get the courage to do it, I don't know. I know Thomas Sankara did it, and he kicked out the IMF, and he was able to rebuild his country in 4 years. He changed his government completely. He did the thing that we are scared to do, and he was able to change his government. 4 years, the economy was improved. Nkrumah did it. He unfortunately made the mistake of keeping the West, and he learned the hard way, and he writes it in his books. He gives you the evidence in his books of how he regrets that move. But he was able to build Ghana to some extent until the interference came in. Kenya needs a government-wide audit. It just needs a government. And I don't know who's going to do it, but it needs a government-wide audit. We need to look and see where the problems are, where the barriers are. An investigation has to be done by an independent entity. And then we need to sit down and determine what the strategies are going to be to release Kenya from those, the hooks of the exploitative entities that are currently controlling Kenya. I forgot, this is the last mention. I had forgotten to mention before. There's a politician, and I forget his name, who went on yesterday or today to blame the behavior of the GenZs on politicizing books they are reading in school. I'm going to warn you all that this is a strategy that is used by exploitative governments to counter information. So what something like this has the danger of doing is starting a narrative where this government is going to push for these books not to be used in schools, because apparently these books have caused the GenZs to go to the streets. So we must be careful. This happened before in Kenya when Ngugi wa Thiong'o and Michere Mugo were kicked out of the country because of what they were writing, because it was revolutionary, because it was helping the people think for themselves and not be dependent on the government. So those are just the things I wanted to mention. But please, no conversation, no matter how much we talk, we bring experts, legal experts, economic experts, none will take us forward until we address the issue of foreign interference. That is the main root cause of our underdevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you, Kumbukeni, for sharing. Bina, I would like to invite you to stage. Are you available, Bina?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Sorry, Bina, before you proceed, I know that's quite rude of me, and Drak, I apologize. There's an interesting question I've received in my DM, and that is in respect to what Kumbukeni just said. So, Afandi, I'll give you a second or 30 seconds to ask the question and Kumbukeni a minute to respond, then we can go to Bina. Just for clarity. Thank you. Afandi?
Thanks. Sorry, I was speaking while on mute. Kumbukeni brings in some very, very, very good points. And just to be clear, Kumbukeni, I've read, I've done both political science and development studies, and I've really gone into the history and read those books. And I completely agree with you. We are on the same page that foreign interference is a big, big problem. But my question would be, because for this moment, we're looking at very specific things that have brought us to a situation that we found ourselves in, including for the first time having our parliament breached. What is a very practical way of us kicking out foreign interference? And I'd really like to zero in on IMF, because the problem we're having right now, they are at the front of it. What would be a very practical way of kicking IMF out of Kenya in the immediate term? Thanks.
So Sankara is dead. We cannot call Sankara and ask him how he did it. But Traore is alive, and he's doing it. We just need to call him and ask him how he did it. If we're having a hard time actually just, first of all, it's not going to happen with Ruto, because all those leaders who you've all mentioned the crimes that they committed, this is what these entities do. They get people who've committed crimes because that's leverage, and they use it against them to make them become their puppets, essentially, right? Because we have this on you. If you want this to go away, you have to do this and that and that. So anyone who's involved in any criminal history, forget about them being a good leader for Kenya. So we have to look within ourselves, within Kenyans. And I know there are Kenyans who can be, and I read before, for those of you who'll be listening to the recording, I gave a strategy with points on how we can move forward. So listen to that. I won't get into that again. But it actually is going to take a brave step, but also selecting individuals who are willing to take that brave step, and we stand by them. Just like the people of Burkina are standing by Traore right now. The people of Burkina, on top of the Russian intelligence, have helped him avoid assassination several times. So if we pick those people and they get on, and we kick these foreign entities away, we, the Kenyan people, have to stand by our people so that they're not taken out. It is a drastic and revolutionary move, but it's the only one that will allow us to move forward. Anything else is just temporary.
Thank you. Thank you, Kumbukeni, I think, who was speaking. I would like to invite Bina.
Hi, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. I'll just try and go to the point, because I think some of the pointers I needed to speak to have been mentioned. But I think from where I stand, I'd also love to introduce a new variable in terms of how we find ourselves with the leaders that we have. And I hear us, and we need to, we need to keep on standing our ground, and everyone showing up in whichever way, whether you're showing up online, whether you're showing up physically, whether you're supporting in terms of the lawyers. I think we definitely need to sustain that momentum. It's very, very important. But given that we're talking about the man on the hill exiting, we're talking about a political transition, and what that means, even if at all he and his cronies. My concern is, I don't think we are interrogating enough the role of political parties in getting us to where we are right now, and how, the loyalty and the sycophancy that we see that is embedded in political party mobilization. And the fact that every other election, we have new parties being formed, not based on ideology, but personalities' interests, and then they organize better, they get into coalitions, and they take over power, right? And where does that leave young people? Where does that leave all of us? Because if you look at the data from ORPP, young people representation in political parties is less than 30%. Mark you, we have, I think, 89 or 91. I think 89, between 89 and 91 political parties in this country. I think maybe majority of us speak about the top 5 and the top 10, but we have over 80 political parties. UDA was not even there 10 years ago. Where is TNA? Where is Jubilee right now? Like most of these parties were not even there 10 years ago. People just came together, decided, you know what, we need an outfit. Other politicians will buy out, will buy off a political party, and then they get into a coalition and they take over power, right? So if we're talking about young people's representation in political parties at 30%, and if that is not also one of the ways even GenZs are going to engage, because we cannot even, I personally don't expect GenZs to join political parties, because the very leaders we are complaining about are the party leaders. So I don't know, I had the conversation, they need to join political parties. That's a totally different conversation. But for where I stand, and my engagement even in communities and with young people and with the work that I do, we have seen, in fact, there's even no transition of power. At least in elective politics, we're talking about after every 10 years the president leaves, or after 5 years, if you're an MP, if you're not voted back in office, then you're no longer a member of parliament. But party leaders don't leave unless they die. Well, I don't know any political party where the leader has either mentored someone who's coming in to take over, or they are ready to hand over their office as a party leader. I have not seen that, right? And that has an influence. It has an influence in terms of mobilization. And I think for me, why this moment is beautiful is because most political parties, they negotiate on the basis of tribe. So someone says, I'm going to come in with the Luya vote. It's actually, you're frowned upon if you're, let's say, Kikuyu and you're in ODM, and vice versa, if you're Luo and you're in Jubilee. But this moment is actually disrupting political mobilization, right? What does that mean for the next election, whereby we're encouraging GenZs right now to register to vote, but at the end of the day, you can only vote for the person on the ballot. And the person on the ballot, given the amendments from the last election, where we had negotiated democracy, where a political party decides, you know what, in this constituency, this is the popular person. We've been sending SMSs to people, and from the feedback, this is the person who's going to be on the ballot. You ask people who received any SMS from the political party, none of them, in the areas where I was working with and supporting some of the young people who I thought, I need to put my force behind them, they never got the party tickets. And some of them even went ahead to rant, because these are young people who had actually joined political parties, they had popularized the political party, hoping because of their effort and because they don't have money, but they're putting time in the party, they're going to get the certificate. But political party leadership does not even recognize the time young people put in to build these political party structures. Someone with huge amounts of money will come and they buy you out, or they buy they buy the nomination certificate. What does that do? Because majority of the young people do not show up during nomination, and not just young people. Actually, many people don't show up during nomination. And once you get a certificate for a political party, you're 50% in. And I'm speaking as someone who's been on the ballot before. I was on the ballot when I was 22, right? Still in campus, actually. But even for me, I did lose in the big party. And went to a very smaller party so that I can get the certificate, and I got the certificate which put me on the ballot. But if you look at even the effort you put in, and that's why I'm saying I don't even think the Gen Z that they're going to join political parties, or they're going to even put in their time, because time is not rewarded over money, right? And then people put a lot of time in political parties, right? Especially most of them right now are shells, because during almost like in 2026, that's when you'll see many people trying to join political party because they want to run for office. We need to also interrogate the role of money, because IBC tried to put amendments, right? In terms of, they introduced the amendments that were shut down by the MPs on capping campaign spending. Guys, there's a time I think Matiang'i was saying, very soon we're going to have a parliament that is full of wash guys, right? And people make jokes about it. But if you look at how much we're spending, Mzalendo did a study a few years, is in 3 years ago. 3 years ago. And it showed like, as an MCA, you need like a minimum of 5M, right? Minimum. MP, you need a minimum of 20 million. People don't even have work. Young people have great ideas. Where are you going to get that money? And that's why organizing right now is so important, because we might not have the money as young people, but we have the numbers and we have the ideas. So we have to look at how we are disrupting political organizing going forward. Otherwise, you'll take your registration voters card, but you're going to vote for the person on the ballot. And why I'm raising the issue of money is I remember the presidential candidates, their money was capped at 4.4 billion, right? That they were not supposed to spend more than 4.4 billion in election. And you guys can check out the recommendations from IBC. And the MPs shot down those recommendations. Guys, imagine for the president, the cap was at 4 billion. Ruto earns what, 2 million a month? Okay, let's put it at 2 million. I think plus allowances, maybe it's 3, but let's put it at 2 million base. 2 million, if you put 2 million times 1 year, how much is that? That is like 2 times 12, that is 24. 24 million times 5 years, you're not even at a quarter a billion. You're not even at a quarter a billion. Yet, you're not supposed to spend more than 4 billion as a presidential candidate. That already tells you how much a president spends their campaign. Where are they getting that money? Who's funding them? Who are the corporations that actually fund them? And then the influence, the external forces we are saying, the external and internal forces. Like, guys, 1 billion, I think if you divide 1 billion even amongst the years, you can probably spend like 40K for the next 8 years. Like, it's just, and they've been trying to break down what 1 billion can do. And this is IBC even trying to put it on paper. Like, you're not supposed to even spend more than 4 billion. As an MCA, don't spend like more than this. As an MP, don't spend more than this. And they shut it down. They don't even want where they get their monies to be audited. And that is problematic. And I think that is why it's so important for us to also be very fluent in terms of what is happening, some of these amendments. And if you look at even the amendments that IBC was proposing, those amendments, the parliament never even discusses them now. Zinadiscussiwa huko kama kuna bado 1 year.
Sorry for interrupting, Bina. Sorry for interrupting. I will give you 1 more minute because there are a lot of requests. Kindly go ahead.
That's fine. So let me bring the point home. So there's that. So we need to interrogate that. And lastly, also us within our own space, we also need to interrogate the reasons why people vote. Because to assume that people just voted because it was the best leader on the ballot, it's problematic, especially with this consensus building. There are guys, and I'll probably give an example just real quick as we wrap it up. There are guys like, let's say, and I mean, and Gladys Wanga is doing amazing work. But I remember even when ODM gave her that ticket, there were riots because guys were like, oh, and the guys who voted for Kidero. Kidero got 153,000 votes, guys. And you know his background, even with corruption, with Mumias, with all those things. 153,000 votes because people were like, Apana, Mimi, I wanted to vote this way, but you're forcing someone down my throat. So sometimes to think that everyone is going to vote because they have the best candidate on the ballot is problematic. There's also negative voting. Someone voting because they feel like someone has been shoved down their throat, or someone voting because they feel like, I don't like option A and I don't like party B and I don't like party C. Let me then vote for this other person to discount person A. And I think once we have this information, even amongst us, if you're good in research, even right now, start generating a body of knowledge that is going to inform how this movement is going to be sustained going forward. Everyone has a skill they can bring to the table, and when we compile that and harmonize our effort, then we're going to be powerful and see the changes we want to see, especially when we're talking about political transitions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Bina, for the beautiful submission. I think I will invite Engineer Kelvin. After Engineer Kelvin speaks, I will invite Brief Scoop. Go ahead, Kelvin.
How are you guys? Buddy? Can you hear me?
Nzuri sana Yash, nakusikia.
Okay, yeah. So I heard someone say that the biggest problem we have is external influence, but I actually don't think so, because personally I'm of the belief that our leadership internally is what kind of dictates the kind of road that we take. For example, when Kibaki came, Moi had a lot of external debt. And Kibaki is the kind of guy that actually chased away the IMF and looked east. So what we have with this current guy is serious looting and stealing and stuff. And I think unless we kind of take care of that, then there's nothing we will have solved at the end of the day. So this leadership has to go. And some people who are kind of worried that if this guy goes, we can have political instability. No, I think that Kenya is the one nation that the military is so professional. And that's why we have been able to weather the storms and stuff. And we are stable as we are. And this is what I tell everybody. What William Ruto is kind of looking at right now is he kind of thinks that he can outlive this thing. Like, in a week or two, all these will have fizzled out, and you will be back with ways doing nothing, and that will be a very big mistake. Number one, everybody needs to realize that getting a government out of power is not a matter of 1 week or two. And the first thing that we need to kind of threaten is that we need to show Ruto that we can outlive him. We are willing to do these things for 3 years if need be. And how do we do that? Let's start, like, for example, number one, we will never be able to kind of build a momentum on some of these protests.
Kelvin, Kelvin, we can't hear you clearly. Maybe you can find... try again. No, there's some feedback from your end.
What about right now?
No, it's getting worse.
Just a minute, please.
Would you please sort it out as Brief Scoop gives his submission, please? Okay. Brief Scoop, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hi, Drac. Hi, Eli. Good to see you all. Of course, when I heard my spirit sister, Kumbukeni, speaking, she lit up the fire in me, and I had to come up. I had promised myself that they are just going to listen. So first things first. The first answer, you were asking about the land rates question. I don't know what's in this current bill. What I do know, by the way, I'm still hearing that buzz.
Yeah, I hear it too. I don't know where it's coming from, to be honest.
I think we've been visited because that thing just came to my phone and it's not stopping from nowhere.
It's back to the old tricks.
I don't know what's the problem.
We used to experience this in craziness in our spaces. But so quick answer to that question. I don't know what they have added in this bill, but I find it very credible because, by the way, it was already in previous bills to add land rates to properties, inherited property inside of the capital metropolitan area. I'm from the capital metropolitan area. I'm from Nairobi. And our family actually currently owes over 2 million shillings in back taxes for land rates. We don't have 100-acre farm. It's in Nairobi. It's in Dagoretti. So, it's a small subsistence farm. So I can only assume that all our fellow subsistence farmer neighbors, peasant farmers, people who, it's Nairobi, but literally people there still live just like anywhere in Ushago. So just the regular average type of structures that you see anywhere in your shags. Nobody is living opulent, and so that already passed, and I'm not sure what year.
I'm sorry, Bishop, can we mute and can we end this space and start another one? It's getting crazy. I've tried to mute everyone. There's some strange noise coming through. Let's try if this works. Kindly proceed and let's see if it works. Bishop.
All right.
Now that works well. I think Jack, allow me to work around. Let's see. Bishop, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes,
we really apologize.
Right.
There was some weird sound happening. I had to mute everyone.
Okay. I don't hear it anymore. So fingers crossed. Hopefully it's good. So yes. So that already passed. And then on to the question about external interference. Unfortunately, this whole bill was written in Washington. That's why there were MPs from the United States, Congress people from the United States sitting in the gallery. So unfortunately, we do not have the luxury of ignoring or dismissing or acting anything around that fact. We have to deal with the fact that our politics, our whole entire government, our whole entire constitution, by the way, is a copy-paste of the American Constitution, which is very convenient for American, for the IMF and for American corporations and for the U.S. Treasury and for the Federal Reserve, the United States Federal Reserve, which, by the way, is a private entity. It's a privately owned entity, just like the South African Federal Reserve, which is also a privately owned entity by the Rothschilds. So we don't have the luxury of pretending that this isn't a thing. It's a thing. It's what is happening. It's owned by them, by big business. These, for example, this bill are about land. These are bills that are there for Syngenta. Bear with me, guys, 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. I just had a visitor actually arrive from Kenya, so very exciting. I'm feeling the winds of resistance blowing in. So these bills, specifically around land, are bills that have been pushed down our government's throat by the likes of Syngenta and Bayer Crop Science. And these bills are copy-paste. They are these bills are written in India, and they caused a lot of farmer suicides in India, by the way, because they took over farmers' lands. So they're being written in India, in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Papua New Guinea, you name it, in Venezuela, not Venezuela because they don't have access to it, which is why they sanction the hell out of the Venezuelan economy. But in Colombia now is considered one of the strong economies. I'm not going to veer off too much. I'm going to come back. And why? Because they allowed American corporations to have their bills. They allowed the United States essentially to write their bills, to write to essentially create their economy in the likeness of the United States. And so American corporations do very well there. When you report your GDP at the end of the year, when you have American corporations in your economy, your GDP is reported high. Why? Because there's money being made. But that money is not being made by you. It's being made by foreign corporations. It goes to the US economy. It does not come to our economy. So we do not have a choice. And I love that Gen Z is talking about re-looking at our whole entire constitution, our whole entire government. That's what we have to do. The last time we had democracy was when we used to have councils of elders representing us. That was the last time we had democracy. What we have now is a system that is ripe and ready for plucking, for exploitation by Western forces, by the colonizer. I find it amazing that we Africans can believe that organizations that were formed in the 1940s, when these same colonizers were brutalizing Mau Mau and other freedom movements across the continent, in Algeria, all over West Africa, in South Africa, that organizations formed at that time could somehow have been formed to represent us. The IMF, the World Bank, the United Nations, the Red Cross, you name it. It doesn't matter which NGO. It doesn't matter how benign they want to portray themselves. They are simply purely one thing and one thing only. They are the PR arm, the public relations arms of imperialism. They were created to create this good cop, bad cop pretense, right? Which is why the United States has a veto in the UN, the United States has a veto in the IMF, the United States. By the way, the IMF can only be run by a European. The head of the IMF has to be a European. The head of the World Bank has to be an American. Why is it? If these are organizations that are meant to serve the whole world, why can't the presidents rotate? And why do they divide it amongst themselves, right? So why isn't the head of the IMF a Kenyan or a South African? And of course, if they were, we know that they would still be hijacked, right? Because the CIA has its tentacles everywhere. People do not realize the primary function of the CIA is not US security. Well, it is, but not in the sense that people think of it. Not terrorism, not physical security. It is economic domination. It is the ensuring of economic domination over the whole entire globe. It doesn't matter who. And by the way, the United States doesn't even care about the European cousins. You saw the United States bomb the hell out of the, oh my God, it just escaped my mind, the pipeline from Russia to Germany, which was a German pipeline, so that they could ship gas from Nigeria and Niger and through Algeria and the Mediterranean and Spain into Europe. And that plan is now up in the air because Niger has gone the independent route. So what can we do? What we have to do is we have to expose every single component of this bill, because every single component of this bill, it's a regressive taxation bill. By the way, Kenyans are not against taxation. What we want is progressive taxation. What the IMF does is that they are the spokesperson of BlackRock, of companies on Wall Street. And what they tell you is that you have to pass these bills that are very regressive, that pass the greatest burden of taxation on to the poorest in the economy. That's not what they do in their countries. In the United States, they have progressive taxation. The poor pay minimal. The people at the top, the corporations, pay more. Corporations, in fairness, Wall Street banks, the ones that I did used to work there.
Please wind up. Yeah,
I will wind up. There's no other way to make me stop. You just have to tell me to wind up, because I will speak all night otherwise. But I'm bringing this home. So what we want is progressive taxation that taxes the corporations at the top. By the way, these corporations are the ones who introduced this anti-tax sort of sentiment in Kenya. What they did not take into consideration is that Kenyans were going to study the bills and actually find those giveaways for Syngenta, for Bayer Crop Science, and for BlackRock. The privatization bill from the bottom-up president, that is the most egregious. Like, that was just an FU to us, right? Privatizing our installation. So let me just give bullet points about what we need to do. What we need to do is we need to expose all of the aspects of the bill that are egregious, that are regressive. We need to demand progressive taxation. We need to demand living wages, by the way, starting with foreign corporations, international organizations like the UN. If the UN can afford to pay $3,000 minimum wage in Switzerland for a janitor, it can afford to pay $3,000 minimum wage in Nairobi. What is the difference between a janitor in Nairobi and a janitor in Switzerland? None, other than that we agree that we don't have to be paid living wages. So we have to demand living wages. We have to demand foreign corporations pay their fair share in taxes. And we have to make sure that our resources are controlled by us. When it comes to our own government, we have to sustain the resistance movement and make Ruto and everyone else in government more afraid of us than they are afraid of the IMF and Joe Biden. And I don't know how he's willing to be Joe Biden's lapdog when Joe Biden can't even complete a sentence during a debate. Has he no shame? So we need to make sure that these people are more afraid of us. And I promise you, if they actually do the bidding of the Kenyan people, we can stand by them. So what happened? Honest, last point, I promise. This is the last point. What happened in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger is that the people showed the leaders that if you do not do what we demand, we will oust you. By the way, they showed that even to Traore and to Assimi Goita and to the General Tiani as well. And there were two other generals that took power in both in both Burkina Faso and Mali. And when they did not do the bidding of the people went back on the streets. And that's why the military had to step in. The military does not have to step in Kenya if and only if Ruto and their other leaders start doing our bidding, start being more afraid of us than they are of Joe Biden, and start doing our bidding rather than the bidding of BlackRock and the IMF. And we would stand by them at that point. I don't know how likely that is. And if they don't, then we have to sustain this resistance movement. And we have to keep working to expose. We have to do the hard work, the heavy lifting of demonstrating, doing the education, showing how the IMF is involved, showing how these bills are copy-paste from Ghana, from Nigeria, from India, from all over the world. And I'm willing to do that work with you, my spirit sister Kumbukeni. Let's get down and do the Excel spreadsheets and show, because we have to do the heavy lifting. We have to show our fellow Kenyans, those of us who are in economics, those of us who are in governance, you guys go and create your own documents. I'm willing to do the economics part. And there are many other aspects. I'll yield there. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, Eli and Drac.
Thank you, Bruce Coop. I have a question, but I think I will let Mizani speak, and then I will come after him. Please don't drop from us, from the speaker position. I will ask you the question later. Mizani, go ahead.
Oh, no, actually, we're just looking at the national dialogue, and what we're asking is for us to have those uncomfortable conversations that, thanks to this pressure from the Gen Z and at large the Kenyan population, we are able to start looking forward and even looking behind and asking why these things happened and how are we moving into the future with a better governance structure. So I'm hoping, even as we invite the next speaker, I believe Dennis was on the queue, we'll be able to continue this uncomfortable truth and dialogue. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dennis. I think I will speak to Bruce Coop later. Dennis?
All right, maybe Dennis, as you come in, we have young people who are trying to push for a narrative pro the people. And I'll ask you as you start, water and oil mix. Dennis. Kindly unmute and proceed.
Oh, I was on mute. Yeah. Water and oil can mix. I even forgot what I wanted to say. I think I'll go back from where I lifted my hand. It was the issue of the IMF, like how we are going to break free of the shackles of the IMF, which is a bit tricky. The age we are in, the amount of globalization that is in for us, and it also comes back to the issue of alignment. And someone brought up Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara, as much as he was anti-West and also anti-communism, he had no ideology. The people he was influenced. He was a Marxist. He was influenced by Marxist and socialist ideas, but he was not aligned to the Soviet Union or the West. He was aligned with these small countries and groups. Countries like Cuba. And some funny groups, Libya, some funny grassroots organizations, and which all these organizations were leaning towards the Soviet. So it's not a sustainable model for us to say, okay, we need to move away from the West and then move where. There's a reason why these coups, they happen, whatever, these military coups, the Traores, those things won't last. Because yes, they're jumping from one ship to another, not to their own boat, not to their safety, whatever boat or something. It's just jumping from one ship. Oh, do you guys hear me?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
John, 30 minutes, I have to make sure. Yeah, as I said, they're just jumping from one ship to another. For us to break free, we need something that's close to a cultural revolution that, for example, the one that happened in China. So that we have our own, we can develop our own ideology and be independent, which at this particular point in time, we have to, if that happens in Kenya, we have to be willing to sacrifice the next 50 years of suffering. It's going to be another 50 years of turmoil, of shame. Things will go haywire before they start. They will get better in future, but it will take a long time if a cultural revolution happens, and that's the only way we can break free from these shackles of the likes of the IMF. Yeah, so for me, it's I believe. Why keep hearing? Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, Dennis, you seem to be on the move, but we can hear you.
No, I'm not in the move. Who are Chinese wanaamka mapema sana, magari zinapita hapo hivi. Hello.
Yes, can you proceed?
Oh, yeah. So as I was saying, like the situation we have at hand, like everyone, like from the government side, from the people side, the government side, everyone is talking about historical events. Like, okay, these people did this, so if we do it, such and such will happen. And the government side, of course, they say, okay, this happened before, and these people did this, and this and such happened. So both of us are talking from a point of history, and the conversation at the end of the day is data driven. And as we all know, data is king. But what people forget, not even most of the time, 100% of the time, data represents the past. And the most important data that we don't have is the most important data that you have is the data you have not collected yet. It's the data we don't have. And the data we don't have is the youth, the so-called Gen Z, which I call young adults. It's a population that has been neglected, not even neglected. It's how we grew up. Like no one valued us. We at that age we have no importance, and it was ingrained in us. Even us, we believed, okay, our opinion doesn't matter, and hello.
Yes, Dennis, we'll give you another minute to finish your submission in matter of data.
Yeah. Just 1 minute. Yeah, so as I'm saying, the data that's not available is the data on these kids, like what influences their behaviors. These kids are not like us, the millennials, the boomers, or the old guys, where we are more influenced by what we get in return. They are more influenced by how we make them feel. So that's why I'm saying, like even like when the president returned declined and returned the bill to parliament, that was giving, and that as you can see, it changes it changed the perception of most of us millennials and the boomers and everything. Were like, okay, maybe it's working. But for the Gen Z on the ground, because I have a lot of friends of them, it changed nothing. For them, the people that were killed is what now will influence their emotions, and emotions will influence their behavior. So moving forward, I think the unnecessary killings have to stop, so that and that is what will talk to the emotions of the Gen Z, and that's the only time that you can be able to talk to them. Otherwise, if we are saying, okay, let's invite them to the table and then see what they want, we give them, that won't work with this generation. This generation, it's a generation we empowered. It's how we want our kids to grow up. We want them to be opinionated, not afraid of anything, be able to stand up for themselves, and we gave them that, and that's what they are using now. It's actually what we want. It's a good generation. We just don't know how to relate with them, and I don't want to waste a lot of time because also my class is about to start. So yeah, I hope I made a bit of sense. Nimepatiwa mic at last, naenda kuringa. Aye.
Thanks, Dennis. Nizania, will hand the room back to you for a moment. Thank you, everyone, for your submissions. I think these discussions are really important for us to see how we can move the country forward. We have started the conversations, and let's use this momentum to push forward our agenda. And if someone was not watching what's going on politically in the political sphere, economic sphere, then this is the time to educate your brothers, parents, sisters, and family members, friends. Form small groups, discuss, and see how each and every law that's made in this country affects you. So thanks. Mizani, would you please take over from me for a moment?
Thank you again, Drash, for the help, and of course, Dennis, for submitting. I see my good friend Brief Scoop has his hand up, and I know there are a lot of you who are waiting. So we're going to try and balance this. I know we had promised to go until 1 a.m., rather 1 a.m. Kenyan time. It's almost 3 in the morning, so I don't know how you guys are planning to go to church tomorrow, but if you're boycotting, we'll be keeping a vigil with all of you for all those who lost their lives. Brief Scoop, quick one.
Thank you so much, Eli. Just want to add one thing in terms of promise, one thing, and real quick. In terms of how we organize, we need to create working groups of people who have specific interests such that we can organize teachings and all of the, because this, honestly, this is going to be a long fight. So working groups, I would highly, highly recommend that we create working groups, media working groups, PR working groups. And that's how we organized in the original Occupy, by the way. I was an original occupier in the very original Occupy Wall Street movement. I was in the PR working group, and there was tech working group, so we need to do something like that and divide the work, a law working group, a working group to review the bills and to review the economic components, all of that, that type of stuff. Thank you. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you very much, Brief. And I'm encouraged by what you're saying, because earlier on this month, on the 7th of June, if you go to our TL, we tweeted and we asked, what will stop us from going and occupying that parliament if our members of parliament actually decide to choose not to vote according to our wishes? And in what would have seemed like a simple tweet, it was in response to one of, I believe that was this Busia Senator, what is his name, Okia Mutata, had put out a tweet, and we responded to that tweet saying, why can't we occupy parliament? And sooner than later, that became a vibe, and I saw placards coming out, and that came to become a reality. But the whole aspect around it was to really have people conversing and asking their members of parliament to do that which is right. And what is right does not have to be to the government of the day. It has to be according to the people, because they have their own aspirations as a people. They have things they want these governments to achieve. And it is the duty of the government through their representatives to actually go ahead and execute. In that same breath, we also put out a tweet recently, and we asked us to take advantage of this pressure that is there with the GenZs and everyone agitating for a better governance structure, to go and change the date that is Sabasaba. And our room proposes, why can't we shift the spotlight from the politicians that day and put that spotlight on populace, so that we can stand together and say, we have had enough police brutality. We have had enough in terms of politics. We have had enough when we see our children going to school through house, and even after school they cannot afford the basics. Then the very poor parents who sold their family land, sold all their property, their only last cow, to educate their child, come back home and they have nothing to come back to. Why can't we make Sabasaba another day, not only to remember everyone that has died in this fight for a better Kenya, but also to completely return the power of the people back to the people, so that this Sabasaba day, it's another struggle not for multi-party, but it's a struggle and a remembrance of us struggling to have the country we desire and the country we want to our hands. So my proposal and our proposal as Mizani is Let us change that day. Let us go there and mourn those people in peace, in voices of protest. And those voices of protest, music and dance and creative pieces. As we do that, we will be pushing a different agenda, removing the spotlight from the politicians to the populace, who are the ultimate solvers. Having said that, I want to take another opportunity to invite new speakers who have joined us, and we do appreciate you staying in. Bina, once we have some time, we'll also invite you to have another session with us. I'll give an opportunity to Koki, and after Koki, we'll have Steve, Gaga, and then Deju, in that order. Koki, proceed. May I unmute and proceed, please? I think Koki is struggling with her mic. Let's go to Steve.
A very good morning, actually. I thought it's an evening. First of all, allow me to, pour in my heartfelt condolences to the families and the country at large for losing our heroes in this struggle. So mine would be really simple, and it's an uncomfortable truth that maybe has been shared by a few of the speakers, maybe in other spaces or even this space in particular. The thing is, we are dealing with a government that does not uphold the rule of law, and especially a president who does not even think that the constitution that he's using to govern this country was worth passing in the first place. This guy went to campaign. He actually opposed the whole thing. He said, let us amend and then we pass it. But he's been the biggest beneficiary, and now he's literally using it to flashes all across the streets and whatever platforms that he gets. So another thing that I've actually been trying to put across on maybe other platforms is the fact that we have seen an historic moment that Parliament has been breached. People literally went into Parliament and did what they did. This guy comes out, he calls people criminals. People are shot. Snipers put on rooftops to actually shoot on innocent, people who are picketing, which is their right, enshrined in the Constitution. Why are we not, getting a monumental type of arrangement? We get a monument for these people. We just say, like, this is the truth. This thing is historic. These people died. People have been massacred in Githurai. Kids have been shot at in Rongai. What are we doing to remember, in remembrance of these guys? And are we really pushing? Are we getting the bottom line with the government, which is actually in bed with the church? So we've allowed people to actually be going to places of worship without having a heart to worship. I'm simply dressing up, going to floss in church, but deep down in my heart, I'm harboring a lot of hatred. I'm carrying a lot of crosses of deceit and corruption. So my take would be, the churches actually are not even supposed to come forward and say, the GenZs, the millennials, and any other group of people, like, we're supposed to be represented by these guys. We have seen the number of sacking that they do. We have seen how simping they go to the levels of getting millions from these politicians. I don't know, it is evident, but again, you ask yourself, how morally upright are we as a society when a church is put up right at the doorstep or right at the next compound of your home, and they are singing and dancing all night long at the expense of sleeping neighbors? And then we can't even say something because there is freedom of worship in this country. So if there is freedom of worship in this country, what makes you think that God wants you to make noise for somebody who's been working all day and wants to sleep, and you're there disturbing them in the name of the Lord? You see, the level of hypocrisy, I think that is where Rwanda beat us, because when Kagame said every person who's coming across to be a man of the clock, then he must have a degree in theology. It's more reason we're having pastors who are actually comics or puppets in church, abusing the congregants. To finish on the last thing that I have to say, the IG of this, the police force, because I really don't see it as a police service anymore, because literally we've said it's coming out of the police force into the police service, but still the level of force that is being applied to innocent protesters, people who are not armed, actually the IG is supposed to take full responsibility of the people who've been battered, of the people who've been killed, and actually the level of force that has been used, on these demonstrations. So, we can also boycott these politicians' rallies. We can boycott their businesses, just to tell them that power belongs to the people. So with that said and done, I wish everybody, a peaceful time. And of course, if we are pushing for Ruto must go, then that has to be Ruto must go. I had somebody say, this guy has actually gotten out the military to patrol the streets in defense of a finance bill that was rejected. Don't you guys think that in 2027, if at all is going to reach there, can't you see the telltale signs of how he's going to defend an election that maybe is prepared to steal from us? Because, this is just the second year in power. He has 3 more years to go. They're talking of expanding or extending the presidential term to 7 years. He's putting up the military on the road. He's putting up the military on the streets. Now imagine if we're going for an election, what level of preparedness is he going to do with the forces that he has? That simply tells us that we are going to deal with an elephant that is more whiter than we think. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Steve, ordinarily I'll go to the next speaker, but you've raised some issues that I like for us to have, a back and forth, but not really in terms of disputing what you're saying, but now looking at the practical approach to all these matters. Take, for example, the issue of boycotting. I remember there's a time when Raila Odinga was protesting against his results. He went ahead to say we have to boycott Safaricom. I also remember there's a time when H&M was caught in a scandal for misusing an advert that portrayed the black child like a monkey or something. Africans were very, very unhappy, especially in South Africa, and demanded that everybody should boycott the H&M brand. That is their outlet. Mm-hmm. So my question is, if we're looking at boycotting, and let us be practical, who owns the next gas station that you have to, fill up your car? Who owns the biggest supermarket next to you? Who owns the biggest, let's say, private creamery that processes the milk you take? So looking at the situation we are in as a country, boycott is a great idea. These are the very people that house you. These are the very people that determine the Uber you will be taking, even the Mshwari you'll be using. So let's question and ask, how do we approach this? And I know to some extent we cannot ignore and negate the play of corruption and how these proceeds have benefited specific individuals in the country. But how do we practically make these things work, especially the boycott?
Yeah, maybe just to answer on that, and I agree, it is quite something that is obvious, like they own everything out here. You realize also that any politician who comes to power wants to be the most celebrated politician. Literally, who's the biggest celebrity we have in a country, especially Kenya? It is the president, it is the governor, it is the senator, all the way down to the chairman of Nyumba Kumi. We can come up with a formula, assuming, and this is not something that is really practical, but assuming we are going for an overhaul of a car, we are getting that engine out of the body of that car. We're putting it down right from the block, right from the pistons and the piston rings, right from the crankshaft, literally for this thing to run smoothly. We know what they own, and we know where they sit at the end of the day. We know where the chill spots are. Raila Odinga said boycott Safaricom back in the day. And to be honest, I use Safaricom for M-Pesa transactions and maybe any person who calls me. I moved on to the next, service provider. I'm cool with it. It gives me proper service. But still, you have to use this thing called Safaricom. And I'm sorry I'm mentioning Safaricom because this is something that was put out. When the boycott came through, those who managed to boycott Safaricom, they actually recorded a loss of a certain point and they woke up. So if we try to assume we are boycotting a product that Stephen Oburu has in the market, I have diehards who are going to be my friends or who are going to be my supporters who will always come to my shop to get my services. But the larger people who've been influenced by the friends who are coming to purchase from my shop will be like, no, Steve is crazy. Let's just get an option. And by so doing, we will give them a loss that they've never. You can imagine my brother Mizani, somebody, purporting that a certain cabinet secretary has bought like 4 villas in Dubai, upfront paying cash money. This guy has not even served 5 years as a cabinet secretary. Of course, those are unconfirmed reports, but don't forget, we have friends in those countries who know that these are our politicians who've literally come to spend their holidays here, and they actually have bought this property. So my take would be, as much as it's going to be hard, because I will need gas to fuel my car, probably I will need milk to maybe get my family some food. But again, who's selling me this? It is them. We're not supposed to violently attack these people, but we're supposed to be smart. And avoiding them in a smart way is just making sure that their sales are declining every day. That way, they will feel the pinch. Some way, somehow we can come up with something. But again, united we stand, divided we fall. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. United we stand, divided we fall. And to that extent, earlier on we had a tips here. That is Nelly, the one who said in the tweet, all issues are and have been in the public domain. Once people start meetings behind closed doors, Quisha, there's nothing too complex about running this country that we can't understand. If there's complexities, we will find translators. No committees, a big X, hapana amekata. Let's go to the next speaker who is joining us, and we have with us Gaga. Sorry, Gaga. Pardon me. I apologize. Gaga, please. Let's have first Bina, and then we'll come to you. My apologies. Can we have Koki, please?
Hi, everyone.
Koki, you're muted. Kindly unmute and proceed.
Hi, I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, please, proceed.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. I know it's late. It's crazy how many of us can't sleep. I hate what Ruto has done to us on a personal level, on a collective level. It's breaking my heart into little bits and pieces every time I find out new information. And because I'm someone who likes looking at the data, I'm just like, the same way he has given us an inch, we need to take a mile. Like, we don't need to kind of like give him even any leeway in this situation. So I feel like everyone that has spoken before me had a lot of great points, and I will try to summarize what I want to say into 3 things for me, which is, the first thing is, we're making a lot of plans. There's a lot of conversation about, this is what we need to do, this is what we should do. And we focus a lot on the historical, but strategically, we also need to really amp up the follow-up and the follow-through, if I can call it that. As much as we're asking for a historical and current assessment, we also need to look at a future. But you see, we our risk of knowable problems is low, but we don't know what the future holds. There's someone here who said that the most important data that we don't have is the future data. We can't predict what we're going to have to deal with in the future, but at the same time, we can't let people who are like getting out of the door to determine how people who will lead and who will rule, and even most importantly, the legacy we're going to give our kids. We can't let people who are like, they have one leg out of the door to determine like, this is what is going to happen for the next 100, 200 years. That's some fucking bullshit, first of all. And then the second thing, which I feel is very controversial, but it leans to something I think it was someone, Kumbukeni said, which was having to look at this and interrogate it from what do we do about the international interference, the foreign interference. And these things need to be looked at, everything, everywhere, all at once. We can't just say we are focusing on internal, but you're also not looking at external. Both of them are intertwined very deeply, and we need to also look at practicality in terms of OKRs. So my first OKR, which is my point 2, is we need to reject colonial institutions. The same way we've said reject, we've already shown our power in terms of numbers, in terms of impact, in terms of engagement. I think right now the only station that's giving any airtime to any governmental anything is KBC. The rest are kind of like trying to expose them. So we need to lean into that in every way that we can by, number one, rejecting colonial institutions. And that primarily starts with saying, we don't owe you shit, because that's the first problem. I mean, these governments, we are paying them money to give the companies that are being opened in their jurisdiction grants. Yeah, companies have grants, but our governments are not giving us grants. They're not even giving us public assets. So they're not even leaning into private, let alone public. So we need to say, this money we keep paying these people, why are we paying them? In fact, they owe us. We are in all this shit because of them. I had to read a book called, and I've written a lot about it. It's called Uncommon Wealth. It doesn't talk about like the whole of Africa, but just talks about English-speaking Africa, which is what was colonized by the British. And that's just from a point of view from like when they started colonizing us. But they've implemented very draconian, very self-serving policy, using the rule of law, saying this is the law, this is the law. We need to just say, we don't owe you anything. And in fact, you guys owe us for all this shit that you came and brought to our doorstep. And that leads to like my third point, which is the crux of all this conversation. In this weeding out that you're doing, we need to determine as a collective, and I don't think it's a collective that now needs to be Kenyan, because all this weeding out even includes, why don't we have a Schengen passport for Africa? Like, we're paying all this visa. People are going to England, they're going to US, because they know that's where public assets have been funded to provide opportunities. So we need to say now our public assets take priority, not theirs. And in taking that priority, in all this weeding out, we need to determine what our moral compass is. because that is the thing that is gonna like be because everything I've said before this will be encompassed in what I said in the beginning, which is follow up. But follow through is now are we saying is what we stand for, and at the moment, even statistically, we have the largest population growth. Even as other continents are decreasing, they actually have declining. And that's why I feel Ruto is so fucking obsessed with exporting Kenyans.
Just a second. Koki, your subscription to French is now complete. You can proceed with English.
Okay, what do you mean?
The F and S sounds are now, your subscription is ended. You can now continue in English. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I just need to finish by saying we have the numbers and they've given us an inch and we need to take a mile. But we also need to play offensive and defense at the same time. And we're going to be the future custodians of the law. And we're going to determine what are the rules and morality of the world we're going to live in. And that needs to guide every decision that we make going forward. Thank you guys for giving me a chance to talk, and yeah, peace out.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate. Yeah, we don't have a problem with the expressions, but we keep it with no French on these spaces, and I hope you can understand also from that perspective. Gaga, go ahead, and then we'll have Daju, followed by Esperance, I believe so. Esperance Okoth. Thank you. Gaga, please. I guess it's 3 a.m. in the morning. Daju, good morning to you. Welcome.
Good morning to you all. Welcome. And I appreciate this space. I appreciate all those who've joined this space. First and foremost, I'd like to request us to keep in memory the youths who've lost their lives in the struggle. We usually say that, the trees of the revolution are watered by the blood of its heroes and martyrs, and therefore it's upon us to keep their memory alive, because that was a blood covenant between us and the agents of the oppressors. And we have to always remind them that when Kenyans were marching for change, they stood on the oppressors and the neo-imperialist side. Now, quickly, first and foremost, I'd like to respond by answering on means and ways that we can leverage and get off the system. We talked about boycott. Boycott is a very strong tool. Another tool is silent protest and collective consciousness and peaceful mass movements. But now when we talk about boycott, I wanted to contribute about something, because as a thinker and somebody who never benefited from the system in terms of employment, when I was brainstorming some years back, I thought of a model, a tripartite model based on the pyramid logic that I called 1 million U, which 1 million U basically meant 1 million youths or 1 million unemployed. So as we have more numbers of those who are employed and unemployed, we can actually come up with a shadow system where we leverage the three elements of the pyramid, where we can have the masses or the beneficiary of the system, of our new system at the tip, and then on the two sides we can have the technology, and we can have whatever service that we need to counter. So we need to come down on the table and get to know if we are replacing, for example, the energy, we create our own supply chain and our own means of making sure that we have the product and we have the outlets, and we eliminate the middleman's interests, and therefore it will come at a subsidized price and a competitive price. And if, for example, if we want to subsidize food, then we need to organize and get to have our own supply chain, get to know where we produce from, get to have registered farmers in our database, get to support them in whatever tools they need, and get to control that supply chain from production up to retail, and sensitize the masses that this is where the people's foods are bought, or this is a brand or grocery where the revolutionary people's food is supposed to be bought at. Because you find people, even those who are able to buy from, the middle class and the thriving class, we end up giving this money to most of these chains which are owned by agents of the bourgeois or agents of the neo-imperialists. So the idea of the 1 million new is to have a database, and we need to use technologies like blockchain, where the information is secured and safe away from the agents of the system. And with this 1 million new, you can imagine if we are 25 million people in the movement, and everybody contributes just, let's say, 50 shillings, or even 20 shillings, or even 10 shillings, whatever. Then we begin to have, we are our own resource, we are our own wealth, we are our own commonwealth, and then we start rolling this out. We have doctors, like in the Cuban way, we have doctors who are unemployed, but if we put them now into our system, our value system, we end up having our own clinics, and we end up having our own system whereby we even focus not on curing, but on preventive health. So that way we have like a shadow government providing shadow services, and we have a shadow minister, we have shadow forms of contribution, which is like, countering the KRA and the money system, so that by the time we are in for a long haul, by the time they come to realize, we actually have our own revolutionary functioning system. When it comes to education, we don't need to follow up into the system. We have education specialists. We have like the Dr. Wandias and so forth and so on. We can have our own formulation of our own education system that is not set up somewhere in London. And we have so many unemployed teachers, and we get into the system. We can use tech. We organize in different multi-sectorial, segments, so we can take over the political, social, and economic life. I don't know if people understand me from what I'm trying to say. So from that point of view,
before I lose you, because
yes.
I love what you're putting across. So we have a shadow-like government run by the people, right?
Yes.
I struggle with that because Gen Z have no face, have no leader, and no allegiance to nobody. How are we gonna fix that?
What I'm talking about is, we don't have like a shadow president or whatnot. No, this is a people-run kind of thing. It is a community-based, a society-based, so that at the end of the day,
we have a structural organization sort of arrangement, or anybody decides how everybody moves?
No. We need to have a structure that is based, not focused on power, or focused on I'm the leader, I'm what. No. Focused on the service. At the end of the day, once we start rolling this system, once we start having, let's say we have the tech people coming together and talking the tech language and setting up structures, then we have the medical side. For example, when the doctors were organizing, you could see our comrade who was arrested and later released, organizing with other doctors, that kind of thing. So we are not talking about setting up a political a system that is based on the current oppressive system. But this is a people-run system. Just like when people gather to go and demonstrate without a leader, but the cause or the purpose or the end results and the efforts into it were consolidated. I don't know if you understand me from that point of view.
Thank you. You make a lot of sense. Before I can invite Saruni to speak, Bina, I don't know if you're available, but if you were, something interesting Diju is making in terms of how we can resolve this stalemate we have in terms of the leadership gap and approaches towards how services are delivered to the people by the people. Do you have any input to this? And do you think it's a sellable idea, Bina? I think Bina is taking a nap. I understand. Koki, do you want to say something on that? Okay, you can present. Go ahead.
Just you were asking on what I was commenting on.
Yeah, there's
You can just let someone else speak.
All right, thank you. Let's have Saruni. Saruni, you came here first. Let's proceed with you, and then I'll come back to Briscoe.
I had not cleared my presentation.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
You will come back. Let's allow other presenters, please. But we've noted your contribution. Thank
Hello,
you.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Hello?
Okay.
Yeah,
Saruni,
so
kindly
hi
mute.
guys, how are you guys doing?
Okay, I can hear you. Proceed. All right, we have to recycle you. Let's do that, and then we'll come back to you. Saruni, kindly proceed.
Anyway, hi guys, how are you guys doing? Thank you so much for making time this late hour to be here. Clearly, we are all really pissed off, and anyway, first things first. Shout out to all the fallen soldiers. I know their families are going through a lot. Most of the people who were killed were not exactly done with their lives or starting their lives, so their people really had high hopes for them. So it's a terrible loss for everyone. That's the first thing. The second thing I need guys to realize is that we got this. Tuko nayo, hii kitu ni yetu. Okay? So let's not stumble. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's take it easy. One thing I know for sure is that Ruto is the brightest person in the government. Everyone else is a fucking pawn or a sub high school graduates. You know, that's his clique. That's his clique. So he's really the most brilliant guy in there. Credit where it's due. Kibaki brought in so many intelligent people. He even brought people from abroad back home. These are our people. He brought them back home to head ministries and to do the nitty-gritties. And as much as he was not exactly on TV every day, things got done because he appointed the right people and they advised him accordingly. Fourth president, Kenyatta, some little flowers. He also got some brilliant people, most of which were carried on from the previous regime, and shit got done as well. First year, guys started building SGR. In as much as tunalipa, lakini we know what that money did. We know. Okay? This guy has been borrowing left, right, and center. Doesn't know his left from his right. Doesn't know his front from his back. He's sending us to Haiti. He's doing all these things, yeah? But in actual sense, the reality is he has no grasp on what's important. He has no grasp as to what he should be focusing on. Waswahili wanasema amekuwa bendera. Whatever comes on his lap, whoever makes a call to him, that's his agenda. Okay? So, I'm telling guys, the beauty is we are not like that. We are not like that, and we will not be bent or be like a fucking flagman. So, we can actually focus on point by point by point. The most immediate thing that we need to do, for me, is we need to kick people out. We need to show that there are consequences for going against the people. But then Koshambani, so yeah, you'll hear cock crows every couple of minutes. Anyway, there are consequences for going against your electorate. And right now, the most easy way is violence, which is stone their buildings, get them in public gatherings, all that stuff. But it doesn't really change the scenario. We need to make them really, really feel the pinch of going against us. And the only way to do that is we need to recall them. And the way we recall them is we focus on one agenda, and the only agenda we should be focusing on, amongst others. I'm not saying any other is not important, because yes, we will address IMF, we will address World Bank, all that stuff. But the root cause is the sellouts. Ni wale wametuuza, ni wale wanakula pesa zetu, unajua? So we need to make examples. Everywhere they go, they need to feel us. The first thing that we should do is that IEBC is numero uno. Kitu cha kwanza. That thing needs to be constituted, it needs to function. We do not, let me tell you, we don't even need all this other no. Let's just focus on IEBC, get that thing running, get that train moving. Once that train is moving, we don't even need to tell them who is going to be toppled. Just get that thing rolling. Once that thing is rolling, I tell you for sure, we will drop names one by one, and you don't even need to go for the big fish. Huyo tumemwambia, we chillax pale maze, you guy continue lying the way you've always done. Just stay there. We're not even going to go for you right now. We are going to systematically drop this castle brick by brick. And the way you do that is to take out his generals, you need to take out his army, you need to take out his pawns. Anyone who's connected to him, anyone who is singing his praises, that is a freaking sellout. Huyo anaangushwa there and then. Be it even our parents. Mnaambia mzee anakupigia, lakini my friend, mbona dad, please. Let us do this. Wacha tufanye hii kazi kwa sababu ni kama nyinyi iliwashinda. So let us do this. And the way to do that is to take them out one by one. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if this IEBC is constituted or reconstituted, how do we ensure they don't steal our votes like last time? Because everyone knows for sure, why does IEBC need 7 days to figure out, something that has been streaming in, it was stolen.
So Saruni, I'll give you one more minute so that you can land and allow others to also contribute. But kindly proceed. And also the ones that are coming in, try and make your submissions within 5 minutes in order to allow as many submissions as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, long story short, we just need to focus on one agenda. Vile tulioccupy parliament, we focused and we did it. Now we need to focus on IBC and anything that is close to elections. We need to lock that thing down and use it. Because the constitution is very good with us. It's very, very clear. And that's all. So thank you for the time and God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
Asante sana. I just wanted to go back to what Dijua was saying, which I think maybe the way Dijua you put it when you were talking about, I think the way you started to put it, it sounded like you were suggesting some kind of parallel government. But I feel like you're actually describing the very same thing that I was talking about, which is working groups of people doing research and making recommendations, people doing research and sort of breaking it down factually. Because, by the way, one of the weakest links that we can have in the movement is if we are found to be sharing any information that is not factual, right? Because it's very easy to attack. So it's very important that we are very factual with the information that we are sharing. So I like your points on that. And then another point about, somebody said something about, I just wanted to include what Zambian politician, what's his name, Francis Meme said, that a government, let me see what his name is, a government that is, he's the guy, Fred Mmembe, who told Kamala Harris where to take it when she came preaching democracy in Zambia. And he said that a government that is neo-colonized cannot have democracy. A country that is neo-colonized cannot have democracy. So we really do need to relook at our whole entire system of government, and we need to come together, as Kenyans, all of us, from all walks of life, from all over the country, and think about a constitution, whether it's by referenda and amending the current constitution, which is an American-style constitution, which was built for the Americans, or whether it's starting again from scratch and creating a constitution by Kenyans for Kenyans, the way they are doing in Burkina Faso. So, that's something to think about. I think the next person was Esperance, if I'm not mistaken, right? And then Mwende.
Thank you very much. I'll be as brief as possible. I agree. We need to speak based on facts. So I want to give us a brief report that I have a friend who works in AI and the digital space. So we were able to track the hashtag Reject Finance Bill. That is, wanted to see the role of digital media in monitoring this conversation. So big congratulations to everyone who's done this. This is a digital revolution, and from this, I want us to see the impact of our work. Those who are joining these spaces, those who are we just tracked on X, that is Twitter. Those who are reacting, those who are retweeting, and just sharing. This hashtag Reject Finance Bill 2024 had 713.83 million impressions. Out of those, we had 31 million interactions. Out of the 31 million interactions, 39.4% were negative. Only 22% were positive, and 38.6% were neutral. In addition, we tracked the tone of the voice. The general tone of voice was anger, frustration, and most importantly, determination. And then we tracked activists and influencers leading this conversation. I wouldn't want to read their names because, it is Mahatma Gandhi that said, to a hungry man, even a slice of bread is the face of God. I'm going to tell us why I'm saying this. When you look at these people who've led these conversations, you realize that if we tracked the top 10 people, you realize that if 5 of these people are able to be bought, it means the conversation would shift. That is now the danger of social media influencing. What does that mean to each and every one of us listening to me now? If we really have Kenya at heart, the way we are claiming to be, we still have a role to play. We really need to keep on doing this, because they say every man has a prize. And the young people of Kenya, especially us, we are unemployed. we are broke, and that is our unifying factor. We've seen yesterday they want to create a committee or a youth working group. What this is going to do is it's going to create a divide and rule approach. Yeah, because if 100 people are able to be brought together and they sing a narrative, it is going to shut the very voice of we the people. So the most popular emojis that we realized were used was the Viva sign, the thumbs up, and the inject, the dustbin, the fire, and the love reaction, and the 100%. So that tells us that we have a role to play. So that is the data side. I also had my own input to bring here. First of all, I'm very sorry to the families that have lost their loved ones. May their souls rest in peace. We realize that as Kenyans, as a person, I believe, give me freedom or take me to my grave. You understand? Give me liberty or kill me. If we all have that conviction, because as Kenyans, we lay this bed. This is a bed we've laid over the years. So we made it, so we must lay in it. And in laying in it, that is why we have to stand up. When we look at data towards elections, IEBC was calling out for new registration of vote. At this very age group, most people did not register to vote. That is beside that already happened, and now we're looking at what is the way forward as a people. For me, from where I stand this morning, I think one, we need to keep on pressing. We need to keep on retweeting, keep on sharing whatever you're doing. It is the world is seeing it. The second thing we need to do, I feel it is very good that we continue staying amorphous and anonymous with no leaders, because as I had mentioned earlier, they can be bought. Let us have these conversations as we are having it on these spaces. What the young people of Kenya are telling the leadership, and the leadership does not seem to understand. We don't want any negotiation. As the president, if the people who wrote our constitution of Kenya 2010, what they envisioned, for example, for cabinet secretaries, were to be meritocracy, merit-based. We didn't expect cabinet secretaries to be recycling failed seasoned politicians. We don't expect somebody with a legal background, for example, like Onesmus Murkomen, coming to be the minister for roads. We wanted somebody with technical expertise. That is why they were changed from the ministers to cabinet secretaries. But then you realize that what happens, the president promised us so much with the people who are at the very bottom of the pyramid, and now from the onset of the government, from the onset when he was choosing his cabinet secretaries, you look at these people that he chose, he was set to fail. And that is why with the young people of Kenya, myself included, we are saying, if you are very serious, can you just organize your cabinet secretaries, organize your cabinet? We're not saying you reshuffle them. Send incompetent people back home. While President Uhuru was leaving power, he said we were losing 2 million shillings daily to corruption. The president has not told us if he's sealed this 2 billion shillings daily to corruption. He's not told us if he's sealed this gap of 2 billion shillings. And if he's sealed this gap of 2 billion shillings daily, if you calculate that by 365 days, that is around 700 and something billion. That is enough to cater for the budgetary deficit that was making us go to street for the finance bill. If that is the case, then why are we still having an increase in taxes? The third thing that we want to see, every presidential candidate in this country has always promised young people jobs. That is not the case. No sane government should be proud that they're exporting labor to other countries. If that is the case, why can't they also export their leadership and go and lead those other countries? That tells you that is modern day slavery. People want to be home and benefit from their own homes. That tells you they have also failed as a leadership, and that line is tired and sick, and we should not allow it as a people. I want to encourage each and every one of us. We are seeing you. Keep on pressing. The world is watching, and we all have a role to play as a people. That reaction, that TikTok, whatever you are doing, and if you're joining these spaces, for those, you will see even people who are short, young people who are shot, they're in their hospital beds and they're still saying, Viva comradeship. They're still, we want change. If we don't, just want us to exercise caution in that if we don't get change now and reforms, we are going to be in for a long ride. People have said that, from the crisis of 1982 made Moi change. And for the president to call this act near treasonous, that should tell you that if we do not ensure reforms as a people right now, we are going to be in for a very dark and long ride. So more than before, we need to have unity of purpose. We all have a role to play, including buying water for those who are going to the streets, for those who cannot go to the street, including speaking where you can, writing letters where you can. For those who, let us speak in one accord, and more than before, let us avoid this. I'm seeing a few of the influencers are trying to push a narrative. Let us also put counter narratives that do not make them, counter narratives that do not give their voices more voices than ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe he needs an applause for that. Brief scoop, please.
Mwende, please go.
Yeah, thank you so much. First, I would like to pass my sympathies to the families of the fallen soldiers, and also, bow down to the fallen soldiers. So for me, thank you so much, Esperance, for giving that good data that tells us the state of the, how we are doing and how our campaigns and the movement is doing, because this is movement purely which is organized in the space, something that I think some of the generations had never anticipated it would happen, including the political class. It's a shock to them. So, can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me?
Mwende, I hear you.
Okay, yeah, because I had some noise, so I was thinking maybe I'm not audible. So I was thinking maybe...
Mtufulani, please mute.
Okay, thank you so much. So I was thinking we could also have a counter hashtag analysis. So there are also other hashtags which are not our hashtags, and you've seen them, that are being driven by people. I don't know if they are bots or they are real people. So we also need to know how those hashtags are doing and who are pushing, the top 10 people who are pushing those kind of hashtags. And those hashtags, apart from that, we also need to see people who are in the, they are still using the hashtags we are using, but we don't understand them, They are kind of selling fear. We also need to know those people, because I think we need to also, you need, as much as you know your friends, you also need to know your enemies and your free enemies. This is a movement, and we are up against a dangerous regime. And in terms of, because I've had people discuss about long term, what we need to do, change, how things are, the whole economy and all that. One thing that I think is very important is that systems like culture take time. They don't change overnight. So don't expect the culture of corruption to end tomorrow because you have protested. It will take time, and there are some of the milestones that need to be seen towards that. So instead of looking at that big goal there, let's concentrate on the milestone. For those who have read the Atomic Habits, I think you know what I'm talking about. You know, you have the big goal, but that big goal, you cannot just get there by just knowing it. There are some small steps every day that you need to make. And some of these steps, there's someone who has said something about boycott is not possible. I'm telling you, boycott of even Safaricom, of even who, it's possible. What if Safaricom goes bankrupt tomorrow and they are out of business? You will not be sending money anymore? There will come out some company, Airtel will grow wings, some people will develop other companies for sending money. So it should not scare you that we're gonna boycott something. This is a free marketplace. So even if Kenya Airways is not flying, you think there's no other airplanes that will fly you out? If Uber decides it's wrapping up from Kenya, there are other. Even if all the others go, the Bolt, the Uber, you'll find there's another one that comes up, even by a Kenyan. So this is something that should not scare us. And the reason I have tackled Safaricom, and I'm not ashamed to say, most of the people were abducted from their home. We know very well, if I give you my phone number, you cannot know where I am. You can only know where I am if someone helps you know where I am. And we know who can help people know where people are using their phone numbers. So one, Safaricom has breached privacy rules of keeping our information safe. They have sold our information to the government, and I think they ought to be punished. Ama wasalimiwe. I don't care if we use M-Pesa or what. There are other companies that can help us send money.
Mwende, 1 minute to wrap up, please.
Yes. So I'm thinking that's some of the things we need to do. The other thing is we cannot negotiate with terrorists. Sorry to use that word. The government is behaving like a terrorist, is terrorizing us. So why are we negotiating with a terrorist? If they want to talk to us, we have a space here. The problem is the government is thinking the way they have been thinking with our parents. They call them in barazas, they give them bahashas. Our modus operandi is space. So kama president anataka tuongee na yeye, akuje na mtu wake hapa, wa login, tutakuwa hapa, wengine tutakuwa tunasikiza anonymously, wengine tutakuwa na majina zingine hapo, and we are going to talk. So that is where we should stand. They want to talk to us. We are not sending any representatives anywhere. We are here. We can even join space, all of us. I think it's enough to hold a lot of millions of people here. So we will be here, and the president should come here and meet us and talk with us here. And we will have a moderator. We can choose a moderator for that day. Even if the president and his people can run the space that day and get their moderator, and we will be here no matter what. Thank you.
No way. I choose Kumbukeni to run it. Koki, go on. You've spoken before, so I'll let you jump in real quick, and then we'll move to people who haven't spoken.
I had a problem with my mic. I hope you guys can hear me now.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
okay,
I hear you clearly.
Yeah, I was even talking to Miss Annie. I was like, I can't speak. But a lot of people raise a lot of good points. And I feel like we need to anchor everything on what are our objective key results, which I think we have, in terms of this is what we're asking our government to do. But we also now have to have, from our side, what does them doing what you've said entail? Like, what are the steps, as someone just said just a few minutes ago? What are those little atomic steps that get us from point A to point Z, of us saying, yes, we said this is what we want, and this is how we expected it to be done, and this is where we are at. Or even the timelines we're looking at in terms of next steps, basically. And then the other thing is, I truly believe like knowledge is the weapon formed against this government, this oppression that we are dealing with. I am also not negotiating with a terrorist because for me, it's always been the killings. All these other things I feel like are even secondary. Like, you cannot go around killing our kids, acting like it's just any other Tuesday, like coming and throwing us threats, crumbs. Like, it's I feel like we are being emotionally and psychologically abused every single fucking day. Sorry, pardon my language. But we need to also educate ourselves, because a lot of us now are awake and we need to take that awakeness further. So all these things that we are suggesting, our solutions need to be very versatile. They need to be very transparency led. Like that needs to come at the forefront, because without transparency, everything is gonna crumble. But then that transparency needs to be twofold. It needs to be on what does the Constitution say? Are there things in the Constitution that afford our president too much power? Are there things that we need to look at and say, okay, we're reducing this, we're scrapping out. We want to have things that actually make sense. And these OKRs need to be anchored on databases. Because as it stands, the only solution I see for keeping the movement decentralized without a leader is to try and build out blockchain systems that are going to help us make sure that all these working groups that need to be at the forefront of getting us from where we are right now to where we want to be, those working groups need to have order, but the order also needs to be there's no one who's the leader. Because that's also a key thing of this cleaning the airwaves, cleaning everything, basically, weeding all the little nitty-gritty problems out of the way. What needs to drive, other than now the data, looking at the data, historical, current, how we are keeping it, how we are recording it, what that entails. I would be open to have conversations with people who want to brainstorm around those ideas with regards to that. But I think we need to be brave we cannot let this slide. I'm not leaving a legacy of impunity to my child. That one is not happening. And I feel like everyone needs to also agree that we're the ones who are being here in this country. It is ours. And we need to basically say that this thing you've done and all the other things that you've done are unforgivable. And because of that...
30 seconds, please, Koki.
Yeah. And because of that unforgivableness, we are basically we're done. So that emotionalness needs to be anchored in strategic drive. That I feel like that is the point I'm trying to make here with everything. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Koki. Bina, I forget if you spoke. Had you spoken? Bina, going once. Alrighty. Let's see the order that I've added people in. I believe Ishmael,
Abdi was first. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then Stephen, and then Jones, and then 1-0.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. And I would like to start by first, let me pass my condolences to all our kids who were brought down. It's painful. It's something that was uncalled for. But one thing I'd like to remind you all is that this man, William Ruto, I don't know how many have ever engaged William Ruto. I've tried to get my voice out, but at least today I got an opportunity to speak about it. We've been engaging this guy as far as from 2006 in so many occasions, and we parted ways a long time ago. And Kenyans, at least this time, people are not forgetting. They are talking. Do you know the number of times this guy got away with so many murders? Get the fear. The only thing that most of bothers most of Kenyans is that fear. Unaweza kujiwa. Hawa watu unaweza kutafuta. They can do nothing. Wakikutafuta, listen, 1,000 more will be born. If one goes, 1,000 will be born. So don't worry. But don't die a coward. I served in the security forces. I am a former REC officer in the Kenya Special Forces. I know what these men undergo. I confronted men outside parliament, telling them that why do you have to kill kids? Is this what you are told to do? And most of the guys were like, nobody's happy about it. Then comes some other branches that nobody knows them, who are gunning down kids. Who are these people? Nobody knows them. The real cops who are there, the anti-riot, most of them are administration police. The ones who have been beating up kids. And the APs, the way they are trained is different from the way the regular police are trained and the GSU. The people that you can reason out with are the regular police and the GSU. You can sit down, and some of them you can reason out with them. The APs, it is like the previous thing that was used to be there. Askari chief or whatever. They used to call colonial Askaris. They take instruction from anybody who gives them. But I love the way things are going on. The fear is gone from the people. And somebody who has served in the security forces, William Ruto, is somebody who will maximize his opportunity in instilling fear. He's Mabrukanges, you know, Duale and the Kindikis and everyone. I spoke out about these guys long time ago. In 2006, we came to 2013-14, 147 kids gunned down in cold blood, calling it a terrorist attack. That wasn't a terrorist attack. That thing was planned. Kenya, the whole media houses, everybody just closed their eyes. I spoke about it. I called to Ale, the blood of these kids are in your hands. We know what went down there. Nobody tried to listen. But there was Kaiseri, and I think Gishangi, who was there as the NIS boss. And Kaiseri was the internal security at that time. Whenever, during that session, doctors and the nurses were like, we are leaving now. Our life is in danger. And this guy comes in and tells them, no, we'll protect you. I'm the majority leader. I'm this. He was the majority leader by the end of parliament. I stood up and told him, shut the fuck up, Ali. It is in public record. You can check it with Al Jazeera. You can check it with AP. You can check it with France 24. You can check it with Catherine Soy and the whole team. I told that guy, shut the fuck up, Ali. If you want peace in Northern Kenya,
not too much French.
All right. But I told them, if we want peace in Northern Kenya, arrest Ali at that time. That guy couldn't speak. His shirt was sweaty, the whole thing, he was just wet. You know, when you confront somebody with the truth, it hurts. So why will people fear? This country belongs to 54 million Kenyans. These guys are 1%. If I think it's 0.5%, most probably. You cannot get away with murders after murder after murder. Whatever cult they belong in, it is up to them. We believe in God. We know that everything happens, and it happens because God planned it. It is the way God plans it, is how it's going to happen. But we should not put the fear factor in ourselves. Once we stand up for the rights, if you keep quiet today, for those kids who were gunned down mercilessly, these things were built by men. They can still be reconstructed by men, no problem. We can still chip in and try to bring up this country. But these guys are merciless. The stealing that is going on in this country is beyond anybody's imagination. And they are taking us for granted. My people, I lost my job, I lost my career, I lost everything. And I
1
didn't
minute,
regret.
please,
Yes,
to wind up.
I lost everything, but I have not given up hope in Kenya. These guys, they are the ones who are fearing the most. They fear a lot because they have a lot to lose. We have nothing to lose. We have only a life to lose, nothing else. But they have a lot to lose. And the more we expose them, we bring them out, we call them out, these guys will not have a chance. Let's stay focused. Let the struggle go on. And I pray everybody to be well. Keep your heads high. We are winning. We are winning. Thank you so much, Zani. I appreciate it.
Asante Ismail. Do you remember the order that I called? If you're next, please just go ahead and jump in. Kumbukeni also is helping me moderate. I think Eli might be sleeping, so he might not be able to add you as co-host, but just Kachonjo. Was it Stephen next?
Yeah, Mizani, thanks again for this opportunity. Actually, what I'm coming up with is a heart full of joy in the midst of a crisis. You realize that some of us cannot even go to sleep simply because we are fearful that somebody might just knock on our doors. Why am I saying this? I have never participated in any demonstrations, and having, a house in Kibera, having been brought up in Kibera with all the demonstrations, literally I've never covered or I've never been into any demonstration. But this one, the one that happened on Tuesday, I was like, no, we just have to go. You can imagine how many people who've never been out in the streets have never even gotten a thought of going to the streets just to demonstrate. A perfect example is me and my friends. And when we call a demo and say, let us go and make this thing work, honestly, the power of social media that has been, looked down upon is something that people have to embrace. And now I'm kind of thinking that these guys are really going to do whatever it takes to control the social media, the mainstream media. It doesn't matter. Space is a perfect place for any person to come and address the grievances that are there. Any person in any position in government. Because one, you can imagine how many times you've been into a government office, you're trying to get somebody to talk to, but you cannot find these people anywhere to address your issues. These people, they're called public servants, but they're nowhere to be seen to address the public issues that may be arising. So my take would be, in that same spirit of social media and in that same spirit of, getting to know each other, it would be a pledge that I'm trying to pass out. If we happen to be in space like this forum we have right now, actually, if we followed each other and activate the notification button so that whatever that is supposed to be discussed urgently will just pop on your phone. We gather together, enlighten each other, see what we're supposed to do, and then from that moment on, we can push it. So I'm thinking we have to rally, support, in the sense that you are my brother's keeper, I am your brother's keeper, or we are our brother's keeper, we can actually activate a force to reckon, so that we don't have to really depend on some fake news coming through, from other sources that have been created as decoy by the same people who are trying to, the Itumbis of this world. I'm sorry to mention this guy, but that is the truth. So I'm sure, like I can see in this space, Dr. Umbati listening. Dr. Umbati is from my county in Nyamira, and he can tell you that we've had regimes there from the previous governors who've literally not even built us a drainage system in the streets of Nyamira town. This guy has been getting billions of shillings. Not even a single classroom has been constructed. Yet, they are here being allocated money. They are here trying to put up, tax burdens on Kenyans. Yet, with the money that they've been receiving even on loans, not even a single project has been started nor completed, a project that was left maybe by the previous regime. So, Jama, tusibebwe ufala. We have to be vigilant and we have to be woke. We have to be straight. No pressure, no fire, no force, but let us use the power of information to pass out anything that might be coming. Allow me to retire and allow me to say thank you for this space. And as usual, Mizani, mi nakuona sana. Wacha tusukume, wacha tusaidiane, wacha tuelimishane na tusemezane. Shukran za dhati ndugu yangu na ndugu zangu. Asante sana.
Thank you, Stephen. Let's hear from a lady, Wanjiko. Go ahead.
Did you say Wanjiro or Wanjiko?
I meant Wanjiro. My apologies.
Okay. Thank you very much for this space, Mizani. I think I've finished a master's thesis just listening to all the good speakers. This is the best space ever. So I've been listening in as a student, actually, more than a commentator. So I'm dialing in from Cape Town, and just like all of you, even us in the diaspora have not been able to sleep. But I'm just going to start by just giving a very brief reason why I think I want to ask an uncomfortable question. And I think I tweeted you, Mizani. I came to South Africa 30 years ago, and I left the country for exactly the same reason why the youth of Kenya are on the streets today, because I was there when we were fighting the Moi regime. So at heart, I am still an activist. So I'm going to say what I observed in South Africa over the last 30 years, from when I was a student and then I started practicing law, and now in 2024. So we have a constitution that is probably one of the most progressive in the world, that also takes care of historical injustices from, it's very progressive, from land redistribution to affirmative action to, of course, we don't do the death penalty, recognizing traditional affairs, languages, religion. It's probably one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. And from then, I saw the transition of South Africa from when Mandela was president, and then we came in and saw Mbeki. At the time Mbeki was coming in, I was already a professional, and we saw the rise of the black middle class, and the rand performed well in economics. I mean, education was free. I was paying 7,000 rand a year for school fees at the University of Cape Town. So that's how great this country was. And so I'm just giving that background because I want to tell you what's happening now. Then enter Zuma in 2009. State capture happens. And we've got 9 wasted years. And what we've observed is that we are going down, deteriorating. It's a free fall. You've seen what the rand is doing. The crime rate has gone up. I mean, scandals, political scandals. The judiciary has become compromised. Now we're having the same stories of justice not being served. And then now you look at the country being divided into 9 provinces. We've got different political parties, and there's black, white, and colored. So we have become, we are voting according to racial lines, and now with the controversies becoming in, we've gone tribal. So what am I saying? We are going through the same thing that Africa has gone through. It's just that the free fall is not being noticed because of the democratic institutions that support our democracy are still very much in place. However, in the 9 provinces, we've got the black parties, ANC, EFF, and of course all the others. Then the Western Cape, we've got the DA. And I'll tell you why I want to ask the uncomfortable question. In the Western Cape, we are ruled by the DA. And the Democratic Alliance is a very white party. Of course, if those who know it, it's led by Steenhuisen, and it's got a history from the likes of the National Party. And when you look at governance in the Western Cape, it's the best. Probably the city of Cape Town is probably one of the best run cities in the world. When you ask and say there's a pothole outside my house, they overreact. The whole road is recarpeted. Water, it's just very well governed. Then you look at the rest of the country where we're looking at the ANC stronghold. By the way, I'm ANC by blood all the way. We look at the places where the black parties are running, and everything has just crumbled down. It's literally it's a pittance, especially the Eastern Cape where the liberation struggle started, where the Mandelas and the Walter Sisulus and all those people were born. And I listened to Kumbukani and this question. I loved your presentation because I've always wondered where is the story for the revolutionary thinking? Because the EFF has come with that kind of thinking. The EFF is there. We've got, let's give land back to the poor. Let's nationalize some of our assets. But guess what? The EFF is chaotic. It is corrupt. Everywhere we go, it's crazy. My question, my uncomfortable question is, what is it about us black people and our melanin about governance? And I'm asking this in this platform because I can hear there are very intelligent people on this platform who will not take it personally. For me, that's a question I want to learn. And as we are going through the negotiation, I'm a mediator right now, and because we're trying to put together a government of national unity, and we are seeing the same story. The politicians are becoming selfish. They're refusing to listen to the will of the people. The greed that is coming with
Wanjiru, do you want to pause and get a response?
Yes, I would like to get a response, and then I'll just make two comments, please.
All right, go ahead, Kumbukeni.
So, thank you, Wanjiru. And I love that you brought South Africa in, because I do like a Pan-African conversation, since we think this is just about Kenya, but it's not. So I'm glad that you're bringing South Africa in, and I'm glad that you're a Kenyan in South Africa. So thank you for that. But one thing about us is a lot of us have colonized minds. We're thinking we are black people on the outside, but white on the inside. What does that mean? We're thinking in Western ways. We have believed the lie that we are inferior. We have truly believed the lie that we cannot do for ourselves. And then also these people came in and put in this infection of competition among us. I'm not saying it wasn't there before, but it wasn't as prevalent. Before we were communal, before we shared, before we were living in communal spaces where we shared our food, we were caring for each other. But the Western way is a way of competition and a way of one-laners, which means you have to stay in your lane, and if that lane is not yours, you have no business being there. And therefore, it's a very competitive culture. And that's the culture we've taken on. So until we are mentally decolonized, until we start believing in ourselves and believing that we are capable without the white man's help, it's going to continue.
And may I just add, sorry, were you done? It seems like you're muted. Were you done, Kumbukeni?
I was, yes, I was.
Let me just add to your response to that response, Wanjiru, which is that I don't know if you've ever had a chance to read The Prince by Machiavelli. The Prince by Machiavelli details a very simple, it's a very thin book, by the way, and everybody in here should read it. It's called The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. You can just Google it and download the book. It is a blueprint of how to colonize a people. It has 4 stages. The first stage is you come in with your armies and your administrators. You demoralize the population. By the way, this was written by Niccolo Machiavelli in the 15th century. So it wasn't being written for black people. It was being written for white people. So these are psychological tactics that work on human beings, not on black, not on white, not on purple, not pink, not yellow. It doesn't matter who. They work on human beings. So you come in with your armies and your administrators, you brutalize the population, you demoralize them, and you show them
that you basically, when the people are demoralized, they behave a certain way. Secondly, you create an elite class, the Zumas, the Thabo Mbekis. You create that elite class. You show them that if you just as brutal as us towards the people that look like you can get privileges just like us. The third step is you hand over what they claim is independence. But before that, you spend time during the time of the elite class building, creating an economics that works for you, which is what they did in Western Cape, which is what they've done all over Africa. That's what Brook Bond Tea. I grew up thinking this was a Kenyan company. This is a British company. It's the biggest tea company in the world. It's the biggest tea company in Kenya. It's the biggest tea company in Nigeria. It's the biggest tea company in India. Unilever, the biggest provider of all our groceries, everything we consume. So they hijacked. They hijacked our economies, and then they handed over our political systems to people who are black on the outside, black mask, white face, right? Or the other way around, I can never remember, right? That look like us, but that were already trained to be the keepers of the spoils of the colonizer. And then the fourth stage is where they remove their armies and their administrators. And at that point, it is actually the most lucrative point of colonialism. We are in the fourth stage of colonialism. We are not in neo-colonialism. We are not in neo-imperialism. We are simply in the fourth stage of colonialism, which is the economic stage, where they take the spoils, where they created, by the way, they created the IMF, the World Bank, the UN, the Red Cross, all of those components of the public relations arms of imperialism at the height of colonialism in the 1940s, when they were brutalizing the Mau Mau and the Algerian revolutionaries. And these organizations, these bodies were created to protect colonialism and imperialism, not to work for us. And so that's what they continue to do. And so when you see the bill that we are protesting, this brings us to the bill that we are protesting today. It is a bill that was written in Washington specifically to do exactly what it is doing, to impoverish, to tax heavily the poor, to protect American and European and foreign interests, to ensure that American companies do not pay anything in taxes, to ensure that American companies continue to steal slave labor from Africans, and to ensure that we do not get services. Everything in that bill is an IMF wish list, a BlackRock wish list. So no, there's absolutely nothing wrong with us black people. It has nothing to do with our DNA. These are orchestrated, it is deliberate, it is created, it is by design. And then you cannot talk about the Western Cape without talking about the slave labor that they use. Doesn't John Stinking, whatever his name is, live on a plantation ranch free of charge that used to own, that had slaves, doesn't pay for it? So vulture capitalism knows how to look after itself. So there's your answer. I'll yield over to you, let you finish, and then I'll allow Dishiro to finish. Go ahead, 10.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you for your response. So the other thing that I noticed is the story of the leaderless movement. I think it was a brilliant stroke. But what I'm observing on Twitter now, I'm beginning to see a name coming up. And I think it has been deliberate that we look as amorphous as possible, which worked very well. But because the question of leadership is beginning to be asked, I am seeing a name, Amerix, coming up. And I think it was the gentleman who was speaking in the first. He spoke very well. The first, unless I'm wrong, but I've been seeing this name coming up on my timeline quite a bit. Amerix sounds like a very interesting man. I think he's the one in the first speech that you played out, Mizani.
Mizani is napping.
Yeah. I just think that maybe that is something that that needs to be looked at. But I do believe that this is a natural evolution, because at some point a leader was going to come up. It was a matter of no time. So that's just a comment. Now, quick wins. The way forward. I think you have all ventilated exactly what needed to be done. So I'm not going to labor this. But as you say, you cannot negotiate with a terrorist. But if this person is trying to show some good faith, there are very simple, quick wins that we can ask him to demonstrate his good faith. Number one, reconstitute the IEBC. You cannot operate in a democracy without a system of choosing leaders. It's just not possible. And that's not rocket science. I mean, this is an institution that's supposed to support our democracy. It doesn't exist. That's not unforgivable. The other one is that cabinet. It's a kitchen cabinet. I mean, it's a joke. Getting the real proper cabinet ministers with proper portfolios that are checked against a certain criteria that we agree upon, which is part of our social agreement. That's not very difficult to do. A third win. It's very simple. Tell us, I mean, once we have an IEBC, doing a very quick election to choose new parliamentarians, especially the ones that went against the will of the people during the Reject 2024 campaign, that's a very easy thing to do. So I think he's not demonstrating any good faith, and you have all ventilated that, and I have many points to say, so I'm going to skip that. At least that parliament can take us to 2027, because I am afraid of anarchy. I'm afraid of when we take Ruto out. Then you have Gachagua. He's not. I mean, constitutionally, it's the vice president or the speaker. All of them are terrible. They are not good. So we're going to create a constitutional crisis if we go that way. I think for me, that is my only submission. Thank you very much for your time, and I cede my mic. It's been really interesting listening to all of you. Thank you.
Asante sana Wanjiru. I forget who I had called, but I think it's okay. I'll go with de jure. I brought you back to finish your point. Wanjiru, thank you. After de jure, we'll go with Damila and then Masika, and offer Arsenal fan after that.
Well, thank you once again. Now, my earlier contribution was in response to the previous speaker who had just spoken before we gave the comments. But now I'd like to give my submission, if you allow me, and it might come in three phases. That's the economic, then the legal, and now the revolutionary mindset. So when we look at what is happening in Kenya right now, economically, basically they're trying to enforce the Malthusian theory, whereby they want to bring in GMOs and famine. They want to bring in diseases. That's why you see the health sector crumbling. Then they want to bring conflict, which borders on the arm of warfare, where the society is not in cohesion. But they bring in conflicts, tribal, be it classism, and when it gets to a further stage is where now you have militias and it goes into a fully blown conflict. So when we look at this is very deliberate, and it's basically to disenfranchise us, because these people thrive where there is chaos, and they have a system which is called creative destruction. So they come, remove the order which is there, the stability which is there, and then they replace it with their own order, which others, refer to as the New World Order. So looking at the political, the social, political, and economic landscape in Kenya, you realize that, like the other speakers have contributed, there's nothing like rule of law. There's nothing, this constitutional tenets, like separation of powers. You find the judiciary, executive, and legislature. You find even the executive summoning the legislative arm in State House. Very symbolic. You find the judiciary going to State House. And the result of that, you find there's no justice. It's like these people are working together when they're supposed to be checking each other under the doctrine of checks and balances. And then the other arm, constitutional issue here is the fundamental human rights. You find that there's wanton disregard for life, right to life. There's no fair trial. When you look at the arbitrary arrests and tortures, when you look at things like right to property, which is fundamental, which defines a society. They want us to own nothing and still pretend to be happy, which is the World Forum.
World Economic Forum. Did we lose De Jure? I don't hear De Jure. Does anyone hear him?
Yes, lost him.
You lost me.
Yes, ulikuwa umepotea. We hear you now. Are you back? Pole sana. We've lost De Jure, it seems. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think somebody's trying to tamper with my mic. So when you look at these things, you realize that we don't have any system, and like people talked about it, people mentioned it, the first and foremost milestone we need to hit at is to try and put these institutions in order. And how can we put this in order? For us to have, an independent legislation or legislative arm, we need now the IEBC. That should be number one on the list, so that, we can recall these people who are in bed with the executive. And, that way we can keep the other arms in check, like the judiciary. If we have a legislative arm which is not compromised, then, it can assist in checking the judiciary. So now moving forward, I'd like to go, into a short history, where we look at a brief history, where we look at the evolution of the human society. You find that, we started with communalism, then we went into those who were powerful, sided, took a different stand, and they enslaved, the community. And then they moved to serfdom. And then we moved to feudalism, where we had feudal lords and kings and princes. And then from there, the independent businessmen, the capitalists, went to the New Worlds, came back and created the buccaneer class, which overthrew the kings and queens, and then from there now we're supposed to go back to a society which is, communal based, and that's what we are fighting for, where we look out for one another, where, there's equity, there's respect for human rights. But we also have to appreciate that at this stage there is a clash, because capitalism, as much as it has its advantages, it has reached its saturation point. And when capitalism reaches its saturation point, you find that there is inequality, there is exploitation of labor, there are things like, environmental degradation due to the greed for profit and disregard for nature. And then, there's excessive, corporate interference into the politics. That's why you find things like big pharma, big tech, So we need now to align our struggle into bringing down these vestiges or propellers of the enslavement that we are in. Thank you.
1 minute. No, I was giving you a minute to wind down.
Okay. So in summary, what I'd say is that
umepotea tena. So I guess that is it then. You have great point. Okay, I hear you again.
Okay, so in summary is to say that, we need now to come up with a checklist and now go step by step. We start with the IEBC, and then maybe as we consolidate ourselves, we get to know which other checklists we need to tick, and make sure that we press and mobilize, because the establishment has realized we have the numbers and we are fearless, and that should be one of our strength. We need to to inject and to reject and eject. Thank you.
Asante sana De Jure. You have great points. I love all your points. And to the point about the fearlessness of Kenyans, that image, that video of Kenyans walking into parliament buildings, the grounds of parliament, as cops are shooting at them, and the people still continue going towards the cops. That thing, even now, just talking about it, gives me goosebumps.
Just
But
a
then,
minute. When
go
you
on.
mention that, I have to mention that just finally, that that is very symbolic. Basically, people were invoking Article 1 of the Constitution, which is power belongs to the people. And basically, what that means is that Parliament has been defiled, and in any working democracy, all those guys are supposed to resign, and we go for fresh election.
It was a very powerful, it's such a powerful symbol. I think it's one of the most enduring symbols of this whole entire movement. I would, for me personally, I would caution that, and of course we all have different ideas, but one of the things that I think is important to do is to set principles even before we start going into the specifics about what we want to see done. So for example, we have one major principle, which is a leaderless movement, right? Amorphous and leaderless, and because we are all leaders. The second one is we have to be very, very bando za kizungu zimeexpire. What's the word? Intentional about being non-partisan, right? Because remember, by the way, yes, the government MPs passed the bill. The bill on Tuesday would not have passed if the opposition had not stood down. They stood down and the bill passed in a record 2 hours. That's a record. Why? So don't let us be fooled by politicians, because you know what? Politicians play politics. So leaderlessness, non-partisan, and we are already, I think Gen Z has already declared they're tribeless, they're classless, they're, I forget and fearless, obviously, right? So in addition to tribeless, classless, we have to also be, what was that? I already said non-partisan, leaderless, yes. And additionally, yes, the non-partisan is really, really important. And we have to make sure that politicians stay on the sidelines, because politicians will politic. And these people, you have to have a certain level of lack of respect to be a politician. You can be bought. I'll allow Kumbukeni to jump in if you need to, because you're, remember, you're helping me co-host and co-moderate before we move on to the next person, if you wish to.
Thank you. So a few things, and I was waiting patiently just to let everyone talk. So thank you for letting me come in. As you were all talking about law and whether the government abides by the law and the constitution came up, and I had actually jotted a few things that I had noted from the constitution. So chapter 1 of the constitution, under supremacy of the constitution, 5th clause, states that the general laws of international law shall form part of the law of Kenya. The Kenyan constitution is saying that international law shall form part of the law of Kenya. I don't know of any other country that acknowledges international law as the part of their national law. That in itself is telling you that Kenya is agreeing that the UN's law, any other entity, NATO's law, whatever international law that is out there can apply to Kenyan law. So that right there needs an amendment if we're talking about things we're going to be asking for. Chapter 2, 11th clause, section 3b states, Parliament shall enact legislation to recognize and protect the ownership of indigenous seeds and plant varieties, their genetic and diverse characteristics, and their use by the communities of Kenya. And then you go back to them putting up the new policy, the Seed and Plant Varieties Act, Cap 326 of 2012, prohibits farmers from sharing, exchanging, or selling uncertified and unregistered seeds.
Oh my God, I have been speaking about that law for years.
Right? The legislation punishes offenders with a prison sentence of up to a maximum of 2 years or a fine of up to 1 million Kenya shillings or both. That is directly unconstitutional, because the Constitution, 11th clause, says that Parliament shall enact a legislation to recognize and protect the ownership of indigenous seeds and plant varieties. So we need to start reading these documents and holding them accountable based on their own law, so that they stop. I'm worried about our food. That's the number one thing. Without our own food, if we cannot control what is on our plates, we're done. So
that is so major, Kumbukeni. I've been talking about food sovereignty for years, but I think that is what that signifies for me is how useless our professionals are. We have all these lawyers, all these talking heads that go on TV talking every day. Yet when that law passed, did you hear a single talking head point that out from the Constitution? And these guys, you know, they go on TV and they refer to each other as my senior, this, that, and the other. And clearly what it requires is for us as citizens to read these documents for ourselves, to see stuff like that is so offensive. That is directly unconstitutional. So it should be thrown out immediately, and we need to get the ball rolling. Go ahead.
And that's one of the things we keep talking about, accountability, right? If we're not going to use the Constitution as the precedent for law to hold the government accountable, what's the use of the Constitution? So we have to be soldiers on the ground. When you're talking about we need to have a leaderless movement, we are all leaders. We all know how to critically analyze these things. So you look and you see the opposites don't attract situation and you call them out, right? You say, hey, you start putting out messengers to ask, why do we have this policy? My advice to Kenyans, what I'm going to be doing is breaking this law. So they can arrest me, keep me for 2 years, ask me to pay 1 million Kenya shillings, which I will not pay, but I will preserve and I will share original seeds. So thank you very much.
You know, the few seed sharing organizations in Kenya have to operate underground. And we have a few. Let me not soapbox for too long. Can you guys remember what order I had called you in? I think Mutufulani had gotten disconnected. He was here earlier. So Damila, I'll come to you in a second, but let Mutufulani go.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Loud and
Can everybody
clear.
hear me? Okay, thanks. So first of all, I'll give condolences to the families and people and friends who have lost people in this struggle. It was so sad to see people coming to lay flowers in town, then the police are asking ati unataka kuchoma. It was so sad, so inhumane of them. That one really touched me. It was bad. I'm going to talk about this thing internally and externally. Internally, I'd like to remind people this. These MPs, these MCAs, these governors, they don't fall from the sky. They come from our society. They are our fathers, our mothers, our brothers, our sisters, our uncles, our cousins. Are people ready to hold them accountable? There may be people here in this space who have been benefiting from what these people have been doing. Are people ready to hold them accountable? That's one question people really need to ask. Secondly, I believe we have a rotten society, because you find somebody, mtu anafungua shule, haezi peleka watoto wake hapo. Mtu anafungua kinyozi, haezi nyolewa hapo. Mtu anauza nguo, haezi vaa hizo nguo anauza. So we have a serious societal problem. So we need to come to terms to that. And I like the topic of this space, the uncomfortable truth. That is the truth that I'm talking about. It is uncomfortable because people are shifting. So that's one point. Another point is, if anybody here has had a chance to deal with government, you see this thing of meetings after meetings after meetings. Me, I've had a chance to deal with government in a small way, but I really hated it.
Na nini kidogo mtu fulani. Iko na
I
static.
can hear also something in the background.
Oh, Nelson, please mute.
Something in the... Yeah, I think it has gone away. So there's if you've dealt with government, there's this thing. You work with government. I'll give you my personal experience. On Tuesday you have a meeting, and may I take meetings seriously. So you go present your meeting and you set the agenda for the work. Then they ask you to have another meeting on Friday or Thursday. So utafanya kazi siku gani? So these meetings that they're asking for are useless. They're just going to drag on and on and on. And those guys take meetings as KPI. The KPI is meetings. And when you see a committee being formed, it means they're going to hide individual responsibility. At the end of it, it will come out and say, the committee decided this. So you cannot pinpoint exactly an individual who did something. Another point, that's the danger of these committees. Another point, this Kenya, we have, the Ruto has exposed a soft underbelly. If we don't take this opportunity to take our power back from these people, we are going to suffer. It's going to be like 1982 all over again. Let me move on to the external part of it. I heard a speaker here say that, okay, on a personal level, when the bank sees you cannot afford a certain loan, they'll cancel you out. But the IMF is even more cunning than that. What happened, especially during Uhuru's time, they try to raise taxes. When people complain, they say apana, they leave it. So what do? They go and borrow. Because they know they borrow against us, Mwananchi. Because they know we are the ones who are going to pay. And IMF is looking for that. They borrow, they give you loans according to the sovereign who you have. That's how they work. And now, if it's your land rent, that's where it is going. Ruto has shown them, okay, you give us a loan, we are going to tax lands for our people, and if they can't afford to pay, you can come and take over. That's why we have all this conservancy bullshit. Mtu anachukua shamba conservancy, and it's no longer, they say, oh, I'm helping you to conserve your animals, or to conserve your wildlife. Oh, okay. Ask yourself, all these animals in animal orphanage, these elephants, these lions, how do they become our orphans? Senior on a poach, then they bring them there. So we need to be very careful how we do this, and we need to take this opportunity to really take back our power, to actually work. And I'd like, going forward, it's okay. We are leaderless, we are tribeless, we are partyless. Let us, we can even break out. IEBC has been mentioned as a very strong point. We can have like 3 or 4 agendas going at the same time, like group work, the way it used to be done in school. Only that there is no specific leader, but we can have like several spaces going in a night. Like this space is talking about IEBC, this space is talking about the land issue, that land bill, this other space is talking about, like, let people deal with or go and strategize according to what they feel is important to them. So that's how I think we should proceed, and those are my few points. Thank you.
Asante sana mtu fulani. By the way, I should point out that the land rates bill is only a continuation. My family owes over 2.5 million in land rates that of course we cannot pay. So this is incremental. It started a while back. I believe it actually started under the previous government. So they've been testing it. It was first implemented.
There's a difference between land rate and land rent. Land rates are paid to the county. Land rent is going to the national government.
But there was a specific bill of taxing additionally people who own land around metropolitan areas, such as Nairobi. So ours had already begun, and now they're introducing such that it's going to be in every other area.
After Ushago, if there's a small town, now it's very opaque. They can decide this is even a shopping center. This is a shopping center. Anybody living within this 200 or anybody living within this radius of this town has a kulipa land rent even on their freehold title. That's how it is.
Thank you, Mtu Fulani. Masika? Sorry, Damila and then Masika.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, my name is Damilari. Thank you so much. I've been on your space for quite a long time now. I think this is even the reason I've not slept yet. I'm from Nigeria, and then I will say I pay my condolences for those who have lost their loved ones and the lives that have been lost over this struggle. From the beginning, we, even from Nigeria, we've actually been following this, and it's quite painful that Africa has leaders who are more interested in inflicting pains on the citizen, even when these are people that were duly elected. And like I told some of my people here a few days ago, I said, what is happening in Kenya is happening because it was practiced in Nigeria and they go away with it. Like we had ours in 2020, and then of course most of us will know how it went. 2020 was a bad one, which the government took over, killed a lot of people. Till this very moment I'm speaking with you, there's still a number of people who are still in detention till now, from 2020, and the government refused to, release them. And the fact that they tried it in Nigeria and they could go away with it, and the same party, the same system still, had another election last year and they maneuvered their way out and everything, and they are still in government. This whole thing is a template. When this whole thing started, I told some of my guys, I'm like, this is a template. They've tried this template in Nigeria and they feel they worked and they were able to go with it. And I told them that this, even before, from the beginning of the protest, I said this government is going to use arm on these people, just the same way they did it in Nigeria. And you can see how this whole thing is playing out. And it's quite painful because sometimes I'm like, okay, we understand that there's an undertone influence of the West in all of this. But my question is always like, why is it that African leaders have sold their soul to to deal with their citizens? It's a painful thing because this is, and for me, I would say I wish and I'm hoping that Kenya will actually win this battle. Because if you guys are able to win this battle, it's going to send a good message to other African countries. I was telling some people that if Nigerian youth had won in 2020, Ruto won't dare do what he's doing right now. But because he saw that the same template, they were able to play it in Nigeria and it worked. The same problem you are facing right now in Kenya, we are facing something much worse. The tax rate, you're talking about, there's a lot of things that, in fact, early this year, there was a particular bill that was going to come up. I think it was just because people made noise and not, they suspended it, and it is still a suspension. I was telling people they are still coming back with this thing. And it's a painful thing that Africa is going through all of this. And I don't know, because the issue of having leaders and all that, in as much as sometimes you look at it that, okay, you cannot have, at least they will need to probably have a dialogue with some people and all. I still know, and I can still tell that it doesn't work. In fact, from the beginning of the downfall of Nigeria protests in 2020 was because, in as much as we claim that we don't have leaders, they still try to pick a few persons that they feel, okay, they had influence, and they bought them. And that was where we started the problem. Because immediately they bought those people, every other person was like, no, you can buy these people, but they are not part of us. And I can tell you to a date, those people that were bought, they are still being abused by everyone on the Twitter space. Sometimes, in fact, many of them have become so irrelevant these days, even though they are eating government money. But they know they can't open their mouth to speak on Twitter space because people will remind them how they were bought and all of those things. So my whole desire and wish is that you guys are able to, get what you really want from this whole protest, because that is my desire. If Kenya wins this battle, it is a win for all African nations, because it's going to send a message to everyone. As I'm speaking with you now, there is a clamoring and a gathering of intending protest that is going to happen in Nigeria maybe in the next few days. Now, the fear of what is going on in Kenya right now, I can tell you, is giving them issue right now. I saw that the moment the noise about that protest started coming up, that we're going to start protesting and all that, the very institution that was actually directly involved has started putting out some publications just to kind of say, no, what you are protesting about is not like that and all that. I'm like, okay, so you guys knew this thing we're going to, we have arrested those who are involved and all that. I'm like, these people have been doing this for years, and you seeing them. Your officers will.
Please wind down, Damila. 1
Yes,
minute.
I'm going to hand up now. So, my in just conclusion, because I really don't want to take so much of the whole time. My conclusion is just that I desire. I know this is a tough time for Kenyans, and I will say, may God strengthen you. I really wish you win this battle, because if you win this battle, it's a win for Africa, and it's going to send the right message to the African leaders. I wish they don't dismantle this movement the way they did in Nigeria, because we are still suffering it now. So I wish you guys the best, and you guys should know that Nigerians are rooting for you big time, because we wish you to win this. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Damila. Go ahead, Kombukeni.
Quickly, I wanted to catch that before Damila went. The reason why SARS did not work is because you did not address the root problem, the foreign interference. So you all were talking about the symptoms of the problem, and you still kept those people there, and they're still interfering. So again, if we do what you did and do not address the true root of the problem, we will be in your shoes. So I'm just sitting here knowing that and hearing the different conversations and seeing that Kenyans are not ready and not brave enough right now to actually say F the IMF, and we actually to say to their president, okay, you want to talk? We want international interference gone. We want the IMF gone. We want the World Bank gone. We want the multinationals gone. We will decide how they can come back. We will decide the terms in which they can come back. So that's the only way we're going to be able to take care of this for the future. Otherwise, as long as they remain, we will be here again in a few years.
I mean, the IMF does not have one success story anywhere on the planet. So I don't even understand why there would be any discussion about them coming back. I think it's a one-way street. They leave, bounce. And the African Development Bank, by the way, while you're at it, because it's World Bank. Masika, go ahead.
Hello and good morning. Mine will be very short and brief, because I've been on this page for now quite some time, and I've listened so many views. And what I just want to remind of us is that we should not forget our target, because the biggest monster now we are facing is Ruto. It is not that we are devoid of policies and programs, because right now, as you look into all government institutions, all arms of government, it's like they are not functioning, totally not functional. Because when you look at the judiciary is not functioning, basing even on the last ruling for this judge allowing the KDF to be on the streets of Nairobi. You know, it was quite wrong, and even a layman can read between the lines and see that the judiciary of the Republic of Kenya has been captured by the executive. Parliament is totally dysfunctional. And if we are not going to deal with the Ruto at this time, then we are doomed. We are doomed because these meetings he's not calling with the good faith. You know, what we are lacking now in Ruto and in government to its entirely is we don't trust anybody now in government. And now the biggest question is that how are we going to restore trust? Because Ruto will call you on table, he will mark you, and then the next day he will kill you. Or he will strangle you. How many people have been abducted? How many people has Ruto killed since 1992? I come from Western, where in 1992 Ruto supplied, they're called what? Arrows from Korea.
Did Masika stop speaking or?
Yeah, he's gone for me too.
Okay. We've lost you, Masika. Let me just say, while we wait to see if he comes back, credit where credit is due, right? Because the Kenyan people showed they are fearless. They don't care about the security forces. They don't care. And God forbid, I don't want to see a single Kenyan, one more single Kenyan shot, let alone killed, even shot and wounded by a bullet. But Kenyans have shown that they don't care about that. And then the other thing is credit where credit is due. Our army, the KDF, they did not, and correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I have seen, they have not shot, right? They have been among the people and being friendly and welcomed into CBD, if I'm not wrong, unless, and I'm hoping that hasn't changed. Masika, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, we lost. Okay, you're there. Go ahead.
I was saying, if we cannot deal with Ruto at this time, then as a nation, we are going to be finished. Because this guy has killed so many people. So he should be our first priority as a nation, so that when he's out of power, we have so many technocrats, very professional people who can run this government. And he's just trying to show that he's sympathetic, he's apologetic, but inside him, we know what he can do, and he's the first guys.
As you get ready to wind out, Masika, let me challenge you on one thing. How exactly would we go about removing a president? Because with this copy-paste constitution from the United States, it's very, very difficult to remove a president. Is it not far better to impeach his supporter? Well, not impeach, because we can't impeach, but to recall the MPs and senators who support him, because that would weaken him. That's my view, because I don't know what other method, unless KDF were to intervene. Go ahead.
All the MPs now, we are done with them. There is no MP that is going to go back in that parliament. We are going to deal them one by one. Okay? So with the presidency, the way we did in parliament, that is how we are supposed to do. That's how we are supposed to go about in State House. Let him kill now everybody. You understand? So I'm advising the parents, as our children coming out of the houses, let us go before them. Let our children be behind us, so that when he kills us fast. Because if we are not going to die now, he's going to kill us the next day. So
Masika, pardon me. Masika, this is Eli. And, I have had almost 2 weeks of that story you're giving us. And I call it a story with a reason. Call it a story because I can't necessarily see how well you are planning to die. And why would I say I can't see that? It's because it's one thing to have a very good wish. It's another thing to see how that is happening. Because if I ask Sika, are you willing to go somewhere that you will die? Everybody is afraid of that. But the circumstances determine that you must be able to take some certain steps that one person will look at and say, this man is crazy. So I know we are in that crazy rage. So the question is, Masika, do you know at the end of the day, we need to have laws, we need to have legislation, and we need to hold the people who make this legislation or these acts of parliament to rise to the occasion. So if you are going to say you're finished with the MPs, illustrate to me how you've finished with the MPs. Can you illustrate to us? How exactly have you finished with the MPs?
I don't hear anyone. Is Masika speaking?
No.
Can anyone in this room who has said we have to finish because Ruto is murderer, we know him, is this, we know them, and if we don't finish, it will finish us, illustrate to me how we have finished or we have dealt with members of parliament? Because pelting stones, burning houses, does not in any way override parliament. So I would like for anyone to illustrate to me logically how this has happened, because I haven't seen anything.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Proceed.
I will answer two things. I was supposed to leave Kenya in the beginning of this month, but I decided not to leave because of this war. And I'll tell you that there are people who are ready to die. The guy that you saw his brains on the floor, that guy did not hide from the guns because we were on the front line with him. He was not hiding from that gun. And all I can ask, maybe we will die also, because on Tuesday we'll be there again. All I can ask is that you don't stop. We have stopped enough. Don't stop. Don't stop tweeting. Don't stop coming, even if you'll be behind, because we will be there in front. Okay? That's all I ask. That you make sure that you're always there, that you're always talking about it, because if we don't die on the front line, we will die on our houses, like in Githurai or in Rongai. And you know that. This guy started killing people in 92, right? In 92. He killed people in 2007. He killed people in 2013. He killed people in 2017. And he is killing people in 2024. We cannot go on like this in Kenya. It cannot be like this. If it is war, it's an all-out war. Yeah? It's an all-out war. And we are ready to die. We are never afraid. So, for my submissions, I'll say, if we can boycott Safaricom, yeah? We can boycott Safaricom, try to sue them for giving information, people's information. That's one thing we can do. And by doing that, on Maandamano on Tuesday, we can go with that to the High Court, not to town. We can go to the High Court holding the pictures of the dead and holding the pictures of the police that shot them. The pictures we have, right? We can do that. We don't need to go to town every time. We can go to other places, because what we need is the exposure. When the international scene, the people are seeing it internationally, it's good for us, because it's creating a narrative every time. Just stopping is the problem. We can deal with the politicians. Everywhere we find them, they have to remember what they did. We try to stop
How
discussing
are you dealing with the politicians?
by not giving them airtime. We should not give them any airtime at all. The media should make sure of that. They should not be speaking. Because what are they telling us? What are they trying to tell us? Whatever they did, that was enough. They should not be talking to us. Just give them zero airtime. Don't give them time to tell you sorry. No, we don't need that now. We're past that. We don't need to beat them.
Wait,
We
sir.
don't need to beat them.
Wait. This is not me interrupting you. I just want us to have a conversation. So allow me. Just mute for a second so that we avoid echoes. Now,
sure.
What I saw today was a number of members of parliament going around, and some of them even had T-shirts asking for forgiveness. I saw others being welcomed in some villages and being offered goats as a thank you for voting no. Now, explain to me this mind of a Kenyan voter who believes because a member of parliament did what was right, they deserve to get a goat and be received with song and dance. What am I missing?
What you're missing is when you do something good. This was a very critical moment, yeah. So when you do something good, well, you will not see that in Nairobi. That one you will see it in the rural areas because these people, they don't have civic education. They think it's a favor, right? So these people, that's their mindset. That they have received a favor, so they have to, which is okay because these people did a good thing for us. They are not good, but they did something good in this instant. Understand? So for me personally, that's fine. That's fine. That's no problem. They can give them goats, they can give them cars, no problem, because that's their mindset. As in, we are making something, and slowly they'll need to learn that we are going somewhere. Okay?
May I interject with one thing about what you're saying there? Because remember, the opposition MPs stood aside to allow the bill to pass on Tuesday in record time, within 2 hours. Nobody filibustered on Tuesday. They allowed it to fly through at the last reading when it would have actually been ready for signing by the president.
Can I jump in and say something? Sorry, I'm on the floor. Just found I have the mic. Just because you have made this point before, I think you misunderstand the strategy of why the opposition MPs stood aside. Sifuna had, the Secretary General for ODM, had declared this very clearly, that they were not going to hand in any amendments to the bill, because if they did that, then they would be sanitizing the bill. So what they decided to do is withdraw all the amendments that, and also because they said that they had listened to the people. If you remember on Tuesday, in the protest on Tuesday, the conversation was, we are saying reject, not amend. There is nothing salvageable from this bill. So that was the angle from the ODM side.
So you're telling me there's no way to filibuster? There's nothing they could have done to filibuster other than allowing it to fly in record time?
I'm not a lawyer and I'm not very familiar with the parliamentary process. So
okay, so let me tell you my take on that is that
I just want to finish one bit. I just want to finish this one bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I can say that you also have to remember the context for this is these guys don't have the numbers in parliament, and so for them this was the perfect storm where a popular rebellion in the streets had bolstered the limited numbers that they have in parliament, and so for them politically it made sense to align with the public rather than to appear to be sanitizing what the government was doing. So they actually played this in that way, and now they can milk the credit from the political movement and live on to fight another day. But yeah, so I just wanted to respond to that.
You know, what you're describing is political machinations, right? And it's the equivalent of a boyfriend saying, I know that you are hurt, but these are the reasons. It doesn't matter how good your reasons are. The impact is what actually happened, and what happened is that the bill flew through. Kumbukeni wants to leave, so we'll give her a chance to say goodbye. And then, I see Mizani, I guess you want to jump in. Let's allow Kumbukeni to say goodbye, and then we can allow the Arsenal fan to finish. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Brief Scoop. Mizani, welcome back. I hope your nap was nice and restful. So the one thing I was gonna say, is regarding Mizani's question. The Constitution has given you grounds on how you can pull these members back. I suggest, in addition to the protests on the street, that we actually need to start coordinating with these constitutional lawyers and start putting together a strategy of how we can go about enforcing the Constitution, essentially. We know in Kenya it's not being followed. We know that they are ignoring it, but we need to figure out strategies. It's time for the lawyers to come together, the analysts, and all these people who can put together a legal strategy. You're talking about, and I know your name is encrypted for good reason, probably, given the story that you just gave, but the gentleman who just spoke before and talked about the brother who was killed on the streets, that was not afraid of facing the bullets. You're talking about going back with pictures of those who were killed. Go back also with pictures of the MPs that you're calling back. If we're going to, and I actually agree. The protest needs to move to the High Court, because that is who your constitution is who's supposed to enforce it, right? So why are you going to Parliament if you have decided that Parliament is useless? Why are you going to the President if you've decided the President is useless? Now your only body that can help you, or that you've been left with until it proves that it's useless as well, is the judiciary. So go to the judiciary, go with your photos. I'm saying to you all, Ekuru Aukot has put it out there. If you need support, his team is willing to work pro bono. Reach out to him. Reach out to his team. He's the one who wrote this constitution. Reach out to his team and strategize on how you're going to address this legally, because you need to. Protests are a part of the system. It's like a businessman who knows they're going to get a certain loss, where they calculate it into their business operations. Protests are part of the exploitative system. So they allow you to come and make noise and things happen, and then you go back and it's all quiet, and that's good. And you feel like you achieved something. But you have to accompany the protest with something tangible that is actually going to change the system. So if you're going to the High Court, yes, go with our brothers and sisters who fell, but also go with these MPs' pictures and say you're recalling them. And make sure you're aligned and collaborating with Ekuru Aukot and the other lawyers who can help advise you on how to do so. But yes, thank you so much. Siku mwema, siku njema, kila laheri. Kwaherini.
Hello?
Will allow us, Nelson, wait a minute. We want to have a moderated conversation, okay? So just hold on. Based on what Kumbukeni has just shared, it illustrates the issues we are trying to address, that there must be an option for us. Because if we as a people need to do something, we cannot just decide we will do everything outside the constitution, and then when we want a solution, we remember we have a constitution. And hear me out. This does not in any way endorse the killings that have happened. It is true somebody must be held accountable. How would you punish that person that was held accountable? Most of you believe that this person has to be jailed. Who will jail this person? This person will need to face the scales of the justice system. And for that to happen, they will also need the prosecution, which most of you have already discredited. We will need the investigation team to work. Did you know that the police are the ones who will carry out the investigations? We will also need eventually to have the lawyers, the advocates, and at the end of the day, you who is the complainant of the state, because if somebody was killed, that is the state that is complaining. So all I'm saying is, as much as we want to live in utopia, let us come back to earth. Let us come back to that constitution we talk about and see where are the possible channels for us to maximize on this document. And this is the uncomfortable truth we don't want to hear. I know you have listened to a lot of cheering conversation that make you feel like eventually we are out of this hole. But the truth of the matter is we cannot achieve that by playing against the rules and expect the rules to play for us. Case in example is the issue, and brief scope, this is my last point. Case in example is the issue of some Kenyans now stating Safaricom has to be prosecuted for releasing data that is personal. Kenyans, are we the same Kenyans that were sharing personal data of members of parliament? Oh, I know we will object and say they are public figures and therefore the information has to be public. But don't we go to the same scales of law and justice to accept that they need to have followed some procedure? So, brief scoop, after my nap and a moment of eureka, I thought I should steer the waters and not make people very comfortable, because I've had a lot of echo chambers conversation and I thought I should chip in. Normally I don't do that, but back to you.
Sawa sawa. Let Arsenal fan finish. Arsenal fan, you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are very audible. I guess it's not a very comfortable conversation, but we have others waiting.
Sawa sawa. Let's move on. Somebody came up that wanted to address your question. Who was that came up to address your question? I think I don't see. Okay, go ahead, Nelson, and then Kenyan lady.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity, and my heart goes out to the Kenyans who lost their lives and their families. So first, I want to say that I think, having listened to these conversations on this space for the past 2 days, I think we've generally figured out what our problems are. The problem is now coming up with a strategy and hitting the ground running. I think no matter how long we talk, some of the things we're raising right now perhaps have been raised before. There have even been dialogues before. So we need to reach a point whereby we now start coming up with a plan and taking action. There are those of us who appear a little bit radical, and there are those who appear a little bit passive. But I think we'll need to kind of combine the two strategies to be able to get the change we want. Largely, I think our main problem is that we lack hygiene in terms of how we manage our politics and how we manage our economy. So how can we make sure that we change? So the change is not only in our politicians, but it's also us, because just as some of us have already said, the politicians are just a representation of us. They come from among us. When it comes to things like corruption, we know very well, right from the lower levels of our society, there is endemic corruption. So we've actually permitted these politicians to do what they do. It's because we have, to a great extent, permitted it. What the GenZs did was to say that enough is enough. Let's stop lowering the bar that low. So I think one of the things we can do, people are saying Ruto has failed and he should go, he should leave. But the question is, somebody has asked, how do we get him out? Or we can't march to the State House and says he leaves. You know, they have structures. So I think this process is going to be a long journey. We can even target as far as the next election and strategize how can you make sure that we do not re-elect this president. And that will need to be, that would be sufficient, still be sufficient. We can also try to think, how can we get alternative candidates? I mean, among the to begin, or for us to begin thinking, is there somebody who we can support among that actually does his work according to the Constitution, where we have institutions that work. Because going to the future, we'll have to have a leader who is visionary enough, who is also ethical enough to be able to steer us to the right direction. But if we have a leader of the caliber of our current president, and even many of the presidents we've had before, we'll be having a wrong driver driving us the wrong direction. So I would really like to appeal to all of us that even as we talk, we think very quickly and start acting on the ground and finding ways, on finding how we can start effecting change. Because if we reduce the momentum, we are gonna lose this opportunity, and this opportunity does not come easy. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
So, my friend, before I leave you, then I'd like a quick response to my question. You've mentioned opportunity. According to you, what opportunity do we have as a people, as a nation? And how should we maximize that opportunity? Nelson.
Yeah, the opportunity we have is the opportunity to have this conversation. Whatever happened with the finance bill and the process that we had, it has triggered the conversation we are having right now. And it has triggered the minds of many Kenyans to think about our situation. These things we've known they are there, but we've never heard this Twitter space. We've never had this amount of people coming to the streets to demonstrate. Yeah? So that's the opportunity I'm talking about, that we know these problems exist. We have not discovered them today, but we've not been this vocal on talking, finding out, having a discussion on how we can actually solve them once for all. So that's the opportunity I'm talking about. So if we let these conversations die down, if we let the kind of activism we have at this point die down, then that's how we'll be able to lose this opportunity. That's what I'm saying.
All right. And lastly, to you also, there is a common phrase I've heard, which states, Mr. Ruto knows what the problem of Kenya is. He knows what he has to do. We don't want any conversation. Aende. What do you make of those words?
Yeah, I think Mr. Ruto is a seasoned politician. We know his history. Mr. Ruto has established habits that begin from his time in KANU era up to now. I don't want to repeat them. It is wishful thinking to think that he can change. Let's not lower the bar too low and start having a conversation or a discussion with someone who we very well know is not qualified to be our president. So we can have conversations with him because he is our president, and we still kind of a democracy. So we can have conversations with him, but let's have a decision, make a decision right now that between now and 2027, we must have a different president. Yeah. So we can still deal with low-hanging fruits like maybe petition him to recall parliament, petition him to change certain laws, but ultimately we must have a different president by the year 2027.
Thank you very much, Nelson. We appreciate. Back to you, Brief Scoop. And those are the kind of conversation I want us to have. Very uncomfortable, but we must have them. Back to you.
Thanks, Eli. I do think that recalling politicians MPs is within the purview of the people. Kenyan lady, what say you?
Hello, everybody. And I think I've been in this conversation like for the longest time. So kwanza, risala zetu nyingi sana za rambirambi for the people that lost their lives, for their families, for the group as a whole, because Kenya has lost. Kenya has really, truly lost comrades. Nikitoka hapo nenda, most of us, and I said this yesterday, most of us have been listeners, and we started listening to these spaces even before the very, very fast going to the streets. And I must say that I have been in very many different spaces, these Gen Z spaces, and I've heard what the conversations have been like, most of us have decided to take a backseat and just listen, and it's only because we know, we've experienced. Some of us have even formed organizations just by being out in the, in the space, just being, on Facebook, and then organizations are formed from there. So this blockchain type of leadership is just that people don't know that's the name of it, but that's what has been exercised, and that's why most of us just listen and let the group be, because we know the group will easily transform from the space, the tech space, into the physical space, and we have seen that. So from here, people, mandamanos have been formed. Now, there's one thing I really want to point at. And I don't know, the gentleman that's moderating, I think it's Mizani. I don't know. I don't think it is okay. Please allow me. Again, you told us to have the uncomfortable conversations, and some of us are not scared of those. Okay. And we are ready to have those uncomfortable conversations, because that's where a lot of ideas are born. So when you when somebody guides a conversation and puts somebody in the corner, which is today is the first time that I have heard it happen, that's not how I expected the moderation or the conversation to go. Because number one, you need to know, in this blockchain, we do have attorneys. I want to echo the lady that spoke, ahead, about 4 people ahead. In this space, we do have people with diverse experiences. So when somebody comes in and says, oh, our slogan is Ruto must go, which everybody is backing. Ruto must go, Ruto must go, Ruto must go. How he should go, all of us should have that conversation. No single person should come in and raise that leaf and then they're given the whole tree to explain. How do you expect them to go? What do you No, that is an idea. And from that leaf, throw it back to the blockchain. Who can explain that? Who thinks they have the best ideas? Who are the attorneys in the house? Who thinks that, who thinks this, who thinks that? So I feel that instead of that cornering, it's a whole blockchain of 1,000 people listening. Throw it out there, and every person has the same responsibility. If they are ready to speak, they have the same way, just the same way I decided, okay, after 6 hours of being here, or after how long, the longest I've been here, let me just try to speak. So throw it out. Let's continue to throw out conversations, there, because the next minute it will appear like a tactic, like there's something being forced that people don't know. So and that's what you don't want to create. Because people who have been here the longest, they know how these conversations have been ongoing. And so I'm going to go ahead and respond to that question of how Ruto should go. Referendum and recall, that is very, very much facilitated in our constitution. And recalling and having a referendum, it's something that can be guided very, very well and very, very clearly with the lawyers that I know even are listening here on this blockchain. Having a referendum can involve everybody, every Tom, Dick and Harry. Mpaka watu wenye wako mashinani mnasema sijui they are thanking their MPs for voting no, and let them. That's how they feel out there. So really let them, because also remember, even coming in as a group, even if it's a blockchain kind of leadership, kind of tech space, the groups go through the same thing. They form, they storm, they norm, and they perform. That's the group mechanism that kind of runs its course. And so this is the time that every single leaf should be accepted and expounded, because we are all learning. There's nobody who has been here before and has done this before. So we have to welcome everybody, and we have this advantage of being in a platform where you can harness very, very many and different, diverse ideas from those experience, those inexperience, from just everybody. So the referendum and recall, if there's any attorney in the house, they will be able to discuss that. And this also carries and tags along with the going to the High Court, because number one, remember, the Parliament, the President, technically our leadership has failed us, right? But we do have the Constitution, and next to the Constitution is those people who are supposed to uphold it, that are up above our leaders, which is the High Court. Okay? A motion can actually be passed for the country to have a referendum, to recall the president. But it depends on how much force, how much do we want to transfer that force to the High Court. And I agree 100% on pushing this conversation, not to the Parliament again, not to the State House again, although that needs to be discussed further. But let's now start directing to above our lawmakers, which is the High Court. Let's walk up there, and what we should be asking for is a recall and a referendum. How we go about it, let's seek Let's talk to our constitutional lawyers. Let's talk to our attorneys, who are very, very many. There are very many in this blockchain platform. So that's what I would request. And then my other thing, and the last thing that I want to speak about is this thing ambayo Ruto amesema, choose two people. First of all, housekeeping rules. That will not happen. That basically it will not happen. Okay, living in the diaspora, we have had kuna matakwa mengi sana ambayo hatujasikizwa sisi kama diasporian, sisi kama watu wenye wanaishi wa Kenya, wenye wanaishi ugaibuni, lakini we want to come back to a better Kenya. We have oh my God, I've been in this country for more than 20 years, and all we have wanted, for those of us who believe Kenya is home, for those of us who know that Kenya is for our betterment, for those of us who run organizations at home, who have established businesses at home, what we have done, we want spaces, because diaspora is unique. Our needs are unique. But ngoja nikwambie, even when, like for instance, nitawapatia kwa mfano, last year there was a diaspora conference that was called last year by this same government to speak to the diaspora. Okay, now we normally attend because we normally do not have diaspora representation. They just created in the Office of Foreign Affairs, you created something there that really does not represent us even today. So when we go to diaspora conference, at least we know somehow we will have a mic, and the president will be right in front of us, and we will be able to have a one-on-one. I'm one person who has fired questions across to him. Many of us have, because they want our money. They want the diaspora money. But then we really need to have a platform where we are having those conversations. But let me tell you what happens in every one of those diaspora conference. They already come up with what they have concluded for us. The conversation is always one-sided, right? Even when they come in with, okay, in the afternoon, we're going to have this panel, and this panel will be like, for instance, the Ministry of Cooperatives. We have 42 diaspora circles out here, but none of them will be able to speak because they will have chosen people who will be speaking in those panels that are not even directly related to us. They don't even live in the diaspora. So why I X'd that and I said no to choosing two people is because we know the experience. We have that experience. So what happens when they come into the closing ceremony, when they come into the opening ceremony, we request not for speeches, but we request to actually have a panel, with the government officials, the senior most we can get. If he wants to receive our questions, no. If he doesn't, but because they always make those arrangements to have them speak to us, not us speaking to them. And speaking on to that, when we are forming, when we are doing things at home, kwa mfano, tukifanya vitu nyumbani, kama tuseme for example, those of us that have maybe hospitals at home, those of us that have organizations at home, what we do, kama unaenda tuseme kwa mfano unataka kujengea watu hospitali Kenya, you go home, you do research. Mimi nilizaliwa Dandora. Unaenda Dandora, kama hao ndo unataka kuwasaidia, unawauliza shida zenu gani? Okay, we have done extensive researches, and this is just not for those people who can read and write, but we have got tumeenda mashinani. We have used even our social what are they called, watu wa mashinani, wakule mashinani, the healthcare, the caregivers, social workers that go to mashinani. They know that Dandora has almost a million people, but we are able to reach them, to penetrate them, because you have to use the resources that you have on the ground. So what am I saying? We still are the ones who are supposed to come up with the solutions. We are still the ones who are supposed to come up to, with what we want. But how much is the government willing to listen to us? That's why you hear radicalism. That's why you hear I'm ready to die, which you should welcome. It should be welcome. It should be welcomed here. Even when you feel like, how do you think? No. Just throw the question there. If you feel somebody is struggling to answer, you just throw the question out there. And people like me, who probably have one experience, kidogo, 20% of this, 20% of that, they will be able to come in and they will bring what they think. So not pushing people in the corner. Let's not create that environment where we feel that a speaker is being pushed to the corner. If they're not able to give you a sufficient response, throw it back to the blockchain. It's a tech space. You have everybody here. So then again, let the solution come from the community, and from that, you're able to deduce number one problem in this environment. Per healthcare, they're asking that, kila siku kama kwa mfano, let me say this.
Like, I give you 1 minute to complete.
Yes, I'm just about to get done. So the one thing that got 99% of the Dandora community was every time wakiamka kwenda vibarua, wanasikia watoto wanalia mashimoni. So they were wondering, how can we help? Okay, so that points out to maternal child health. And from the community, you are able to deduce they want this, and that. So so just to end that, I really love what you guys have been doing. You have the diaspora support 100%. And let's continue with these spaces. Let's continue to be neutral as we can be, so that everybody can thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moderator,
Lady de jure, kindly wait. I appreciate your submissions. And as you correctly put it, mine is to push those buttons, and I hope I did that. Plato, and then we'll have Nduta, and then we come back to you, Deju.
Thank you.
Kwanza kabisa nataka nishukuru madam ambaye amezungumza sasa hivi, amezungumza hoja ambazo zimenigusa kidogo. Alafu pia nataka niwape rambirambi familia na marafiki ambao wamepoteza katika msukosuko ambao tumepata hivi karibuni katika hili jambo letu la mapinduzi ambayo tumeanza hapa nchini. Cha maana, kitu ambacho ningetaka nizungumzie, sitachukua muda sana, lakini nilikuwa najua kidogo, nimesikia kidogo, nimetatanishiwa kidogo na mambo ambayo tumezungumza hapa kwa sababu ya kitu kimoja. Watu ambao tunawazungumzia, hasa kitu kama hili shirika la fedha la kimataifa ambao tunawazungumzia hapa kwenye space hii ya X, kidogo hao watu pengine wako hapa pamoja nasi. Sijui imekuwaje, sijui kama nyinyi mnajisikia vizuri sana watu wameingia hapa ambao hatuwajui na tunaona kweli sio wa Kenya. Kweli kama hawa watu mnaamini, ama kama tunaweka kiwazi mipango yetu, yani wanasikia kinagaubaga, hatufichi chochote, ni kama tumejiweka tu wazi. Ni jambo ambalo limenigusa, nataka ni watupie nyinyi msikie, mtujue kama pengine mimi nina uoga wangu ambao haufai, lakini nilikuwa nataka niwagusie, niwaulize hilo swali. Sio lazima mnipe jibu, lakini wacha nigusie hoja yangu ya pili ya tatu nimalize, alafu pengine mtanipa majibu bwana Mizani. Na pia nilikuwa nataka nimjibu hoja nyingine ya tatu. Nilikuwa nataka nimjibu Wanjiru Githiomi ambaye aliuliza, kwani sisi kama Waafrika tuna shida gani ambao hatuwezi kujiongoza? Kuna mtu ambaye alimjibu vizuri, sijui kama ilikuwa ni Mizani ama ilikuwa nani, akasema eti sisi tumesaidiwa kufeli kama Waafrika. Pia lakini nilikuwa nataka nichangie, niongeze hivi, uongozi wa Kiafrika tangu jadi haukuwa demokrasia. Uongozi wa Afrika tangu jadi ulikuwa uongozi wa kuwa na wakuu fulani ambao wamepewa uongozi na wanaongoza kwa muda fulani wakiwa na shida wanashauriana na wengine, na wakionekana hawawezi kabisa wanatupiliwa mbali, wengine wanawekwa pale. Ukiangalia nchi kama ya Uchina hivi, hao hawana nini. Hii nchi ya Uchina sio ati wana demokrasia, lakini ni nchi ambayo imesimama kivyake kihela kwa hali na mali. Vipi imesimama kwa hali na mali bila demokrasia? Kwa hivyo demokrasia ambayo tumelimbikiziwa hapa kama sisi wa Afrika, ambayo kitu ambacho sio chetu, pengine pia huwa imechangia sisi tukukani kama hatujiwezi, yani kwa upande wa uongozi. Wanjiro, hilo ilikuwa changio langu kwa swali lako. Alafu ya nne ambayo ilikuwa ni swali, nilikuwa nataka niulize hivi, kwa sababu mimi sijui mambo ya kisheria, nilikuwa nataka nijue hivi kama rais hawezi kugusiwa sasa hivi, kwa sababu lazima kuwe na hiki kitengo cha IEBC ambacho hakiko sasa hivi, kimetupiliwa mbali. Naona kidogo huu jamani mjanja. Nilikuwa nataka niulize hivi, hawa wajumbe ambao waliweka ndio katika hii hoja ambayo imekwisha ya swala ya nini ya finance bill, ilikuwa takriban 200 na ambao walisema hapana alikuwa takriban 100 hivi. Hawa wajumbe ambao walipiga ndio, ikiwa wanarudishwa, ikiwa wanaweza kurudishwa, warudishwe kama wote, itakuwa inawezekana, ama pia lazima iwe inahitaji ya IEBC, kwa sababu lazima kuwe na uchaguzi, na sijui kama kuna njia ambayo ni ya kisheria ambayo inaweza kutumika kuangazia hili jambo, tujue kama tunaweza kuwapa, tuseme kwa kimombo unasema pengine technical ya kuondoa hawa kama hata kuna IEBC. Ndio hivyo, nimemaliza. Nashukuru sana kwa nafasi hiyo.
Thank you very much. Great questions you're raising on the recall process, including what are our options? And that's a question that I wish we can actually continue discussing, because last week we had a similar space. We had an extensive submission on the process of recall, and that space is on record available for replay, so we refer you to that. But also I'll be sharing a submission on the same on the Jumbotron. Pay attention to it, by one of the people that submitted here on that spaces, including I think it was from Katiba something. Yeah, Katiba. There's a group called Katiba something. But anyway, that aside, I would like now to welcome. We had Deju. Deju, kindly proceed, because we had a lady that dropped from the call. Continue.
Thank you once again. So, in this submission, I'm trying to respond to the question of the way forward. So, we are peaceful people, we are law-abiding citizens, we've always been. We've always tried to go through the available institutions, and you can see how these institutions have been captured. So Parliament is a failure, doesn't listen to the people. Just like one of the MPs said that he is voting for his boss. So clearly that person doesn't understand why they're in Parliament. And it's because of the party system, where somebody has his own briefcase party, then selects members, probably funds them. So their loyalty is not to the citizenry, but basically he deploys them into these constituencies as his stooges to usurp and basically to hijack and to overturn the will of the people. So the loyalty goes back to the individual. So it's like a political pimp. That's as far as Parliament is concerned. Now when we go to the third arm of government, which is supposed to be the judiciary, which is supposed to be the interpreter of what law is, and we can see it is stooping low, looking at the recent judgments. even though the High Court passed that, there's room for appeal. I don't know if people picked up the appeal with the deployment. However, this is a position, according to me, a position of last resort, because if the executive cannot listen to the citizenry, then parliament is compromised. Now we go to the judiciary. We should petition judiciary, use all legal avenues. But now my main point is that, how do we do this? In case judiciary fails, and as people agree, we are calling this a revolution, and the revolution is supposed to be social, political, and economic, which means it's a paradigm shift. So if at all this democratically accepted institutions are not working, basing on history, you know, it only leaves a few options. You know, when people are tired and the institutions are not working, and you know,
Did we lose you? Because I need to confirm I'm not the only one. Kenyan lady, can you hear him?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we had lost you for a minute. Go ahead.
Okay. So it is either when the court fails, you know, it creates a state of pseudo anarchy, because if the courts cannot, you know, stand up to their name and their reputation, then it opens room for anarchy, and therefore the state instruments of violence or state instruments of security come in, and in this case it's usually the military, looking at history of all the different nations and what has happened. And then it becomes like a caretaker. Look at Sudan, what happened. Usually what happens is greed comes in. There is a split in the military. There are those who say we should stay in power. There are those who say no, we stand on a period and give it to the civilian after a certain period. And then the third, as basing on history, what happens is now there comes a group which says now this the democracy is not working, the institutions are not working, the military wants, you know, to institute a military rule. So we are also going to, you know, look for partners, arm ourselves, and take these people hands-on. So basically, looking at history, that's how things happen. So as we discuss, I want us to have that picture at the back of our mind and make sure that we put this institution, the last institution, which is the court, to task, so that we don't fall back into the two other options, which is a military state. Look at Sudan recently, what happened. Look at South Sudan. You know, it never ends well. And again, when you look at this, you have to realize that in any revolution, it's never, you know, a dinner party or a tea party. There's blood involved. So we really need to take this last shot we have with the institution, the court, to make sure it institutes IEBC. We recall the MPs. We put there people who are responsible, who work for the citizenry and the interest of this country, people who are patriotic, so that we don't fall into the other states of anarchy. You remember the quotes going around? IMF comes to start fires. And basically they want us to fall into that so that they can come up with their system, which has always been working, which is called creative destruction. What has happened in the Middle East, you know, they come, they support one side, you fight, then they take the tenders, they take the resources. Basically, that's what they want. So let's not allow ourselves to slip into that situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And quite a number of issues you've raised there, including the IBC and the process of recall and how we have to go around it. That is definitely a conversation I'm loving to get into. Before we can continue with the talk, I see Nyambwanusu Fred, who says, all dialogues with Ruto fail. The church failed us, no dialogue with Ruto. Well articulated. Let's follow and subscribe. Okay, we will in the future. Mizani needs to finish that conversation of Sabasaba. Where tulikipata 1992? Yes, tulikipata. and there are people who don't understand those kind of history. So I might not want to look like I'm pushing a conversation, but we need to really recalibrate our political field so that people come first before politicians. Jerry Skyle says, as a Gen Z, this space is sanitizing the regime. Also, we won't negotiate with terrorists. Ruto is a danger to humanity. The regime must go. It is non-negotiable at this point. Retaliation is a must. Thank you very much, Jerry. You are welcome, and your opinions are more than welcomed on this space. Ishmael says, brother, who has been the biggest rival of the constitutional order in our nation? Who is the biggest violator and transgressor of our constitution? This guy doesn't give in or cave in easily. He earns the hard way. Thank you, Kenya, for waking up. Thank you very much, Ishmael. We have Shaun who says, thank you, Kenyan lady, for calling out this turncoat. I think government operatives have given, or rather gotten to him and bought him, so he's trying to sway the debate, the determination, but we will listen and expose him. Okay, very much, thank you. We have, that is Ian Muslim, who says, for a referendum and recall of the president, you need IEBC. Clunin, who says the president can only be removed constitutionally from office through impeachment or resignation. The other option is through military coup, which will lead or can lead our country into civil war, and we will become irredeemably lost as a country. So if anyone was asking on the processes, there you have them. But then again, this process does not start somewhere in the middle of there. You know where it starts? In that house of legislation. Let's have another speaker. We have Mzalendo.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, kindly proceed, Mzalendo.
All right. I think the issue here and the uncomfortable truth is that this government is totally irredeemable, and we can all agree that. First and foremost, I want to pass my condolences to all the people that lost their loved ones, and also as well extend a quick recovery to those who are still in hospital. Now, at this very crucial moment, I'll just like to raise a few points. I will talk on two angles, or from two angles, from a physical perspective and also from a spiritual perspective. I think we need to learn from our history at this point in time. When we go back to 1992, there was a group that was called YK92. And I know some of us or all of us are familiar with that. This was a youth-led movement that was steered by 6 men. And one of them is the President of the Republic of Kenya today, William Ruto. So this movement was able to bring Moi to power, even after all the negative presidency that he had before then. So that is enough to ask you today, if he was able to bring back a dictator to power, will he not be able to bring himself back to power? That is something that you need to know. Let's fast forward and go to 2002, when Moi realized that the Kenyan electorate would not vote for him again. He decided to pick his own successor, and that was Uhuru Kenyatta. But Kenyans did not agree with him and instead voted in the late Kibaki. So with that context, we need to ask ourselves, what about now? If Ruto knows that he cannot win the presidency in 2027, will he not endorse someone who can win that presidency so that maybe perhaps he can protect himself from maybe prosecution? So that's another angle that we need to look at. Let's go to 2007 and 2008. There was an agreement that Kibaki would campaign for Raila after Raila campaigned for him in 2002. This was in place, and until 2007, 2008, Kibaki did not respect the agreement. And what happened? We broke into anarchy, post-election violence. So that is enough to make a bold statement and ask ourselves, if Kibaki knew he was not going to get back in power, why did he hold or clinch to that power, even with the agreement that was in place? So we need to ask ourselves, if Ruto knows he's not going to get back to power, then how sure are we that in 2007, he will clinch to the same seat and refuse to hand over power, perhaps? And of course, the coalition government came as a result of the post-election violence, and Kibaki was so willing to remain in power so as to have a coalition government in its place. So are we not sure that come 2027, we will not have a repeat of the same thing and have another coalition government with William Ruto as the president? So my take is this, is that we need to kill the snake from the head. And I know at this time there is a lot of, we are not yet familiar on how to do it, but I think from what I have read through the Constitution as I was just listening to the space, I think for the past 7 hours, is that in the absence of the presidency, that is the president and the deputy president, the Speaker of the National Assembly will assume presidency for at least 60 days and allow for fresh elections. Isn't that room for the already designed NADCO report to be implemented? I'm not very sure that laws or bills can be passed when the Speaker is holding the office of the presidency, but in essence, there is already that bill that proposes the formation of IEBC. And I think if the Speaker is in charge of the country at that particular point in time, then that bill that was in the parliament will be implemented. And the good thing about that is that the bill is not biased. It represents or represented both the opposition and also the government. And therefore we can trust that if that bill is passed on the formation of IEBC, then the elections will be fresh and fair to all the candidates that will be in place. Now, I want to debunk a bit on why the conversation about multi-sectoral commission or whatever they have called it, they want to form a formation that will be inclusive of all the youth, at least 2 from every county, from what I have seen. But
can I give you 2 minutes to do that, please? Thank you.
Yes, we need to ask ourselves, if the report that was submitted by NADCO is yet to be implemented, then the report that will be submitted by this committee, will it be implemented? We have seen also that there are youth that have come from the same government that want to decide on behalf of all of us. So how sure are we that these same youth are not going to infiltrate the same commission or committee that will be formed and have their views on an upper hand than the rest of the members? Now, that is something that we need to ask ourselves. And one thing I want to say that is that Ruto will never accept his mistakes. We had Gachagwa's speech right after him, where Gachagua accepted that extrajudicial killing is happening in this country. But William Ruto's speech didn't say anything to do with that. In fact, he said that there is no extrajudicial killing. When he was asked about the kidnappings and the abductions, he was so bold to say that, yes, they are happening, but they have been returned home. So this is something that we need to note, that this person will not relent at the end of the day until he has the final say in this matter. So what I'm saying in short is that we cannot give room for Ruto to defeat us this time round. And this momentum that we have right now, we cannot get it any other time. 2027 is too far. We are not sure if we will still be united as we are. We can have ideological differences, political differences, cultural differences. A lot of things can happen within the next 3 years that might blind us to the fact of what is happening currently. Now, as I finish on the spiritual perspective, I have had a conversation with spiritual seers in the country, and all of them are agreeing that Ruto has been defeated in the spiritual realm. Ruto has been defeated. And that is enough to say that we need to accelerate the victory that we have here in the physical realm. And therefore, it's not just about passing information, airing our voices and our views. It is also about us as a nation praying and telling God that whatever we want from the deepest of our hearts, as a collective, we need it to happen. And I think in that manner, we are going to achieve, at the end of the day, what we need: a new Kenya, a better Kenya, a democratic Kenya that will not be just for us, but also for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate your submission. You have equally raised something around the IEBC. And I will definitely go back to it once we have more submissions put across. Let's go to, there was a waiting person online, Arif, and then we can have Ishmael.
Hello, Mzani.
I'm doing well. Yes,
Hey,
please.
Mzani, I'm on your Lamo and you keep on asking me, so please consider me also just to say
Who
a
is
word or
this?
two.
Or kindly put your hand up, then I'm able to quickly pick you out
No.
from the rest, okay? Keep your hand up. Thank you.
Yeah, Nyolamo,
Okay,
Nyolamo,
keep your hand up,
too.
please. Let's go with Arif, and then we can go to Ishmael, and then Yolamo. Thank you.
Hi, Mzani. Thank you so much. I want to have a different conversation. I just woke up from my nap. I just want us
Could you
to
be a
have
little bit
one by one
audible?
conversation.
You're quite low, please.
Yes. I just wanted to have a one-on-one conversation because I think you asked a lot of questions. So instead of the way other, friends, the way they talked, it was more of giving their story. So I wanted to ask you one question. This is not only for Generation Z. It's for everyone, all Kenyan. And you asked one question. The question was, those MP that have voted no, when they went back home, they were welcomed, walichinjiwa mbuzi. And when you look at that, it's like, when you do something good, people are encouraging you. Like, actually, what we are trying to say as a citizen, we don't have problem with the government. The problem we have is do the right thing. I just want to ask you this question. Mizani, you have a company, okay? And I'm working for you. And you're paying me at the end of the day. You're paying me salary. If I don't do the way you want or the way Constitution states, and this is the problem when government, especially right now, the Kenya Kwanza government, they say, we should follow the Constitution, we should do what the Constitution requires. They only remember the Constitution when it comes to their personal interest. So I just wanted to ask you this first question. If you employed me as your worker, and you expect, for example, I'm doing sales for you, you have a certain target, there's where you're going. What do you expect from me? You expect from me to do the right thing, to come to the job with all protocols and ethics that are needed. So my question is, once you are being employed, what kind of ethics do you need to do? What kind of way do you need to do? We as a citizens, we don't want to tell the government to do the right thing. All we are requesting is do the right thing, do your job, do your work. Government are not requesting, citizens are not requesting much more things. First thing, we started from the British colonization. There were people who paid the heaviest price, Mau fighters. The country has reached. We have had independence from the British people for all those 60 years, right now, what we are trying to sanitize is members of parliament or governors or the president. When they go to the offices, it's not a personal property. You know, many countries have developed, and I don't want to go there. Just be human. Go there, do your job, work well, provide basic services. Basic services. Just provide things that are needed. Basic things like water, education, and it's something that can be done. Now, my first question is, when President Ruto was talking and he was taking a finance bill back, when he was saying that I'm not going to sign it, when he finished all his talk, the MPs were asked, will you go to do development? And all of them laughed. Like, they said, you guys refused to do to pass the bill so that we can do a development for you. But everyone knows, back in the mind, like all members of parliament, there's a certain amount of money allocated, even the governors. And this is my biggest problem. Why are they taking public offices like a personal property? Like all those money, once a governor goes there, some previous governors, since county government started, even the CSS, even the president himself, our biggest question is, why are they not following the constitution itself, provide basic services? I'm not talking about even corruption, all those things. We went to school, we were taught how to do things right. That's my question to you, Mizani. Thank you.
Well, that's quite a long question, sir, and I'll try give it my personal opinion. This does not in any way regard to what is right or wrong, but I believe, one, the issue you're asking here is, you have a contract to deliver. You go against that contract, there must be consequences to that. And to this effect, I draw your attention to the issue I raised earlier on when the several members of parliament went to their villages. Some of them were either pelted at or, people were almost attacking them, mob injustice or justice. There's others who were received with jubilation. Now, let me concentrate first on those ones who are being celebrated. And you asked a question, if you have a contract, the expectations. So the citizenry has made a contract with their member of parliament. And to that effect, when they go to that house to legislate, represent, and oversight, this is their job descriptions, and that is exactly what the people expect from them. And as a result, they have a salary to it. So if I had hired you as my employee, if I pay you and you do your job, after that, you don't expect me to cuddle you to make you feel good. You have done your job, I have done my responsibility. So there is the effect of responsibility and accountability that tend to be lost in between when politicians get to office. And this also goes to the question you're asking, to what extent then do these people get to a level that they feel they are not supposed to be answerable to the wananchi? And this is because of what I highlighted earlier on, which is, why are we on those streets in jubilation because a certain member of parliament voted no? They did what was right. So if you feel this gentleman or lady has delivered to the expectation, my thinking is this individual has to get re-elected based on his track record. But then there's another devil that has been used to confuse election period and voters for that matter. This devil is called the CDF or NGCDF, such that some individuals imagine that if they access these funds through their member of parliament, it is because the member of parliament has the ultimate call on who gets what. which is purely illegal. This is not their pocket money that they have to distribute according to their wish. And number two, when we go and almost beg at the doors of members of parliament so that they can give us supplies, maybe your child needs to go to school and blah, 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 are we not changing the very fundamentals of what government has to be doing? So that is why I get a bit uncomfortable when we refuse to really look at where the oasis of our problem is, rather oasis of our solutions are. Because at the end of the day, this member of parliament is not your solution. They're only the conveyor belt. But we have elevated their position to the extent that they feel like they are holding the lifeline to us. And therefore, Arif, these decisions, when they are made because at the end of the day, the Kenyan population believes the politician is doing them a favor, forgetting that actually willingly decided to give part of the sovereignty to these people to exercise, and actually it is to represent. They are a mere messenger. But since they have been able to politically manipulate, we almost believe that these people actually do hold our fates in their hand. And with that, they have capitalized and made sure that there is no single day Arif or Ishmael or Kenyan lady here will walk freely, because at the end of the day, they depend on you to provide the breathing air. I don't know if I've been able to effectively respond to you, but in the interest of time, I will allow you a 1 minute rejoinder, and then we can have the next speaker.
Thank you. Let me just give other people. Thank you so much. You really answered. Thank you.
Thank you much. Appreciate it. Ishmael and then Inyolam. Thank you.
Beautiful. Am I audible?
Quite well. Can we proceed?
Good morning once again. You responded so beautifully, Mizani. Appreciate. I wanted to add, there's something you have emphasized a lot, but I think we should embark on where the journey began from, the IEBC and its composition. Then you'll find that we used to have the ECK before, the Electoral Commission, with all its challenges, from the Moi era times. And then we got the new constitution where we had the IEBC. The works that the Committee of Experts on the Constitution did is beautiful. We had one of the best constitutions. It's not that the document has a deficit, although there are some things that need to be changed still, needs to be amended, and some input has to be made, because this is not a permanent document. It's a document that keeps on. Also, there are a lot of things that come up and needs to be changed according to the times. So you find that the IEBC, on the first go, if we could have started on the right mode, or the first course of action could be on the right mode, the members of parliament you see that were elected in 2013, majorly where the problem was there, but majorly where it started from 2013, there is that tendency, after the changing of the number of seats that were added on parliament and the creation of the Senate, now you find that there is that thing of tyranny of numbers, I don't know what, that came in. A lot of bills had to be processed, and they had to be implemented and made it workable. A lot of commissions were created under the new constitution. So you find that during that time, the opposition was like on the same bed also with government. As much as people believed, it wasn't like the division that is there currently, but at that time, still there was a majority of the people that were supporting the opposition, as much as there were people who were supporting the government. and it was a sympathy support towards the government because of the cases in the ICC and the excuses that people were given. Then that's the same roller coaster that William Ruto used to come to power, on that sympathy. And people trusted that. And everyone is crying at the end of the day today. Now you find the MPs that were elected at that time, most of them came through a process. And you can say somehow it was somehow fair, it was somehow free and fair. Then 2017, it was somehow free and fair on mostly the opposition seats that were coming to parliament, but the majority, there were certain sectors that were targeted specifically, that somebody was earmarked that these will be the constituency you'll be contesting from, and this is a guarantee that you will come in. It's like the IBC were under direct instructions. Isaac Hassan did that for the government. Wafula Chebukati did that for the government. We couldn't question that. We come to have a parliament today in 2022 where members of parliament, if anybody disagrees, you can kindly comment, that most of the members of parliament, the incompetency that we see in that parliament today, mostly I'm not talking about the opposition, the government side. The members of parliament from the government side and the level of incompetence that is in that side, you'll come to find that these were people who were selected, they were never elected. We took it like a joke. We took it like something just for granted. The freedoms that we had. IEBC was compromised. A lot of guys, when people are talking of so many things, the evil from inside, from the Itumbis and the IT guys and the Venezuelans and everything that was coming up. Just people are just hearing it, and it was like, ni kawaida tu, we can accept tu, apana. That triggered a lot of things. The results of William Ruto to be announced for president, Mizani, will you believe, I saw that result 4 days before the declaration of William Ruto to be the president.
Are you deep state?
I'm giving you something from the inside, bro. The guys were from I was like, no way, we need change. This thing cannot happen. This guy cannot become a president. I know this guy from where he started his steps, man. This thing cannot happen. And then he tells me, no, Ismail, whether you like it or not, this will be the president. And he showed me the screenshot. And he told me this will be the results. Raila will have this amount of votes, and William Ruto will have this amount of votes. And this will be the difference. It's 4 days. Kenyans are all waiting. Then I told him, what the hell are you talking about? And then he's like, no. These will be the final results, and this Zoya Mapema. This is how things will be. Then I told him, bro, why is this guy, who will allow this? Like, nobody's going to allow this. I shared that. I spoke out about it. I was like, no. We met with Kilekanchori, and the team was all like, guys, these things are as there's an election pre-declaration that has been done. And everybody's like, no, it cannot happen. The same results, believe it or not, the same results were read by Chebukati after chairs and everything being held inside the bombers. The same figures. Imagine the same figures that guy showed me are the same figures that came up. Now, if that can be done to a presidential election, members of parliament were handpicked. I believe that is true now. I believe. Because if you see, these guys, even the Moi times, members of parliament used to go to parliament and they used to argue. And there used to be 212 constituencies at that time. And they used to argue, they used to debate. You could find that there is some figure. Everything was not supported like, oh, let's go with it. No. Still, some people in government could have some, like the way now you'll see what Omuchomba doing, going against the wave. These guys are wholesomely following a simple directive given by a junior member of Parliament. Kimani Ichung'wah is very junior. That guy, whatever is told, as you follow Sylvanus Osoro, whatever he says, he whips them, and that's what they follow. Now, the guy who is supposed to be the budget committee, what is his name? Kimani Kuria. I think you have seen the TV interview that he was doing. That is where we are. Somebody cannot even answer some basic questions that are being, thrown at him. That a Form 4 kid can just sit down and give you a very nice question, a very nice answer. That this guy couldn't even answer. Then you are told that is your finance committee chairman. We are not lacking that. There are economists, proven economists inside that parliament who can lead that committee. If at all we are serious about this country, you will find this conversation that the youth of prison have, the youth don't have employment aside. When Gachagua came in with the share bullshit, saying that share to this, we share to this, the people from the Ruto side were not speaking of shares, but look at the appointments that were made. Seriously, look at all the government appointments that were made, the directors, the board directors, the parastatals. All across. William Ruto doesn't like anybody who is smarter than him. Rule number one. As much as it's in the so-called, what is it called? The 41 rules of power. But William Ruto will always go for dumbasses. We consider, I come from a Somali community, for example.
I give it 2 more minutes. That's an extension. Kindly utilize them.
Thank you. I come from a Somali community whereby you'll find that among the members of parliament that we have, majority are in bed with government. They do not consult the people. None of them today can go up there. You find that whereby it's like leaders are not confronted. According to the religious teachings, like respect your leaders. That's what you are told. But legitimate leaders can be respected. Illegitimate leaders who are appointed, we never elected these people who are shouting up and down in parliament and going into bed with the parliamentarians. So if you see them being whipped out there, it is something they brought upon themselves. There's no sympathy. We have to question. All the government appointments are there. Mizali, today, if you just look at this space, how many doctors are here? How many lawyers are here? How many engineers are inside? We have people who are competent. It's not a must that somebody from my community gets a position. No. If we have the right people in these positions, we have the right people. These guys are like, now we have put all our hopes in the IBC. That is a section from the government, a section from the opposition. They share their positions. Who the hell do they represent that they share these positions? In whose interest? Getting the political nominations. When you go for you want to contest for a seat, and you go and you want to get the party nominations. You have these guys now. People are like, Sifuna is good. These other one from you, they are good. Boss, there are people who are very viable, who are like had so much hope for this country, who wanted to contest, and they were let down the last minute because they did not take that briefcase to Unga House or to the UDA secretary or to Jubilee. That is the political party itself, it's a rot. We need a new, fresh beginning. We need a party that represents this generation, the millennials, the Gen Zs, our fathers and mothers, something that they can be proud of. Some people have been riding on our backs for a very long time. I think it's the right time that we focus. We come up with a platform that these guys today, if you invite them on this space, none of them will turn up because nobody is competent. William Ruto, with that loud mouth of his, he cannot come and argue out a point in this, but he'll come and tell his bullshit to people.
Ishmael, you have to land so that we can allow other speakers.
Yeah. By the way, it's true. So I'm a happy man. I wanted the best for this country. Personally, I fought a war. I started my activism from 2006 to date. Today, others can take over. I'm so happy that there's a working generation. There are technocrats that are here. We can go back to school, even as at least we have an opportunity now and go and get some studies. The rest can take over. But still, we will make sure that this fight is won. This country is ours to take, not theirs. So I wish everybody the best. Thank you for listening, everyone. Let's pray that we win and we see a better Kenya, inshallah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much,
Good
Zani.
morning, and thank you so much for making time to be Ishmael, inshallah, as you say, hoping to have a better country in the future and we can take it back. I want to go to Nyolamo, and Nyolamo, the mic is yours. Kindly proceed.
Hey, thank you, and good morning to you guys. Well, I'm not in the country, but now it's night wherever I am. First and foremost, I've been attending all these things since it started. I'm from Generation X. I'm not a Gen Z, but I really, really commend Gen Z right now. Why? Not that they're smart, not that they are like outgoing or all kind of stuff, but they have started using their heads. And one thing I want to say is freedom is good. Freedom is refreshing, but freedom never comes for free. Freedom means death. Freedom means a whole lot of things. But background here is I've served in the United States Army for the last 22 years, right? I was a leader there. I led people to war, and I respected my leadership. Leadership, to me, in a nutshell, means influencing others to make them do what they need to do by themselves. Influencing, the key word is influencing, which our president has really, really lacked. And all the ones that were following him have really, really lacked. Now, to go back to what actually brought this thing here, finance bill, we all looked at it as finance bill being the very first most. But this thing here started from way, way back. Kenya has been a total mess since the time of the Moi era. But most of the politicians have used these platforms and using demonstrations and any other kind of tools available to enrich themselves. I was a fan of Raila Odinga. I'm still a fan of Raila Odinga. I was a fan of Mwai Kibaki. I'm still a fan of Mwai Kibaki. I became a fan of Uhuru towards his exit. Why? Because he saw the sense. Now, Raila, one thing I differ with Raila is everything else. Now, that brings me to a very pregnant point here. Ruto has been wanting to get him or to pinpoint on the leadership. That, oh, okay, finance bill, he has taken it back, he has refused to sign it. What is the problem again? Ruto did not stop to sign finance bill. He conceded. He conceded after we lost lives of precious bloods. Precious, somebody fighting to see what he voted for. He voted to have freedom. If you look at Ruto's trails of campaigns, when he started fighting Uhuru Kenyatta, one of the things that he said is that this country, people are free to demonstrate. He's looking for a country where somebody can say anything that he wants to. He wants to bring the power to the people. Then now, once he captures the power, which, by the way, Ruto was never elected, and I agree with Ismail. When Ismail said that he knew it days before, I knew the thing was a hoax. When Chebukati takes something from his pocket and signs, how do you sign a president, a nation's president, from just pulling out something from your coat and signing it? These things should have come from the state, already signed there, the parties agrees, and then brought to people to read, and it was supposed to be a unanimous voice, but they were totally divided. So Ruto, to me, I feel there was highly, highly questionable items there that he still needed to do. But however, Kenyans conceded and said, you know what, let's carry on. Now, that now moves me from finance bill to the CDF that I think Ismail or the predecessor talked about, CDF. And then Mizani, you also mentioned that the politicians are trying to make Kenyans beg for what is supposed to be theirs. Now, Kibaki, out of all the presidency, by all respect, Kibaki moved us from point A to a little bit of point B. He devolved the government and he said, you know what, I'm not going to be like Moi here, where people are asking me for their money all the time. I'm going to take the money from the central treasury and give it to your MPs. MPs are your representative. My MP is my representative. In other words, I cannot go there, but I'm telling him, hey, can you go and tell them that I said this? In other words, be the people's voice. If there was a language called the Peopleese language, they're supposed to be speaking the Peopleese language. Things like finance bill, they should have consulted their people and said, hey, we are going for these things here. If possible, it should be working in its constituency, getting with these MCEs, all these people coming down to grassroots. What do you guys think about it? Then it goes over there, because if I'm an MP, I'm not going there to please Ruto. I'm going there to please that person I left in my constituency. And by the way, I've been a proponent of, or rather against, an MP living in Nairobi. If you are not from Nairobi, if your constituency is not in Nairobi, what are you doing in Nairobi? See, I come from...
I'll give you 1 minute to conclude, Nyolamo.
Okay, all right. So rushing on to these things here, I feel like GenZs, first of all, should put their things in place, in order. And then do not sit down with Ruto. If you sit down with the Ruto to discuss anything, I tell you, this guy is not good. This guy is going to kill you guys. This guy will hunt you guys down. So, as I said, the thing should be no. Focus on the mission. Ruto has to go. Now, I work in a central government. I work in a federal government where I sign ethics. I go through ethics training every year and I'm certified. There are rules of behaviors that I have to follow. If I abuse any of them, that's it. That's it for me. So I don't see why civil servants, MPs, and all that kind of stuff, it should be a millionaire. You can only be a millionaire if you are having an industry. You are having a factory. You are a businessman. Why are you being a millionaire and you are employed? How can I employ somebody who is going to be a millionaire over me? So those are the questions we need to ask. And then last, I would say if GenZs do get this, please bring consequences. Don't let these things here go and die off like, oh, let's just forget about him, let's start afresh, whatever. Bring these guys to book so that it becomes an example to everybody. Let him serve if he has to serve. Let him, if it's whatever kind of sentence, let it, just like the chief justices that are playing around, the judges that are playing around, the MPs that are playing around, bring them to justices. To every little,
thank you,
everybody. Now, just give me just a second.
Nyolamo, your time is really up. You have 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Now, the thing is, the last thing I wanted to touch on was the IMF and the World Bank. Now, we are blaming the IMF and World Bank, but in reality, these people, they have their own policies. Now, other countries goes in there, smart countries, but they go in with their demands as well. You cannot just be told, hey, take this and you consume. Take this and you consume. They will be like, hey, you take this. Now it's give and take. So you'll tell them, no, my people want this, I don't want this, I don't want this, but I want this. You see this? And I don't see why I'm coming here. All right, thank you. Hey, guys, you know what? A little continua. You guys hold on. Do not talk to this guy. Ruto must go. That is the slogan.
All right, Ruto must go. That is the slogan, the very uncomfortable truth as a nation converse here on the National Dialogue on Mizani 254. Once again, it's a good morning from Nairobi, Kenya. Good morning from Central Europe. And I'm told it's good night other places. Welcome to the conversation. We have been having this talk for almost 9 to 10 hours now. I think that's a record match. But as I said, it was a special sitting, and that's why we had an extension of the same. Quite a number of issues have been raised. I want us to really refocus. And why I want us to refocus this talk, it's because ultimately, most of the decisions we want to achieve as a country, unfortunately, they head back to Parliament. And to start us off, Ishmael earlier on mentioned on a possible rigging that happened, to the extent that a few individuals already knew what the results were going to be. And equally, there was the issue of nomination. Then there is the issue of who gets to be elected. And then when this person is elected, they actually selected into a committee with almost no clue of what they're doing. To that extent, we have another team we call advisors, who advise the president on several matters, including security and finance and rather the economy. And those are some of the reasons, as a country today, we are simply saying enough is enough. So, if we stating that anybody that gets elected, it's literally selected by their party, what legitimacy, therefore, do they have to execute their constituents' demands? Because we are here saying, Mheshimiwa fulani fulani alicheza. Okay, ng'ombe ni ng'ombe. I saw a song, I mean, being sworn ng'ombe ni ng'ombe. And this person has no allegiance to you. So, I have questioned in the past, why do we have elections? When the Deputy President was speaking about the consequences of voting for or against this bill that became contentious, he mentioned that don't feel bad about your member of parliament who voted no, or rather yes, to that bill, because they have to toe the party lines. And if they don't, then there are issues that comes with it. That in itself is a confirmation that we, you and I, imagine we have members of parliament. Those are people that are loyal to their parties. So how do you expect them to vote on issues that touch on you? But to console with you, you went ahead and told you, if you feel like they didn't deliver, wait for them at the ballot in 2027. The president gets to select or nominate the commissioners that have to be on the commission. The parliament gets to vote and approve, and the opposition also puts up a name of the preferable candidates. Where is the Kenyan voice in all this? We'll go with Uncle Kelly. I know you've been waiting, and then we can have Diana.
Mizani, kindly, can I have 1 second?
1 second is not practical. Let me be practical. Let me give you a minute.
I mean, just a minute. Just a minute.
Yes.
I would like to suggest one thing, and kindly let's emphasize on this. The energy, there were certain demands that were put forward for these guys to implement, of which he will never implement them, unless it's the hard way. But we should focus more where the rot begins. IEBC, the composition. What do we have to add to IEBC? Who is going to represent us in that IEBC? Who represents the Kenyan people? It is not somebody nominating them. The opposition should say that let the people decide who, the vetting and everything should be done in a way that we have a stake, we have a voice in that IEBC. People who are patriotic that we know they can never be bought. The way this thing has been happening. If Supreme Court judges can be bought at night and told that this will be the reading of the rulings, somebody comes to you and is like, we have done up with all the Supreme Court judges, everything is in the pocket, and this will be the ruling. It's like Supreme Court judges have allowed to be bought. So who do we trust? Hapa kuna mtu tunaweza
All right.
IBC.
All right.
We should put the
Ishmael, I told you 1 second was not practical. I thought so. I will allow you to land after your minutes because it's done. But please stick around. I would love to engage you at a later stage because a lot of people are waiting. Kindly be understanding. Uncle, I think it's Uncle F. I will have you submit. And please try calibrate that conversation towards where I'm headed so that we can advance the talk. And then after that, we'll have Luciana. Uncle F.
Is it me or okay?
Uncle F?
All right. Ishmael anakaa msee amefuatilia sana history and I love that. The problem we have also not looked at the history of our leaders. We don't know who our enemies. Unajua mimi nikiangalia vizuri since this president of ours was a vice president, he was on a campaign mode already. It didn't work. Uhuru was complaining, and now he's also complaining that Gachua is not working. He's like they are speaking two different things. Somebody mentioned about IMF. That's why I think Ruto is a puppet, he's a sellout. Ruto has been in government.
Respectively so, we have really had a 10 hours conversation about IMF. I would love for us to advance the conversation of where the members of parliament come into play and how can we ensure that they do not serve their parties, rather they serve the constituents. Please, if you can submit on that.
Okay, if that is the case, we just need to pull them up. We need to hit the snake on the head. There is no way you see, that is why I talked about history. This is a Kanu doctrine. Our Kanu doctrine, whose student was Ruto. He passed very well. He scored very well. He's a student. These are the politics he used to play. And they're still there. That is how we have generated through. Now we are worshipping our MPs. Even the campaign of an MCA you cannot do if you don't have money. But where is this money coming from? So if we need to change the Kenya and let it be what we want it to be, we just need to remove the whole of the whole government from Ruto himself. You know, we rejected leaders. Remember, we rejected leaders, but he gave them position, and now they are implementing all those. Whatever he signed with IMF, he went to bed with IMF. He want to push it down our throat. So I just suggest that we should not stop. Let us give pressure. The legal way, we don't know. I don't know how it will be. But I know the pressure Ruto will end. 2007, 2013, we were on the street. But you see, when you forward a leader, what happened? Again, both. So the kind of pressure that this government will understand is what we are doing now. We either go to the street peacefully though, and also keep the pressure online, keep the hashtags going. This is the only pressure this guy will understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Keep the hashtag going. Last time I checked, they say there's no decision of government that is made online. So I'm wondering what we're going to do to change that narrative. But thank you for your submission. I want to invite Luciana, kindly.
Good morning, everyone, and good night to those who are not in the country. My name is Luciana. I'm a student pursuing journalism and media studies. My take, one thing I would suggest, this thing we are saying, can we take over churches? Can we occupy churches? My idea, if you can occupy those churches to educate our parents about the effects of corruption. If kama wenye tuko na experience last year elections, kuna wenye tulikula do, me being one of them. My MP, let me say from Nakuru County, nilikula do zake, but then nilikula kitu kama 3,000. And because at that time nilipa job na IBC. But if you can occupy those churches, educate our parents, tuambie the effect of kukula zile do za msee na unamvotea, because the moment I eat your money ama the moment nitapea huyu MP atachukua zile do, maybe ameuza kitu, maybe ameuza shamba, maybe aliuza gari, wengine walikuwa wanauza mpaka manyumba zao, so that they can get money to bribe us.
Luciana, it looks like your member of parliament does not want you to reveal his dark secrets. Are you there?
This time mkipoa do kitu fulani kifanyika, you have to pay. Actually kunakuwa na consequences of everything you're doing. So the moment akula do za msee mvotie, akiingia huko parliament ana time ya kufanyia anything, akuna time ya kurudisha do zake. So we need to educate our parents so that hata tukienda kwa
Can anyone hear Luciana? Because I'm having some disconnection from her end.
No, we can't.
I think we lost her. Okay, Kenyan lady, great that you got your mic on. Before maybe we can rejoin Luciana, she mentioned something that intrigues me about the Kenyan voter, which is 3,000 shillings and you sell your life. Actually, sometimes it's 150 bob. And men and women will be trampling on each other, trying to, get that money and vote for their mheshimiwa. But eventually the devil collects his dues. So when you look at it and our attempt to have a responsive leadership, are we not the same people that create our problems and then cry, Kenyan lady?
Yes, we do. Yes, we are. We absolutely are. And let me tell you, this is what I was talking about, the beauty of this space, where we have been allowed to just come out and just speak and say what we have for a better Kenya. It sounds like a beginning and everybody is ready for their beginning. The other person that I have to comment nafikiri ni Ismail alikuja akasema, hey, mimi niliona zile results 4 days prior. So we all have been doubting this all along, that kura zimeibiwa sijui nini na nini, but then people have been demonized for it. The other thing, the third thing that I want to mention also is still on the same wavelength, right? Eti kwamba mtu kama Toto, you guys remember Toto? The lady, I think she was in Gishu County and she was chosen. She's like amongst the youngest. She's a Gen Z. Lakini hata
Bomet.
Yeah, Bomet somewhere. That girl did not even take 2 weeks. She was already having like 6 Gazlas. She had already bought a home. Like, you know what I'm saying? Here's my response to that. Okay? If we will be affiliated with anybody who will be our choice, okay, to represent us in the government, hata kama itakuwa when that time comes, it's not an emergency right now. We have more urgent things to address as a group. To address as a group. But this is what I suggest, and I strongly suggest. On top of following the Constitution, okay, if you run a company, there's the company constitution, right? And also there's a company bylaws. But then if you meet in your AGM and then you have minutes that you document something, right? Those minutes override whatever the constitution is or whatever the bylaws were. Okay, so we have to come up with strict guidelines. And those guidelines have to lead to accountability. As the Gen Z group, whoever we will choose, we have to create our own guidelines such that you are answerable to the Constitution, you are answerable to everything else, to the common mwananchi, and then you must be also answerable to the group that sent you. You understand? Understand? So, kama Gen Zs wakichagua watu wao tena waje with another level all right, of a hard stop. Tell us where you got this money. Tell us, okay, you just got the CB, whatever, the CDF fund. This is the amount of money. Tell us first, before the redistribution happens, come and tell us, where are you trying to get this money to? Because what will happen eventually, this blockchain will have to be broken down into whatever the states or whatever the counties watakuwa wakirepresent in the future. So let's have another yet level of accountability, if that makes sense. We have to come up with very, very strict rules ambazo yule mwenye tutakuwa tumechagua na turepresent kule bungeni pia atakuwa kitujibu kila mwezi, lazima aje Kamukunji yetu na anajibu watu. So we know you got this money, we know you got this, we know what is going on. Everybody has to be really answerable, but that has to come as a set of rules, strict rules. That's what I think.
All right, strict rules, you say. In these political spaces, they call them policies. Luciana is back with us. Kelly, kindly keep on mute. Luciana is back with us. We'll allow her to finish her submission about the 3,000 Kenyan shillings that made her life different. Luciana. You want to unmute and proceed, or should I go to the next speaker, Luciana?
She's muted.
All right, let's go to Kelly.
Hey, thank you so much for giving me this. I just wanted to say one thing real quick. Gen Z have completely changed Kenya. We have to give them credit for this. We've never seen anything like this. So, but even more important, I think we should be able to keep what is important. For example, Ruto today just invited the young people to talk to him. But history suggests that he doesn't really care about that, because there was a demonstration a year ago, and nothing happened. People died in the streets, and the eventual thing that we had was NADCO. Nothing has come from there. There's absolutely nothing that has come from there, and he's so disrespectful to the point where, after people have died in the streets, kids have died. Police have shot people on camera. He doesn't even have the decency to just say, you know what, I'm sorry. He skips all that process and says, yo, let's talk. What is there to talk about? So Gen Z should keep this, we should be very focused on everything. We don't care if Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua are fighting. We don't care if there's anything. We have a plan, or Gen Z have a plan. And the number one thing first, we have to absolutely make sure that we keep him responsible. He has to take responsibility. So these discussions, as much as they're good, let's not forget what this guy is doing, what he has done, what he's shown that he can do. He's gone to the point of sending out military. His cabinet secretary, his prime cabinet secretary, said that if this bill falls, then it's proof that the public no longer has confidence with them. So we clearly know how he's thinking, and the decision he's making. So right now that we have his attention, we should keep what is important. For example, what happened to the NADCO report? How much was spent during those talks? What has been gained? Things like that. So that's my only point. So as long as we keep what is important. All these leaders that we keep saying, we need to get. I believe a leader will emerge. Eventually, a leader will come up, and somebody will take it. But for now, let's avoid that discussion. What's important is, how is this president acting, and people have no confidence with him. And so moving forward, the discussion should be, how do we get him out of that seat? How can we reconstitute IEBC Those are the talks that we want to have, and we don't want to have with him directly. We need to have demonstration, because he has shown that the only thing he listens to is when people say enough is enough. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kelly. And Kelly, there marks the end of the issue of BC as we try to focus on the parliament, because they have a lot of stake when it comes to how our country runs. So I will be welcoming a lot of submissions from the aspect of parliament. So if you had any other submission on matters that are not related to parliament, respectively so, I will allow that to pass, because we have excessively looked at that. So in order for us to converse further, let's now put our eye on the parliament and that elected member of parliament that makes you either miserable or successful. Luciana, are you there? I'll give you the last chance. All right, let's go to the voice.
Thank you so much, Nizani. So I look at it this way. As we talk about parliament, let me start from this point. You remember in 2022, before the elections, William Ruto visited Nebraska, which is uh, a farming state in the US. Fast forward after the elections, Bill Gates came to Kenya a month after the inauguration. If you know who owns the largest tracts of agricultural land in the US, it's Bill Gates. Then shortly after, we had GMO being approved in Kenya. So what does that tell you? That there's somebody pulling the strings, and that's very clear. So having said that, I want to go to the lands issue, the issue of land, which is now in Parliament. So somebody is trying to annex our land. And it's time that we tell the parliamentarians no, like clearly. I don't know whether the best way is to attack their homes and burn them down, or how do we get them to listen to us, because at the moment they've turned into gods and goddesses. And as Kenyan lady said, like a case like Toto, who came into leadership, and then after a month, I think she was driving Guzzlers. That tells you something, that an MP cannot be earning that amount of money to be able to buy Guzzlers in 1 month. Like, it's just impossible. So move or drive, not the lapdogs that we have now in the name of ESCC. That one is just for politically correct kids to be earning salaries and to make their parents happy and self-actualize. So there's a lot of reforms that we need moving forward. And then one of the ways I say Western democracy, Western philosophy has failed terribly in Africa. We have to agree to that. It wasn't designed for us. It was designed to keep us in check as people steal our resources. Look at what's happening in the Congo. Look at West Africa. That's Burkina Faso. Look at Niger. Look at Chad, and look at Mali, where the military are ruling. But they have the people's voice. You know, people are protecting them. Why? Because they realize Kenya, I think we need to do away with a lot of things. First, the presidency just needs to go, because these are just paramount chiefs and lapdogs for the West. So we need to do away with that. We need to do away with the many counties that we have, because that's overrepresentation. We can have 8 counties and 8 governors. I don't know what the Senate does. I don't know what women reps do, because they just come and vomit on our shoes. Look at people like Omanga, you know, they just come and vomit on our shoes after getting fat government tenders. So for me, it's a matter of we have to rethink this whole leadership thing in Africa. Actually, representation, it's not even leadership because they are not our leaders. They just go there to represent us. We just happen to like elect the bottom of the barrel because they bribe us with 3,000. And I've had people mention names like Matiang'i, Babu Owino, Gadoni. For me, that's a no. All these people, we know them. One like just shot somebody blatantly in a nightclub. The other one just killed babies in the last elections. Another one supported this crook that we are now trying to get out and is now trying to tell us that she's the one who is speaking for us. These people are mad. All of them are just greedy and crazy. So we must do away with them. And let's not even talk about who is going to take over now. That's a very premature discussion that we shouldn't be having now. At the moment, the thing is we need to focus on how do we get parliament done and dusted with, like out of question. We don't need it and we don't want it. So the other thing is, as I learned, is these CSs, the cabinet secretaries, I and then you have people like Sudi who are not even cabinet secretaries, and they are vomiting on our shoes. So moving forward, if we manage to get this guy out, and we must have like cabinet ministers or cabinet secretaries, let us do away with the luxuries that they have. Let them take their kids to public schools. Let them go to public hospitals. Let them use public transport, because it's only in that way that we will be able to get them to reform these sectors. Do you know why they can't reform like the transport sector? Because the cabinet secretary for transport, for instance, has outriders or the siren to push people out of the road. So for them, the chaos, they don't see the chaos that other ordinary people have to live in. So what I say is let's do away with parliament. Let's do away with Western democracy. It's not working for Africa. It's working for the West. Yeah. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Mizani.
Thank you very much, my good friend, and we appreciate you passing your voice in this conversation. I'm left hanging in the balance because when we started, my feet were on the ground, but since the judiciary is corrupt, IBC, it's annoying you. Where are we headed? But I really want to hear something about the MPs. Luciana, I'll give you the last chance. I hope you can hear me.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I'm back. Where my what? My Wi-Fi decided to mess up with me, so I'm back. So
It's
what
all
you
right.
guys are
You're
saying
welcome.
about what I was saying about the MPs, guys, we need to educate. Okay, my point was we need we need to educate the internet. So we just go there, educate them, let them know what you're doing, the way forward. Also, need to educate our parents because, like you see what happened in Eldoret. After the youths went for maandamano, the parents again went back and started saying ati walifanya kitu mbaya. We also need to educate our parents. Ndio wazazi wetu wajue when you are going kwa street, tuko na baraka za wazazi wetu. Unaona, siku mzao kwambia ukienda hata kufanyika msiniambie. Secondly, we need to accept. See, watu wakuji force kuingia kwa hizi states. Ni sisi, it's our fault. So, zile mistakes tulifanya kitambo ni gani? Watu kama mimi I'm honest. Mimi nimwambia I'm honest. Mimi nilikulanga do za MP wa Nakuru North wa Bahati constituency. Huyo the lady by the name Joki. That is a mistake tunafanya. Unapewa do, wewe una vote juu zile do ulipo. Unasahau. Omsa amekupea dhao tatu. Hizo dhao tatu hakuokota. kuna kitu yake aliuza. So when they go to that parliament, they will repress that money zenye wataenda kwanza zile zenye walizitumia time ya campaign, they will go back there and get that money back. So view for your maendeleo hakuna, they first of all get their money back. Secondly, kuna tunastahili bado tuende back to the history. Wale leaders wote wamekuwa kufanya kitu unaweza ona. Me have a good example of Koigi wa Mwere mwenye the MP for Subukia constituency, the former. That guy did a lot. That guy ukiangalia at that time in Bahati, that it was then it was a Subukia constituency. That guy did a lot. The schools that were being established there, the structures zenye alijenga mpya za mashule, it was during his time. Even Kimani Wangujiri did not do a quarter of it. So those are the mistakes we do. Like mtu anakuja jumse hizi kuja kwa grao akupe so mbili. So that's the mistake sisi tunafanya. So this time we need to kwenda kwa grao, because as youth side tuko na say tutoke kwa space sasa tuende kwa grao, occupy churches, let our parents, like ikuwe ni kitu sasa we educate them. So tukienda kwa street kila mzee anajua kenye anaenda kufanya. Si mwingine anaenda maandamano atujua watu tunaandamana, hapana. Tuanze kufundamana, hapana. Tuanze kufunza wazazi their rights constitution. Mzazi ajue akona and my son, you are doing the right thing and you have the right to fight for your rights. So go with my blessings. So those are things we need to do. Me, I'm so happy because this conversation, I've been waiting for it for so long, because since the time of Koigi wa Mwere, I was young, I was growing, niliona Kenya alifanya, and the other MPs wameingia, sijaona anything wamefanya. To be honest, we are on the right track. So to me, I say, Ruto must go, and then youths, let's take over. It's our time to take over. It's our time to educate our parents, because as Kibaki alitufanya kitu maana akatufunza. So let's educate our parents, pia hao wajue their rights, the do's and the kuandamana. Nini to rob their things ama kufanya kitu kingine kwa wale wengine wameka biashara karibu. So unajua pia inatuharibia jina. So when you are going for those occupy, bado niko na nyinyi hapa na wasikiza, and the thing is, the hashtag is Ruto must go, and GenZs, let's take over. It's our time to take over. Thank you very much.
Can I piggyback for 2 seconds? Sorry.
Who is speaking where?
This is Kenyan lady. I just wanted to piggyback something like 2 seconds, literally.
All right, your 2 seconds are up. You have a minute.
Okay. Hey, Luciana, thank you for coming on here. Listen, we are from the same Nakuru. So from here, I think we can work together on something. I just wanted to say that as an FYI, because I don't know why I'm losing people when I'm going to like their page. So this is Kenyan lady. Let's see. Let's meet off of here. Thanks.
All right. Watu wa nyumbani wamepatana. Thank you very much for that. Luciana, hook up with Kenyan lady for more work that she wants to do with you, and that will be appreciated. Thank you.
Of course, I will. Thank you so much.
Thing, fucking is the best thing. Good.
Right. Go ahead. Abdirizak, are you there? Check your mic. We might not be able to get your signal, or am I the only one? Let me confirm from the rest that they can hear you. Abdurrahman, can you hear him?
No, sir.
Okay, so I'll go to you.
Thank you.
The whole night.
Nice. I can see your space. You know, I checked to see how long it started, and so it almost 10 hours ago. I congratulate you, brother. History will be so kind to you when we come to write the history of our country. I think you will have our whole chapter. We will dedicate our whole chapter, the time and the resources you dedicate towards saving our country. So I want to say this, but obviously from a human point of view, I want to express my solidarity with those recuperating in hospitals, those that are sick, hospital and at home. I also want to send my message of goodwill to those families that are full of anxiety over to those that lost their loved ones in this struggle. And I want to assure them from our side that the blood of their loved ones will not go unaccounted for, or it will not spill for nothing. It must really count. I want to contribute to the motion of the day. The problem of speaking in a 9-hour space or a 10-hour space is you're more likely to repeat points that were said. So I want to apologize in advance in case I say something that was said, but I will say it in a special way.
Let me guide you, Abdurrahman. We want to now look at the role of Parliament in ensuring that a country is actually running and in the right direction, that the people's voices do matter, and not only during elections. So you find anything with that range, I'll be more than happy to listen to you. Proceed. Unmute and proceed.
From the onset, Parliament was supposed to represent people. It was supposed to oversight the executive, and it was supposed to legislate, that is to make laws that are govern our land. Then along the way, due to imperial presidency that was in the former constitution, it came that the president's word was the law, and they used to represent the views of the presidency. And there are people that have hangovers of the old constitution without knowing that now we are in a new era. Checks and balances. That is, as a president, you cannot oversight yourself. You must have a parliament that is independent. But then there is one problem that we face as a nation, whereby the presidents and the legislators are elected on one vehicle with a manifesto, and then when they get into election, they realize they cannot marshal good numbers. They get into pre-election coalitions with like-minded people. Though I doubt they've been having ideology. This is what we want to impart as a generation. And then after elections again, once they realize they can also get majority of numbers, they get into post-election coalitions where now they can be passing their bills directly without issues. So this is the problem with having this, is that there is too much room for abuse, especially when you have a president that does not recognize that these are not his messengers, these are not his servants. So moving forward, the role of the parliament as at now, we want to restore the first of all, my suggestion is, if you allow me to say, is we have a very perfect opportunity in our country to reset our country to the 1963 moment when we gained independence. And we've had three major events in our life. Number one was fighting for independence, whereby we got independence from the Mzungus that divided our country in Berlin in 1894 in the scramble for Africa, when they sat on the table and they divided, the West divided Africa as a cake, like Leopold of Belgium was saying that this is a cake and that we need to divide and share and all that. So Kenya was given to the British, and we had to fight and lose a lot of blood, just state. And the third moment is right now, where we are resetting our country to ensure that public appointments are okay, where we are ensuring that the land is used for production and the industrial and agricultural production, so that we're able to feed our people and get meaningful employment and all that. We are setting the rest of the country, fighting corruption and all this. Parliament also is filled with people that understand the role of parliament. Number one, it is to pass laws that favor wananchi, not insulting people when they say that this law that you're about to pass is not going to we disapprove of this law, we refuse this law to be passed. It is going to overburden taxpayers. This law will take land from the land ownership from freehold to leasehold. We want it to we want it not to be passed. They go ahead and pass it, and then they come and text you on WhatsApp. Uko na internet? I hope all of you can hear in Kiswahili. Uko na internet ama hujaona, hauna bundles, uangalie. That's what Thika MP tusipitisha hiyo ya finance bill. The arrogance, the aura of infallibility that wanatembea nao ni kama wamejieka. And for me, nasema hivi, parliament right now, so that I don't speak a lot, parliament right now inaenda kuresetiwa. Number one, to mainstill discipline as at now. Wakienda watakuwa wanafanyanga public participation. Na nitasema kitu kidogo about public participation. A bill yenye ilikuwa sijui kizika kuku unalipwa through Kafogo. And there is a resident of Kiambu that went to court, akapeana through and to the high court now to challenge ile, kwa sababu it was hurriedly passed your public participation. So Judge Odunga akachukua that chance. Judge Vincent Odunga is a very learned judge, anakuanga very conscious and very progressive. Akapitisha in that moment now to guide the country on how public participation ought to be taking place. Akasema number one, location ya nini inafaa kuwa accessible in the manner that it is very close to the people. They don't need to spend a lot of money in the village when they are going to participate. So it's supposed to be held at the village, na mahali penye people on wheelchair they can get, people on people that have eyesight problems they can access. The deaf also lazima kukue na translators. That is the essence of accessibility. Number two, meaningful participation. Akasema when those views have been given out, it's not just an academic exercise. Lazima you must, when you go back to retreat to write the report, lazima views za wale wananchi ziweze kuwa included ama ziweze kusikika, so that it means their presence ama their contributions can count. And then akasema lazima kukue na people living with disabilities. I've already said about it. Lazima kukue na you must receive from the civil society, from the religious leaders. Then if you can get that case of 2013 ya High Court, things are whole guidelines. And for me, what I'm wishing is that we can also have this political education online, vile tumekuwa na spaces tunaeducatiana on this political education, so that even when we take over the country hatutarudi kwa hizi mistakes. So the reforms I'm suggesting kwa parliament, so that I don't have a lot of word salad, is number one, we start recalling this na kurecall lazima tukue na functional IEBC. So president kwa kile kitu anatuitisha dialogue, number one ni IEBC atuambie anataka kureconstitute lini, so that we start recalling members of parliament that we feel are long overdue. Progressive thoughts, so that the vitu zenye tunaongea sahi kwa spaces tunaweza kuziimplement, knowing very well that right now the masses wameanza kuamka. So not myself, but I know so many people right now wataanza sasa kujiprepare kuingia. And then here comes a question, how do we have a delicate balance hii tusikuwe na political opportunism ya hii revolution, watu waanze kujiposition, because you can see that watu wameanza kujiposition kidogo kidogo, kuanza kuingia kwa kuonekana kunini. So we need to have a patriotism balance of a delicate balance of things, so that we want to take over time, and also we can at the same time save the country from the current issues. At some point tunaweza bring the revolution without compromising it over our political personal ambition. And then finally, I think will be the rule of law, having meaningful public participation, sensitizing civic education. I joined the earlier speaker mwenye alikuwa anasema to educate wazazi wetu, to educate wenye hawako kwa ground, tutoe hizi movements na hizi agitation, tuzitoe online, tuzipeleke kwa group, kwa ndo watu waamke. Si kila mtu ako Twitter, si kila mtu ako TikTok. Tukiwaamsha tutakuwa tukiita demo moja tu hivi inajaa kwa streets mpaka huko Marsabit, unaona. And you know Mizani, how much it takes for you to agitate watu wa Lamu. Watu wa Lamu huwa watokei, but this time round naona wanatokea. Watu wa Lamu, all they do is ni ku have fun, kuimba beautiful songs, kuendeleza culture zao na kutembeza watalii wakikuja. So for them they are totally disconnected, but out of the problem, zile vitu the disconnect na zile vitu wamekuwa kipitishwa. You can see Marsabit, Lamu, they are all awakened, and now it's a national crisis. That is why the powers that to be can be. Let us mean started here, then it inaweza kuwa streamed to other legacy local and international media, whereby now we can hear the president, na tukue na consequences na time limit za when the kind of things zenye tuta suggest zitakuwa implemented, starting with IEBC, starting with corruption, going to land as a means of production, kuenda kwa kufight mambo za industrialization, create employment, ku size of the government, tufanye referendum, tukuwe na size of a government that you can afford, 8 governors or 15 on the maximum, 47 MPs, 1,500 wards with MCAs, then the centers of development where money can be sent directly from treasury, inaenda county, inatolewa only 5% administrative fee, the rest inadividiwa, wale watu kwa kijiji wanajiamulia. I'm suggesting we follow each other a lot, my people, so that we can amplify our voices. You follow me, I follow you, so that we follow me. Nimekaa mahali and then people want to listen. What is Mizani saying? What is the Kimuzi saying? What is Osama saying? As in easy voices, unahakikisha you're not selfish with them. Ukisikia spaces imeanzishwa na people are discussing the country, also pia marafiki kama you're in a place you're speaking, ama at the work place, work a speaker, so that people can listen more and more.
From the president, signed by head of public service Felix Koskei, There are some issues that the steering committee, which is proposed to comprise of 100 persons, supposed to be fixed to an organ of NMSF, will be charged to do the following and not limited to jobs and opportunities. So these are the issues they're going to discuss about jobs and opportunities. That is other opportunities. The national tax policy. It was highly debated that our policy system is almost unpredictable, so it makes it very difficult for investors, both local and international, to invest quickly and when it's right for them. There is also the issue of national debt. The money spent on how much do we owe, how much has been repaid. That is a suggestion. Then there was something called anti-corruption measures. But don't worry, we can talk about corruption, but we cannot deal with corruption. It's how we are as a Kenyan community. So, and the other agenda items as deemed as appropriate. So kwa hizo vitu zote mmekuwa mkiongea, mkuu amesema hakuna mnasema isipokuwa hizo tano. So at this juncture, I would like to introduce this part and ask us, if you look at those issues that have been listed, we will start with you, Clooney, and then followed by Brenda. Clooney. Tafadhali. Can you unmute and proceed?
Hello.
All right. Right, who is speaking?
Genge Entertainment.
Yeah, we had a deep speaker online. Kindly wait. Let's go to Brenda. Brenda, please.
Rest in peace to all the fallen soldiers. Second, to all those people are being bribed, all the activists online, fuck you. And
Hapo umeenda sana Brenda. Let's give you some room here to understand how we work on Mizani. On Mizani, we don't speak French. Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. Also, the church has failed us. Hapo meeting yenye iliitwa na Christian, the one that were told to talk to the youth. So, how watafikia aje the youth who are not Christian? Maybe the Muslim. Vile amekuwa akitutreat. On Sunday, before the mothers of all demos, talk to kill us. Then to save, when this got out of hand and we were being televised, even international, he had to do a PR speech. Yani alifanya that Tuesday. Center. That was the speech for the Kenyans. The one that he did the following day, that was to save his face from the international partners and the international, his international masters. That was for them. It was a PR. So on Thursday, still people came out on the street and he still killed us. And there was still massacres that people are not talking about. So right now, Ruto saying that he will engage with us. I'm wondering what he's engaging with us through. He has already chosen not to listen to us. So all this interest of listening to us, because instead of listening to us I'll create your group yenye wanajiita ndio youth, ati they are the group of youth ndio watuongeleshe. That's what he created. Watu wakawaingililia online, wakaona they need to change their tactics. Now he's lying to us. We select 2 representatives to go talk with him. Talk with him about what? The moment he decided to kill us, that's when he we have more than 300 bodies dead, young youths. That when he resigned, there are no more talks to talk about. What can we talk about? Resign. That's our talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. I appreciate your very uncomfortable truth and how you feel as a citizen. I have one question though. Did you have an opportunity to look at this at the press release signed by public service Felix Kosgei, and some of the issues they listed they want to discuss? If yes, what among them do you really think is responding to you, or will you disqualify everything listed?
Was I don't want even to hear that guy speak. I can't even listen to him because
Thank you,
he's just lying to us.
thank you. You've answered my question. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's have you, Genge.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. And it's good. This is my first space I'm engaging in. And it's good to hear the thoughts of Kenyans and the bitterness in their voices. But some things you hear, and then you, with the situation that we are having right now, and you see where we will lose this battle, the way we are going. Like for Moi to be gotten out of power, the first thing, and they removed the clause that made Kenya a one-party state. And that is what was pushed and pushed until it happened. Initially, is it the finance bill? Then after the finance bill, what will be the next domino to fall? But when you listen to people here speak, most of the people here, right now, people are speaking out of emotion. Reason and clarity of thought is very, very little. I know people have been hurt, but some people have been hurt before. There are people that come through for many years.
Kindly clarify that. I wouldn't want us to appear as though we are now segmenting pain, because from where I see it,
not
everyone.
I'm not
okay.
I'm not segmenting, and I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying these are facts. I'm not like, and that's why I just said right now there is more spaces, like there's ways to bring it out or to say it. Initially, we didn't have but can we have clarity of thought, or can we focus on something? Then what is it that if we push and the domino falls will lead to the domino effect of that will lead to the end result? And back to your question where you talked, because I'm hearing a lot of people speak and people come and they say I was bribed, and then these are the very, very people that are saying I took a bribe. Not that I'm accusing the person, but I'm trying to let us self-reflect. If you took a bribe and then you're the person that is saying you're going to educate people supposedly don't even understand your role or the role of an MP. As long as I hear people keep going that MP-led development, that is the initial problem. And that's why people are fighting the CDF thing, because it turns MPs into demigods. So if we really understand, and there's some people here that have taken their time and they have studied these things and they know the role of MPs, and if they could be given more spaces to tell this is what an MP is and this is what the Constitution actually give them correct all those things. So we need sometimes also we need to be educated a little bit or take time, and so that we don't just like throw, like we say totally ingia hapo kanza kupeleka gazla. MPs have those kind of perks there for them that they have passed, and that is part of whatever they go with, and with very, very good medical coverage and all that. If the thing is, are we engaging in? Was it just the finance bill? Then once the finance bill is done, then what? Did it push the other dominoes to fall? If not, then what are we supposed to be doing to help us go to where we want to, or to take the country where we want to? But most of it, and this is just my opinion, I say that focus. So what is the next thing that we are picking? And all this knowledge that is out there with all these cases, can these very smart Kenyans like tell us that if this is a stone that you push and it falls, then the rest come tumbling down. And I think that we will be moving forward. Positions that are not even actually there. So there's not even a point of attacking people like Millicent or Mangas. Those are illegal things that don't even exist. So what do we do to make sure that those things don't even like come into our conversations, that we take care of this, it will take care of stuff like that. We push out the president before IEBC is constituted, then what is the way forward? Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Genge. You raised some serious questions in terms of putting the cart before the horse in with no precedent. How do we push for that IEBC to be formalized with no parliament? And number 3, do you honestly believe a president that worked very So where is our mind in all this, and what are the easiest concessions we can go with as we try to aim higher? And that's why I said, let's discuss parliament. But I see a couple of hands up. I will take quick responses, and then we can proceed with the new speakers. Kindly, if you want to speak, please raise hand. That makes it very easy.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, we are at war. And my suggestion on how to approach this dialogue is threefold or fourfold. One, we learned it from revolutions around the world. Our forest right now, where we fight for freedom, is in the streets, and because it is already working. So the first one, the armed struggle should continue with the ground. Obviously, negotiations, whichever mode we adopt. I want to tell those people that are saying we cannot negotiate with a criminal, and also answer Genge what he's asked on the grabbing land, all those things. And a revolution comes and it eats those people that are not aligned to the will of the people. So if there's very people that are urging the leaders to follow the law, and at the same time we want to follow extra constitutional I feel that as well, but the law, being a law-abiding citizen, then my hands are tied to follow the constitutional means. Number one, impeachment. Do we have the numbers? Can we marshal the 2/3 now to get him to go, and when he enjoys the majority? And I told you, UDA and Kenya Kwanza were elected with the same party, so they may be the biggest hindrance at this time. So the rest of the things we need to do is to force him to wait for the 3 years, but we cannot wait for 3 years when the state of things are like this. So the second one is the negotiators. For me, I'm suggesting, these are my personal views. I'm not a leader to any of you. If you feel you can challenge my views, you can come up and challenge. If you feel what I'm speaking is not correct, you can correct me. I'm saying that either Mizani, either Kimuzi, either Osama, you host a space at and then the space is structured in a good manner, in a way that all the issues in contention are addressed. When the rest of the Kenyans are fighting on the streets, we are having discussions on this other end. And then the third one that I feel it's most important is political education. I enumerated it so that when we take over in the coming years, we know what it's a continuous political education, so that our national consciousness is awakened. We are taught what is patriotism, the love of the country, how you can serve your country as a doctor, as a nurse, as a lawyer, as an economist, as a teacher, how you can serve your country. That's political education will be so good in weakening the civic awareness and consciousness that nobody will get up there and start again looting and engaging in IMF debts that will cripple the country. Part of the discussions also I've noted it's reducing the size of government. The fourth branch will be the awareness, the welfare branch. The doctors continue treating. The welfare branch, those people that cannot go to the street and are not negotiating, but you have some money in your account, you share with the given till numbers, so that also those people are facilitated. To participate in elective democracy, also preparing themselves so that when we take over in the coming elections, we have someone amongst ourselves that we feel can do the things that we've been educated on and the plans and the dreams we have.
I want to make a submission. I don't even know exactly what to say, but I will not take a long time. The gentleman that spoke ahead of Abdul. Our place and to speak for the very, very first time. So please allow people to have the ranges of emotions, whether they are leading us somewhere or nowhere, but let them speak. Okay, so that's one of the things. The next thing that I also want to say and highlight is that kama ulibraibiwa 3,000 nini unaenda kufunza watu mashinani, if you listened carefully to what she said, she's learned from her mistakes. We all learn from our mistakes, and she learned from it because she did not have the civic education that she has say is let's not veer away from the premise of this blockchain tech group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenyan lady. Ismail?
Beautiful. Kenya lady, I think damu imechemka. Good morning, everyone, once again. At least, and to be somehow civil. The gentleman who I think it was Kelly who spoke about the issues to do with the MPs and the regulations, yeah. Of social auditing, whereby I think nobody puts a lot of focus on I've been fighting that fight for a very long time. At least now, GenZs now put that pressure on. Let me give you the clues. They put a certain figure to it, and then after the financial year after that is funded, they take that money to the constituency, whereby they have the constituency committees. On the constituency committees, they start to implement a budget of the CDF that financial year. What is so funny is that a case of study in 2009, that constituency doing the social auditing, he was so angry about it. He didn't want anybody to reflect on that. He didn't want anybody to look into that report. That's a case study I'm giving you. So we say these were the projects on the regulatory board of the CDF in Parliament. That guy, the 2009 budget was suspended. He did not get a penny. If I would like to suggest that these MPs, how to handle them. We go like each and every constituency, focus on the CDFs. The CDFs, they don't do that because they are pocketed by the members of parliament. So the ones who are in the opposition, the ones who are in government, that is where they all agree. They are all in agreement. That in case akiongea, where of things they have done, they are guilty of. It's not that we will be sympathetic to them. No, hii ni mali ya umma wamekula hawa watu, wako merciless. So the ones in opposition and the ones in government, msione ati hawa watu ni maangels ama hawa wa opposition wanatutetea. Hapana, you go look at all the projects they're trying to implement. Imagine if we did that. Now the MCAs are given kitties in the World Development Fund.
1 more minute.
If we go social auditing them, to him. Sahii tunateta juu ya finance bill. Hii finance bill you see, there are so many processes We need.
Thank you very much. You'll have to land at that point. Kindly.
There is that part of lifestyle audit. Let me just add this: the lifestyle audit, or is hawa watu hakuna kitu wanaogopa sana kama being shamed. Once these things are exposed, he doesn't have an income that is giving him or giving her this amount of money that this person can floss about.
Annabelle will go to KD and then Apollo.
What up? Just quickly confirm that you can hear me.
Loud and clear, proceed.
Okay, so I'll just quickly run through a few things. One, you were asking about the role of the MP, and one of the speakers mentioned something about a domino. National Assembly deliberates on and resolves issues of concern to the people. 3 goes on to talk about the other powers pertaining to appropriation of monies and what have you. And it's very irritating. Education. How many times have they directed questions to Ministry of Health, etc., etc., and the list goes on and on. Their work is not just to show up to Parliament as and when they feel like. And I totally agree with everybody who is talking about CDF being done away. And I speak this as a young person who was on the ballot in 2022, running on a political party. A bit late in the day because how I ended up on the ballot was on the gender top-up program because CDF. And I'm telling them that's not the primary function. It's a supplementary function, but it's not the primary function. People asking you, mbona unaongelea mambo ya effective representation na unaongelea mambo ya public participation, but you're not talking about water. Water is not the function of a member. For those of you who watched the blacklist, there's a guy who had a whole network of workers in hotels, wapi, who could report on the movements of a particular target that they had their sights on. We need to get there with our members of parliament. Ground has become uncomfortable. They have abandoned their homes. They've moved into Airbnbs and hotels. We always need to know where these guys are. So Kenyans, let's be vigilant. Let's report on where these people are so that every time reconstituted, we should be asking ourselves as Gen Zs and millennials who've been taken to the streets, how is this IEBC being reconstituted? Did we provide our voice during the NADCO process? Because NADCO, during NADCO, of the Kenyans who did not show up to vote in the 2022 election actually made their voice heard during the NADCO process. So if we just say IEBC should be reconstituted, and as millennials and the powers that be, and then we still end up with egg on our face because now we have an IEBC that is not really going to meet our expectations as a people, something to think about. Then you've asked us whether we had read the communique that was sent by Felix Koskei and the provisions that it is talking about. Anti-corruption measures. What is the other one? Are those things we really need to sit down and discuss, really? Like, do we need to go through that entire bureaucratic process? You think washa clear candidates? So as EACC, how are you releasing the list after ITA somebody and they have confirmed huyu ndio independent candidate, huyu ndio candidate wa Jubilee, huyu ndio candidate wa ODM, huyu ndio candidate wa UDA, wa TSP, wa wapi. That list is supposed to come months before even party doing, because when you do that, are you really fulfilling your mandate? And you're running on taxpayers' money. Then the other thing people need to be wary about with this whole business of committee of 100, there's something that is called negotiation. Each very clear on what issue they're speaking to. Then they come and bamboozle you with reports of 100 pages, 200 pages, 300 pages. They come and bamboozle you with terminology. So that even as young people, as we're saying, Apana, let's just have spaces and speak to this particular issues on our terms. I like what we have been doing with our maandamanos. I'm a legal practitioner. Us as LSK have been playing our role. I saw someone from IcePark saying, hata sisi kama accountants tufanye hesabu yetu. Doctors showed up to the very practical. Let's not use a lot of lagis and bombastic words. We're talking about